Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Well, hearing what EU said, Tony Stark looked at the sky speechlessly with a very sad look on his face. Hey, you're not with a lot of women. Before EU finished speaking, Tony Stark sighed, can it be the same? Those women are all here for my money, my identity and status, but Peppo is different. She knows what kind of person I am, and she is the only woman in this world who understands me. I really want to fall in love with her and get married. Speaking of this, Tony Stark turned his head and gave EU a stinky look. So how could Peppo not like a genius like me? I can clearly feel that she really likes me. But oh, dude, what do you think Peppo really thinks? It's obvious that she also likes me 87, and I like her too. Why not just get together but have a probation period instead? Please, once I got serious, can I still be the same as before? That's not right. Looking at Tony, who seemed to change his face, he was relieved for a while, helpless for a while, sighed for a while, and excited again in a blink of an eye, Yu said speechlessly. It's so sad when you say that, man, don't you know me? Tony rolled his eyes. I think Peppo is actually. Just halfway through speaking, Yu suddenly saw a person not far away looking at him with a smile. After seeing this person, Yu's voice automatically stopped. What's wrong, what do you think? Tony heard Yu stop talking halfway through and couldn't help asking curiously. Wait me a moment. Yu patted Tony on the shoulder and then walked towards the woman who was looking at him with a smile. You came to see me. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yu asked softly. The person who came was none other than Sorcerer Supreme. Yu didn't know why Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One came to find him, but Yu knew very well that she must have come to find him. If I have time, I want to chat with you. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One took off the hat on the magician robe, then looked at Yu and said with a smile. Definitely no problem, Sorcerer Supreme. Looking at Ancient One in front of him, Yi said softly. You really know of my existence. The Ancient One magician was not very surprised that Yu revealed his identity directly, but seemed to have known it a long time ago. Come on, kid, let's find a place to talk. As he said that, Sorcerer Supreme Gu waved his hand, and in an instant, earth-shaking changes took place around the two of them. All the originally manufactured buildings disappeared and instead became a space made up of mirrors. Don't worry, this is the mirror space. Coming here, Ancient One magician waved his hand, and a seat appeared beside Yu. Let's sit down and talk. What would you like to drink? The Ancient One magician sat across from Yu, looked at Yu and asked with a smile. No need, Ancient One magician, I don't know why you came to see me this time. Yu looked at Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and asked directly. The existence of the Sorcerer Supreme in the past dynasties actually has a very important task, which is to protect the safety of the Earth. Therefore, many invaders outside the Earth or figures at the level of the devil like to call us the Sorcerer Supreme, the Earth's Lord. Asgardian. Upon hearing Yu's inquiry, Ancient One magician did not speak directly, but explained with a smile. In this world, apart from S.H.I.E.L.D. dealing with some supernatural events that happened on the Earth, in fact, we magicians are also constantly observing whether there are outsiders into Earth. Actually, when you first appeared, we didn't notice it, but when you used the ability that doesn't belong to ordinary people for the first time, we found a trace of fluctuation. Ancient One magician waved his hand, and a table appeared between the two of them. On the table, there was a simple tea cover and 2 teacups. The Ancient One magician poured a cup of tea for Yu with a smile and gestured to Yu. Picking up the teacup, smelling the faint fragrance of the tea, Yu poured it down with a smile. Good tea. After admiring, Yu looked at the Ancient One magician and asked with a smile. So, you want to drive me, an outsider, out of the Earth? No, 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 don't get me wrong, kids. Hearing Yu's inquiry, Ancient One magician said with a smile. For the Earth, this is a very strange thing. You don't belong to the Earth, but you and the Earth are very consistent, just like you originally is the same as the people on the Earth. I don't know which planet you are from in the universe, but I can confirm one thing, that is, child, this planet does not have any exclusion under the power of rules for you. Saying that, the scene in front of Yu and Ancient One magician suddenly changed. The original mirror space became the Milky Way in the universe, and tens of thousands of small planets together formed a brilliant galaxy. Ancient One magician waved his hand casually, and a prosperous scene appeared in front of Yu. In this scene, many people were busy with something with smiles on their faces. Looking from a distance, it was the colorful long bridge. This is Asgard, the hometown of Thor Odinson. They like to call it God's domain. I think you should know this. Ancient One Magician looked at Yu and then explained with a smile, Thor is not from the earth. After he was exiled to the earth by the god King Odin, he was at most stronger than ordinary people, but without the blessing of divine power, Thor there is still no way to resist the attack of earth weapons. If Thor can regain his divine power, then his strength may be as strong as before, but he will never be able to increase his power on Earth 3.1. This is Earth's unique the power of rules. Speaking of this, Ancient One Magician looked at Yu with a gentle smile on his face. Not only Yu, but anyone who does not belong to the Earth, maybe they can awakening strength and strengthen themselves on other planets that are not their hometown strength. But if it is not recognized by the power of rules of Earth, then anyone who does not belong to the Earth has no way to perform awakening under the power of rules of the Earth. This may not be the rule of the universe, but it is the law of the Earth. It belongs to a self-protection law based on the originally mechanism. And to break the law of the Earth, you need the blessing of other external forces, such as infinite gems. Saying that 6 infinite gems appeared in front of Yu. The infinite gems originally owned by the Earth are time gem. Embedded in my magic weapon Eye of Agamotto. The Ancient One Magician made a gesture, and then the Eye of Agamotto started to spin, and a time gem with a flashing green light appeared in front of Yu. Time gem has the ability to see the past and the future, and I often use infinite gems to observe whether the Earth is being attacked by demon kings in the universe or outside the domain. Ancient One Magician looked at Yu with a smile, and then continued. In addition to using some external forces such as infinite gems to increase their own strength, people in other universes cannot perform the next stage of awakening on Earth because the power of law restrictions. Even if it is a person who has been approved by the power of rules, it won't work. After all, rules and laws are different. Speaking of this, the scene of the Milky Way around the two of them disappeared in an instant, and then turned into a desolate and dilapidated scene. The Earth was full of billowing magma, all plants were dead, and there was no trace of life on the ground. This is my latest discovery using the time gem. Don't be surprised, this is one of what the future of Earth will look like. Ancient One Magician looked at Yu and then smiled gently. It stands to reason that you should be regarded as an outsider to Earth 11, but whether it is the power of rules or power of law, it doesn't matter to you at all. Sees repulsion, so your strength has increased a lot. This is beyond my imagination, so I use time gem to look at the future. As a result, I saw this result. Hearing Ancient One Magician's words, Yu was surprised in his heart and then asked with some uncertainty. Ancient One Magician, you mean that the reason why the Earth became like this is because of me? It didn't become like this because of you. You destroyed the Earth with your own hands, killed all the members of Avengers, and even destroyed this universe with your own hands. The Ancient One Magician looked at Yu, then said with a smile, how can this be? Hearing Ancient One Magician's words, and seeing countless corpses of Avengers members suddenly appearing around, Yu stood up immediately and looked at Ancient One Magician in disbelief. The Avengers are my best friends, how could I attack them? What's more, I don't even have the slightest idea of becoming the overlord of the universe, so how could I destroy the entire universe? Yu looked at the Ancient One Magician and said, don't be so surprised, please sit down. Ancient One Magician smiled and motioned for Yu to sit down. After Yu sat down, he smiled and said, I just said that this is one of the possibilities for the future of the Earth. It will not definitely happen. And you know what, when I saw this result, I was actually shocked because it didn't fit the way I saw you. It's like Steve Rogers took over the world with Hydra, Tony Stark wearing armor, enslaved all humans. At that time, I was also thinking, why did it become like this until I saw something? The Ancient One Magician looked at Yu, then said with a smile, what's the matter? Hearing what the Ancient One Magician said, Yu asked directly, it was me and you who joined hands to destroy the Earth and the entire universe. The Ancient One Magician didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Hearing the words of Ancient One Magician, Yu was really taken aback. He said, who is Ancient One Magician? That is Sorcerer Supreme, the Asgardian of the Earth. She has existed for hundreds of years to protect the Earth. Protect the Earth. Thinking of this, Yu raised his head, glanced at Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and then asked with some doubts, Ancient One Magician, how many scenarios are there in the future you see? Seeing that Yu seemed to have figured it out, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One said with a gentle smile, there are many, but each result is caused by inadvertent choices. But in the final analysis, the Earth and even the universe, the right to choose the future is in your hands. Sometimes, annihilation does not mean destruction, and destruction is just the beginning of a new life. When I know why it happened, the worst kind, and even the result of me working with you, I know that, in fact, you too well suited for synthesis as an Asgardian of Earth. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to learn magic, so the title of Sorcerer Supreme should be held by the future Strange. Saying that, Ancient One Magician sighed softly, then looked at Yi Yu and said very seriously, I believe you can stick to your heart. I think that's why rule and law chose you at the same time. God King Odin drank the water from the fountain of wisdom, and he no longer wanted to conquer the 9 realms. The last of the Titans was cursed by ancient knowledge and had a wrong cognition. All this is in the dark, with it is implicated by a trace of trajectory, otherwise he should be a superhero who guards the universe. Speaking of this, Sorcerer Supreme suddenly laughed. Son, speaking of it, you actually have a little connection with the last survivor of the Titan family. Thanos, am I still connected to Thanos? Hearing the Ancient One Magician's words, Yi Yu was completely stunned. I am a time traveler. I have traveled from the Earth in my own world to the world of Marvel. Thanos, the last survivor of the Titan family, is an original character in Marvel. What kind of relationship does such a person have with me? You will know at the end, telling you now, it won't do you any good. The Ancient One Magician smiled and sold a pass, and then said softly, Child, you are a good person, so no matter what happens in the future, you have many choices. I believe you will make the most correct choice 983, although there will be a lot of temptations in it. But when the power of the 7th one appears, everything will be different. I believe you will understand at that time the weight of life in tens of billions of universes. As he said that, the Ancient One Magician waved his hand, and the scene around the two changed back to the scene of the Earth when they just met. I corrected some things, and also used the power of law to become the voice of Odin guiding Thor, and he will soon regain his power to do what he should do. Saying that, Ancient One Magician took a step forward, and gently left a light blue mark on Yi Yu's wrist. This is the best way to fight against nightmares. In the future you will use it. After speaking, Ancient One Magician nodded to Yi Yu, then turned and left. Seeing the Ancient One Magician turn and leave, Yi Yu's head is now a little confused. Or all of this is too unbelievable, and the most extreme future is that I and the Ancient One Magician join hands to destroy the entire universe. Who would believe this? It's ridiculous. Wait for me, I will definitely come back. Looking at Catherine, who was covering her mouth with a surprised expression, Thor, who was wearing armor and holding a Mjolnir, said very seriously, Are you going back? Catherine looked at Thor, who had recovered his divine power and became more handsome and charming in front of him, and asked subconsciously, Yeah, I just saw my dad and I talked to him about something. Thinking of the news that he suddenly received from father just now, and thinking of Asgard being in danger now, Thor felt a little anxious. If it wasn't for the appearance of father just now to wake him up in time, then if there is any danger in Asgard, then Thor will feel that he is to blame. Now, there are some dangers in my hometown, and I need to go back and lead my people to the victory of the battle. Thor stepped forward, gently stroked Catherine's slightly messy hair, and then said softly, Please believe me, Catherine, I promise I will come back. Then be careful yourself. Hearing Thor's promise and seeing Thor's affectionate eyes, Catherine nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I'm Thor. Thor smiled, then took a few steps back facing Catherine, then raised his head, looked at the sky and shouted, Heldum, open Bifrost and take me back. As Thor's voice fell, a 7-color Bifrost opened instantly, and under the intense light, Thor instantly flew up and returned to Asgard. After Thor left, Catherine glanced at the circular marks left on the lawn on the ground and subconsciously exclaimed, My God, it turns out that all this is true. I actually talked to an alien prince. Have a love affair. But when I think about the two people just going out this morning, Thor's whole body is like hysteria, and he froze in place, and then he muttered something in his mouth. When doing it, Thor's body actually flickered with the light of thunder and lightning. Then a set of armor was gradually assembled on Thor's body, and as the armor cloak was formed, a hammer flew over very quickly. At that time, Catherine was a little frightened when she saw Thor covered in lightning. After regaining consciousness, my boyfriend actually became a god. Seeing that the sky became blue again with white clouds and clear skies, it seemed as if nothing happened just now. Catherine suddenly felt a little depressed. Her boyfriend left, and for a while Catherine didn't know what to do. Just when Catherine was a little depressed, several men in black suits ran over instantly. Miss Catherine, may I ask what happened just now? Why did Mr. Thor fly away? Did he tell you where he went? After one of the men in black ran over, he asked quickly. Looking at these men in black, Catherine took a step back subconsciously. But she seemed to remember that when she was in a car accident, it was these men in black who saved her, so she breathed a sigh of relief. My boyfriend is home. Catherine shook her head then replied with a sigh, Mr. Thor is home. After hearing Catherine's words, the leading man in black frowned subconsciously. Immediately, he thought of the task assigned by director Nick Fury before his arrival, took out his phone and dialed. After the call was connected, the leading man in black said directly, Sorry to bother you, Mr. Yi, just now, Mr. Thor disappeared under a burst of light with a hammer in his hand. Okay, I understand, please rest assured. Definitely, there is absolutely no problem with this definitely. With that said, the leading S.H.I.E.L.D. agent directly handed the phone to Cather. Miss Catherine, Mr. Yi Yu has something to say to you. Hearing what Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. said, Catherine took the phone and asked softly, Boss. Catherine, come to my office later, I have something to tell you. On the other end of the phone, Yi Yu looked at Tony Stark who was constantly wandering around, and said to Catherine with a smile, No problem, Mr. Yi, I'll be here soon. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yu looked at Tony Stark beside him, then sat on the chair and spread his hands helplessly. What are you going to do, Tony, as I said? I have never been in a relationship, I really don't know what should I do. In the movie, after Tony Stark and Pepper confessed their love, the two got together naturally, so there was no test or anything like that. As a result, the situation is different now. Tony Stark, the famous genius, suddenly felt a little numb, so he insisted on pestering Yi Yu to let him give him advice. Yi Yu knows this, after all, even in his previous life he was still single. Yu said, if I bought her a large bouquet of flowers, would she agree to let me cancel the damn inspection period? Tony Stark lay on Yi Yu's desk, looked at Yi Yu and asked, Does she like flowers? Yi Yu looked at Tony who seemed to be in a daze and asked casually, Have no idea. Tony Stark shook his head, then he was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses, staring straight at Yi Yu and said, I just realized that I really don't know much about what I like about her. My boyfriend seems to be a bit of a failure. It's a prospective boyfriend. Didn't Peppo tell you that you are still in the probationary period? Yi Yu hit him mercilessly. Oh shit, I shouldn't be talking to you about these things. Feeling the critical blow, Tony held his heart, pretending to look at Yi Yu with the expression that you hit me and you won't lose money. However, there should be no girl who doesn't like flowers. I think it's worth a try. Yi Yu thought for a while, then looked at Tony and suddenly laughed. I have a way to ask Peppo to directly cancel the inspection period, but I don't know if you dare. Looking at Yi Yu's smile, although he felt that there was something wrong, Tony Stark nodded when he thought of Pebo. What way? I dare not. What are you kidding? I'm Tony Stark. Propose directly. Yi Yu snapped his fingers, then raised his eyebrows and said, Take the engagement ring, walk up to her, and kneel down on one knee to propose with a bang. I guarantee that she will feel your sincerity. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Tony Stark froze for a moment, and in his mind he knelt on one knee with a flower in his left hand and a diamond ring in his right, while Peppo covered his mouth with a surprised expression on his face. Don't say it this method, no 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 no. As if thinking of something, Tony Stark immediately shook his head and said, No, no, absolutely not, I'm not ready for this yet. Forget about the marriage proposal, I think this kind of thing needs to be carefully considered. There is nothing worthy of serious consideration. Seeing Tony Stark's solemn expression, Yi Yu thought about the time when Tony Stark and Peppo would hold their wedding, which had been delayed until the Avengers alliance, and asked curiously, Tony, would you is it because I am afraid of getting married? Do you have a fear of marriage? Definitely no. Tony Stark shook his head in denial and said resolutely, How can I have a fear of marriage? Are you kidding me? I just think that such a big event as marriage should be carefully considered, and it's too anxious, isn't it? Actually, it should be take it easy. Brothers, how old are you? Are you still slow? Hearing Tony Stark's 243 grams, Yi Yu looked at his dignified, hesitation, and resolute denial expression, and instantly understood that this guy really has marriage phobia. Tony, everyone's gotta be a family. Yi Yu looked at Tony Stark and said very seriously, This is the most important thing in a person's life. Although it is very difficult for some people, after getting married, you have your beloved little one. After you have a baby, then you will find that, in fact, everything in this world is not as important as your child. Every one of us has fear, but this is not an excuse for us to escape. Facing the fear in our hearts bravely is what a brave person should do. No, 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 I don't think you should be so impatient about getting married. You must get to know each other. After hearing Yi Yu's words, Tony Stark quickly retorted, Do you think Peppo doesn't know you well enough? Yi Yu leaned on the office chair and spread his hands and then said, I'm afraid Peppo knows your big and small things very well, right? But the problem is, I don't know much about Peppo now. Tony Stark made an excuse and said, After I get to know Pepper better, I will definitely propose. Dude, this time I'm serious, definitely not just for fun. Wait. Yu cast an angry look at Tony and said, when Pepo is disappointed in you, you can find someone to marry, such as your driver and bodyguard Harpy, and you will be worthy. Waters. Hearing what Yu said, Tony Stark's eyes widened immediately. You mean Happy wants to rob Pepo from me? How dare he do that? After I go back, I will. No. After reacting, Tony Stark looked at Yu with resentment in his eyes. Why did Pepo marry Happy? You be ****** D got married in order to scare me. You tell all kinds of lies. Your heart must be dark. I said the two of you are enough. Natasha Romanoff, who has been playing the game base, finally couldn't stand it anymore and said directly, Tony, from now on, buy a bouquet of flowers for Pepo every day and send them there. Remember, they will be delivered to Pepo's office in person. Better let everyone in Stark Industries see it. Remember, it's every day. If you persevere, within 10 days, Pepo will agree to you. After all, you two like each other. Pepo is just worried that you are just joking about your relationship like before. With this opportunity, you have to make it clear to Pepo that you are very serious this time, so that when Pepo, who already knows you very well, feels a sense of security from you, BBBA, everything will be fine. No problem anymore. As she said that, Natasha Romanoff gave the two men a contemptuous look, obviously talking about how to find a way for Tony to pursue Pepo. The result. Instead of proceeding from the reality of the matter, let's analyze Pepo's character and why Pepo has some hesitation. Instead, we talked about marriage and fear of marriage. If we continue the conversation, the next step should be to talk about giving birth to a boy or a girl. And finally, after the boy or girl is sensible, who should be educated. And finally talked about whether the world is going to be destroyed. According to Natasha Romanoff's understanding of these two guys who are relatively reliable people. But once they get together, they are unreliable guys. Maybe these two guys will really talk about the topic of world destruction. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Tony Stark's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave Natasha Romanoff a thumbs up. Excellent, Natasha Romanoff, you made a point in just one sentence, and immediately let me understand what Pepper is worried about. It's amazing, it's not like some people will come up with random ideas. As he said that, Tony glanced at Yu with contempt, then made a gesture of thanks to Natasha Romanoff and ran outside very anxiously. It seems that I can't wait to follow what Natasha said. After Tony Stark left with a face full of excitement, Yu leaned on the office chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Nah, do you think Tony really has a fear of marriage? I don't know if he has a fear of marriage, but the congressman who wanted to attack Catherine has been arrested, and the internet has started to report about it. Some scandals, including the crimes he committed, have all started to be released. Now there has been a lot of fishing boats on the internet. In the entire reporter circle, those who know the inside story of this matter have praised you one after another. Absolutely. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Yu suddenly laughed. The speed is quite fast, not bad. It seems that our first step for NBC has already been taken, so we can wait for the next one. What are you waiting for? Hearing Yu's words, the widow put down the tablet in her hand, and then asked curiously, isn't it time to seize the time to expand? Why wait, don't you have a second plan? Definitely, it's just that I still need some time and some cooperation. Maybe this time we will make a lot of money. Yu put his hands behind his head, then looked at the ceiling and said, Nah, Thor has returned to Asgard and things have started to work normally. Now I am waiting for the good news from Loki. After all, the new era it's about to start. Asgard. Looking at Lof, the king of ice who was inside the golden protective layer, holding the formed ice blade and preparing to kill Odin with a grinning grin, Loki held the eternal spear and directly released the huge energy in the eternal spear. Boom! With a loud bang, Lof, who was hit by the energy of the eternal gun, flew out and spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Why are you betraying me? Hit by the huge energy, Lof, who realized that his life was dying, looked at Loki with a puzzled face and asked with some heartache. Betray you? Heh, why do you talk about betrayal? Loki looked down at the dying king of ice, Lof, and then showed a sinister smile. I, Loki Odinson, the second prince of Asgard, am originally from Asgard, so why would I betray you? No, you are not from Asgard, you are the son of my ice giant. Shut up. Hearing Lof's words, Loki immediately roared to shut him up, and then the huge energy of the eternal gun hit Lof again in an instant. Looking at Lof, who had turned into dust and completely disappeared, Loki's rage face regained that trace of elegance. I will always be from Asgard. How can my love for Asgard be demonstrated by my identity? As he spoke, Loki, holding the eternal gun, walked slowly to Odin's side, staring at Odin who was still in a sleep. And gradually, Loki knelt on the ground on one knee. Raising his hand and holding Odin's old hand, Loki said softly, "Father, I did it. I eradicated Lof, the king of ice giants, for Asgard. From then on, no one dares to covet me in Asgard. What my brother didn't do, I did it easily without a single soldier. Don't worry, I will always forever protect Asgard with my life. One day your eyes will watch me, and at that time I will be your pride. But now, although Ice King Lof has been dealt with, the ice giant is still there. This time I will completely destroy the ice giant, and do it for us Asgard once and for all. I will prove to you, Father, that I am no worse than my brother Thor, although you always set your sights on my brother. But I will prove to you that I am no less than my brother Thor to Asgard. Loki is worthy of your love." With that said, Loki stood up, holding the eternal spear, and walked outside. After walking a few steps, he raised his head instantly and looked in the direction of Bifrost. "Oh, the earth still hasn't kept you, I'm so stupid." Speaking of this, the corners of Loki's mouth curled up, and then he murmured softly, "However, it doesn't matter anymore, it's enough for ye to help me to deal with the king of ice giants." As soon as the voice fell, Thor flew directly in front of Loki and landed. "Loki." Thor looked at Loki, who was holding the gun of eternity in front of him, and then asked with anger and sadness, Why did you deceive me? You told me that my father had fallen into eternal sleep and passed away. Why did you deceive me? Is it because you want to be the new king of Asgard?" Why, it's really a funny question. Loki looked at Thor in front of him with an elegant face, and then said with a smile, "Why are there so many people in this world? Only the weak can ask such questions. However, since you are my elder brother, I might as well tell you that the reason why you give up is not because of any simple throne, but because I want to deal with the mess you left behind." While talking, Loki walked in the direction of Thor and said as he walked, You are too reckless, arrogant, and arrogant. Your stupidity will only put Asgard in danger. But I'm different. Just now, I killed the king of ice giants without a single soldier from Asgard. Lof, if it were you, what would you do?" Speaking of this, Loki nodded, pretending to be enlightened. "Oh, I figured it out. You will definitely take your hammer, let Heldum open Bifrost, fly secretly to the planet of King Ice and find he fights. Ask for flowers." What happened in the end? He caught him, and then Lof used you to threaten his father and finally caused Asgard to suffer heavy losses. With that said, Loki spread his hands and said with a sneering smile, "Look, this is your plan, how stupid and reckless. Now I'm going to destroy the planet of the ice giant and completely finish all the enemies for Asgard." Loki, this is not right. Looking at the mocking Loki, the grief and anger on Thor's face disappeared and turned into persuasion. "Loki, my father once said that a qualified king never initiates wars, not to mention that the planet of ice giants outside of Lof. Those lives are innocent, you can't. Are you teaching me how to do things?" Before Thor finished speaking, Loki roared directly, "Shut up, my stupid brother, don't you like to go around provoking wars with a hammer? Why are you so soft-hearted now? It seems that during this period of time on Earth, you have experienced a lot. But what do you think is the reason why you can survive on Earth? It's me, Loki." Pointing at himself, Loki looked at Thor and growled, "It was I who told you your identity, and I asked him to take care of you, and why did I do this? Do you think I'm just for the so-called king? No, I'm doing this for Asgard, all for Asgard." Having said that, Loki raises the Spear of Eternity and strikes directly at Thor. Seeing Loki attacking towards him, Thor held the hammer to constantly resist Loki's attack and said, "Wars are never started by a qualified king, Loki. You will cost many innocent people their lives by doing this. This is not right. Shut up, I don't need you to teach me what to do. You stupid, reckless, arrogant guy." While attacking Thor frantically, Loki roared loudly. The Eternal Gun's huge amounts of energy attacked Thor, directly knocking Thor out. Looking at Thor, who flew upside down, Loki said with cold eyes, "Don't stop me, or next time I won't keep my hand." Seeing Loki flying out with the Eternal Gun, Thor stood up and quickly chased after him with the hammer. Loki, who was stopped, looked at Thor angrily and was about to say something, but Thor hurriedly said, "Loki, I can't let you do this, I can't watch you make mistakes." Mistake? Loki once again picked up the Eternal Gun and attacked Thor, and the two fought together again. "Why do you think I'm doing the wrong thing? Why do you think I'm doing the wrong thing? It's all just what you think. Why can't you stay on Earth?" Saying that, Loki dodged sideways to Thor, and the Spear of Eternity stabbed directly at Thor's body. Although this move was extremely ferocious, in fact, Loki still avoided Thor's vital point. He didn't want to really kill Thor, he just 877 wanted to hit Thor seriously, don't stop himself. Seeing the Spear of Eternity stabbing towards him, Thor threw the hammer directly at Loki. Loki, who was hit by Thor's hammer, fell directly to the ground. The powerful impact directly made Loki roll constantly on the Bifrost, without any intention of stopping. In the next second, he fell directly from the Bifrost. No! Seeing that Loki was about to fall, Thor rushed forward and grabbed the end of the Eternal Spear. Ignoring that if Loki activated the energy of the Eternal Spear at this moment, his head would be blown up in an instant. Got it, Loki, I'm pulling you up. Thor looked at Loki, who was holding the Spear of Eternity with one hand and was about to pull Loki up forcefully. Why can't you stay on Earth properly? Isn't it good to have a good relationship with that woman? Can't wait until I eradicate all threats from Asgard. Are you coming back? Loki growled ferociously. Angrily, he came back and interrupted what he could finish right away. Now is not the time to say that, Loki, you got it, I'm going to pull you up. As he spoke, Thor held the Eternal Spear with his right hand and propped his left hand on the Bifrost. He was about to pull it up forcefully, but Loki smiled wryly. You are still so stupid. Don't you know that as long as I activate the energy a little, your head will be broken into countless pieces? You will not. Thor suddenly laughed at Loki's words. Why do you think I won't? Loki asked Thor, staring blankly. Because we are brothers, blood brothers. Thor replied with a smile, Idiot, you are a willing idiot. Hearing Thor's words and seeing the smile on Thor's face, Loki's originally angry face suddenly broke into a wry smile. Forget it, since this stupid guy must stop destroying the planet of ice giants, so forget it. Just pretend, even now, that the idiot trusts himself. Holding the Spear of Eternity with both hands, he was about to say something when he suddenly saw his father Odin standing behind his brother. I know everything about you just now, and I'm very proud of you, my children. God King Odin looked at Thor and Loki and said proudly. Hearing what his father said, Loki, who was under Bifrost, suddenly laughed. He couldn't remember how long he hadn't heard his father praise him. Loki, although you did a good job, as Thor said, the life on Ice Planet is innocent, you shouldn't do this. Originally, Loki had the heartfelt smile that his father affirmed, but after hearing the words of God King Odin, the smile on his face gradually froze. His eyes also dimmed a little. Are you saying that what I've done for Asgard is all wrong? Loki didn't even realize that his voice was trembling at this moment. Yes, my child. The God King sighed and then slowly denied. I can feel your love for Asgard, Loki. This makes me very proud. After all, my two children love Asgard very much, and they are willing to do everything for Asgard. Everything. However, your idea is indeed wrong. You want to directly destroy a planet, this is. Enough. Hearing the constant denial of his father, Loki's mouth turned bitter, and the light in his eyes that was originally recognized and praised by his father dimmed instantly. It turns out that everything I did was wrong. For 1500 years, your eyes are always on Thor, and you will always ignore my efforts. Loki looked at God King Odin, and his eyes gradually became crazy. No matter what I do, I will never be able to get your attention, your love. No matter how much I do for Asgard, you will never pay attention to me on the body. Yes, maybe you are right. After all, I am not your own. I am just a child you picked up from the ice giant. So no matter what I do, I will not be able to get your love, because what flows in my bones is evil blood. For more than 1500 years, I have been thinking about it for more than 1500 years. Why I have never been recognized by you, why I have not been loved by you. You always love Thor so much, but you always ignore me. Even the godhead you gave Thor, Thor's godhead back then. But you gave me the Vulcan godhead that I can't use at all. Speaking of this, Loki showed a smile on his face, but the smile was so crazy and so bitter. Hearing Loki's frenzied face and trembling and crying words, Odin suddenly had a bad premonition. Just as he was about to tell Loki that things were not like this, he suddenly saw Loki laugh out loud. That laughter was like dying and mourning. It made people feel so sad. A person like me with original sin in his bones may not deserve to live. Saying 3.4, Loki suddenly let go of his hand, and instantly fell into the turbulent flow of time and space under Bifrost. No, Loki. Seeing Loki let go of his hand, Thor roared in heartache and wanted to reach out to grab Loki. But he could only look at Loki helplessly and gradually fell into the turbulent flow of time and space. Seeing his child let go of his hand and chose to die, Odin raised his hand feebly, his lips trembling, and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything and slowly cleaned his tears away from the intact one. Eyes trickled down. The congressman who attacked a few days ago, the matter has been resolved. Looking at Catherine in front of him, Yu said with a smile. But when he was arrested, he wanted to reconcile, I promised him. Saying that, Yu handed a bank card to Catherine. Here is 500,000 yuan, which is his compensation to you, so I don't want to pursue him personally. Hearing Yu's words, Catherine pursed her lips, and was about to say something when Yu interrupted with a smile. I know what you're thinking. If that scumbag comes out so easily, the future it's not necessarily how many people will be harmed, is it? Facing Yu's question, Catherine did not hide it but nodded directly. Don't worry, I am not going to pursue him, but it doesn't mean that others will not pursue him. You must know that many people like to do things like throwing stones into trouble. Speaking of this, Yu leaned back on the office chair, smiled and said to Catherine, so you don't have to worry about him being able to come out. In fact, he will never be ready to come out in this life. Not only him but also him who caused a lot dead and injured son don't prepare to come out in this life. 11. The reason why I choose not to pursue it is that he will be sentenced to hundreds of years in prison if he is pursued, and it will also be hundreds of years if he is not pursued. He just naively thinks that as long as I am willing to let him go, then he will be fine. So since we can get compensation and let the bad guys get the punishment they deserve, why don't we do it? Hearing what Yu said, Catherine, who had already understood, smiled and nodded. Thank you, boss. You don't have to thank me, you deserve it. Yu looked at Catherine, then said with a smile that. After a little hesitation, Catherine asked in a low voice, Boss, will Thor come back? Definitely will be back. Hearing Catherine's hesitation inquiry, Yu replied with a smile. He just went home to settle some matters and he will come back, you have to believe him. It's like he went to other distant places on the Earth, that's all. It's just that Asgard and the Earth, there is no way to make phone calls, no way to send emails. I see. Catherine nodded, then got up with a smile and said, then I'll go out to work first. After speaking, Catherine left the office. In fact, Thor has been away for 3 or 4 days. In these 3 or 4 days, Catherine misses Thor every day. She is really worried that Thor will not come back and also worried about the future of the two. After all, she is just an ordinary reporter on Earth and Thor is an alien prince who looks like a god. This gap feels really too big. It's like Little Magician, will he really be with Hermione in the end? As soon as I reported back to the newspaper office, I saw a very beautiful girl hesitation at the entrance of the newspaper office asking if she wanted to go in. As a professional reporter, Catherine smelled something unusual, so she put away the worried expression on her face and walked forward with a very professional smile. Hi, I'm Catherine, a reporter from the Horn newspaper. I see that you've been here for a long time. Can I help you? Hearing Catherine's introduction, the very pretty girl came back to her senses and introduced herself with a smile. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Jane Foster. May I ask you to work here? Hearing Jane Foster mention Thor, Catherine was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that this girl named Jane Foster is not the girl Thor mentioned when she was with her. He told himself that at the beginning, Jane Foster took more care of himself, probably because she ran into him with a car. Yes, Thor is working here, Miss Foster. What can you do for Thor? Catherine looked at Jane Foster calmly and asked with a smile. Oh, nothings. Hearing Catherine's inquiry, Jane Foster shook her head with a smile and said, I happen to be passing through Manhattan, so I came here to see him. After all, I haven't contacted him for a long time, so I want to see where he is. Have you been used to it? He's fine, he's just not here now. When Catherine heard what Jane Foster said, she smiled and said, he has already gone back to Asgard and said that there are some things that need him to deal with. Asgard? When Jane Foster heard Catherine say this, she subconsciously froze for a moment. She thought that she was the only one who knew Thor's identity. Yeah, Asgard, God's domain Asgard. After all, he is the prince of God's domain Asgard, so he can't stay on Earth forever. Catherine smiled and then suddenly said, there is a coffee shop over there, should we have a drink? I can also tell you about my boyfriend's affairs during this period. After all, you are his first on Earth, a familiar friend. M's boyfriend. Hearing Catherine's words, Jane Foster froze for a moment, then looked a little lost, but forced a smile in the blink of an eye. Okay, I'm worried about him just now, and I really want to know what happened to him. I just watched Thor's hammer disappear, so I wanted to come and see 10 times. With that said, the two of them walked towards the coffee shop next to 40. In the universe, Chitauri is on the back of the desolate and dark planet. So, you saved me just to let me help you conquer the Earth and bring back the space gem from Infinite Gems. Loki looked at Ebony Maw, one of the 5 generals in front of him, and then asked with a smile. Oh yes. Ebony Maw nodded and then looked at Loki with a flash of contempt in his eyes, but concealed it well. Didn't you always want to be a king? Join my great master Thanos' subordinates and become his pioneer. Attack the Earth with Chitauri. Wait until you get back the space gem that the master needs. The master will give you the Earth, and let those poor and humble people on the Earth become your people. Although there was a flash of contempt in Ebony Maw's eyes, Loki caught it instantly. Glancing at Ebony Maw, then at the Titan sitting on the throne and the other 5 generals under his command, Loki suddenly laughed. He thought of one thing. Yu once told him that if he invaded the Earth, he should tell him in advance. It seems that he should have expected this. Thinking of this, Loki suddenly became interested. Help you attack that weak planet Earth, definitely no problem. Loki looked at the Ebony Maw in front of him, and then took a step forward with an elegant smile on his face. However, if it's just me, no matter how powerful my ability is, I can't invade the Earth. I think you should know. Son of the Ice Giant, you don't have to worry about this. Ebony Maw heard Loki's words and was about to say something, but saw the smile on Loki's face disappear instantly. Listen, I'm the Prince of Asgard, not some ice giant's son. While speaking, Loki crossed his hands, and 2 short swords appeared in the distance instantly. Looking at the dangerous Loki in his eyes, Ebony Maw suddenly laughed. You want to fight with me? Stop. Seeing that Ebony Maw was about to strike, Thanos, who had been silent all this while sitting on the golden throne, suddenly spoke. Hearing Thanos' words, Ebony Maw immediately put down his hands and stood aside respectfully, while Loki in front of him laughed. In an instant, Loki in front of Ebony Maw disappeared as a phantom, and the real Loki stood behind Ebony Maw. Discovering this, Ebony Maw was secretly surprised. He didn't realize that the Loki in front of him was actually a fake. You know, he always thought that Loki in front of him was really thick. Well, now is not the time to argue. Thanos glanced at the 2 people below and then said, Loki, whether you are the Prince of Asgard or the son of the Ice Giant, it doesn't matter. If you want to be a king, then I will give you this chance. Go to the Earth and bring back the space gem, one of the infinite gems. At that time, I will grant you the king of the Earth. Having said that, Thanos waved his hand, and the scepter inlaid with mind gem flew directly in front of Loki. With this spiritual scepter, what you can do is entirely your own creation. In addition, when the space gem is activated, I will let Chitauri obey your orders and become your army to conquer the Earth. Hearing Thanos' words, Loki smiled again. No problem, great family of Titans, I will bring back the victory and the space gem to you. As a result, the Mind Scepter, feeling the power of the Mind Gem at the top of the Mind Scepter, Loki laughed. Then I'm going to Earth now. With that said, Lu Jai was about to leave. How do you get to Earth without Bifrost teleportation? Ebony Maw, who was silent all the time, said directly after hearing Loki saying that he was going to Earth now. You'd better wait. According to the Great Master's budget, the power of the Space Gem will be opened again by the Earthlings now. You can use the ability sent by the Space Gem to go to Earth. You don't need to worry about this. Loki sneered, then looked at Ebony Maw and said, Don't take me for you, I want to go to Earth, I have my way. After speaking, Lu Jai turned around and left directly. After Loki disappeared, Ebony Maw turned around, knelt on one knee and looked at Thanos and said, Great Master, do you really trust this guy who likes to play tricks? If not, then the subordinates are willing to. Point 11. If you went to the Earth, then I'm afraid you would have died long ago. Before Ebony Maw finished speaking, Thanos waved his hand and said, Now, the Asgardian on Earth is not dead yet, and her power is beyond your imagination. If any of us go to Earth, I'm afraid we want to leave intact. It will cost a lot. Don't underestimate the Earth. It is different from any planet we have been to. Maybe the people there are very weak, but their Asgardians are very powerful. 17. Speaking of this, Thanos suddenly laughed. As for Loki, this guy who can only play tricks, he will not attract the attention of that Asgardian because he is not high enough. So even if you attack the Earth with Chitauri, that Asgardian won't make a big deal either. Fortunately, Ebony Maw, that Asgardian on Earth just wants to protect the Earth. Otherwise, I'm afraid the current universe might be what it will be like. Hearing Thanos' words, Ebony Maw immediately knelt on one knee and nodded. Thanos turned around, ignored his subordinates, and instead looked at the galaxy map which belonged to the Earth and gradually began to meditate. After a long time, Thanos muttered to himself. The power of ancient annihilation actually appeared, and it still appeared in the Earth. I'm afraid this has attracted the attention of many people. But it's a pity that those people can only pay attention at most. How can people who have not been cursed by the inheritance of ancient knowledge know that the power of annihilation is actually related to her or it? Maybe she will never wake up. Talking to himself here, a trace of loneliness and nostalgia flashed in Thanos' eyes. I am regarded as a butcher, like a demon king. Perhaps this universe doesn't understand the purpose of my doing so at all. The overlord of the universe, they underestimate themselves too much. Perhaps only she or the person who inherits the curse of her ancient knowledge will understand herself. Earth. No one knows what Thanos is missing at the moment, and no one knows what he is thinking. Perhaps the only one who knows what Thanos represents is Yi Yu, who is looking at the guy who keeps complaining in front of him while resting his head. It can be seen that the guy in front of him is really heartbroken and sad, but you crossed the dimension to complain to yourself, drank too much wine, don't you Asgard have someone who can drink with you Wangdas? And according to the movie, shouldn't you be forced to stay in Asgard by God King Odin now? After all, Loki fell from Bifrost and you are the only heir of Asgard. What about Sif? What about the three warriors of Asgard? Which one of them can't drink with you, insisting on boasting that such a large dimension is teleported here, sitting here drinking wine and spitting bitter water at the same time? Well, seeing this guy brought a bottle of good Asgard wine, he wanted to let himself taste it, but in the blink of an eye, he put the Asgard wine into Yu's wine cabinet, and then took out several bottles of red wine from the wine cabinet. Thor, who confides while drinking, Yu can only comfort himself. Well, who let me be friends with him? I feel depressed in my heart. If I don't ask myself, I can find someone. Only, can you go and see your girlfriend first? I heard that after you came back, she called me all the time. The above is what happened in Asgard after I went back. After Thor drank the bottle of red wine, he fumbled around and brought out the fourth. No, after the fifth bottle of red wine, he hiccuped and said to Yu, "So according to you, Loki is dead." Yu looked at Thor in front of him with tears in his eyes and asked softly, "I have no idea." He raised his hand to wipe the tears in his eyes, pretending to be blinded by the wind and sand, and after a little gentle Thor shrugged his shoulders freely and said, "Loki fell into the turbulence of time and space in Bifrost. Entering the turbulent flow of time and space, then I'm afraid it will be close to death. Unless there is some big accident, it is impossible to survive." Speaking of this, Thor sighed, lowered his head, and after a long time he slowly said, "I used to be too selfish, so that I never cared about Loki's feelings. To tell you the truth, when Loki fell, I realized that Loki had been living too hard for more than 1,500 years. Perhaps if I could pay more attention to him, or if my father could focus on put more on him, give him more love, maybe the ending will be different. I don't think Loki can die." 7. Seeing Thor sighing with a sad look on his face, Yu was silent for a moment, and then said softly, "Zum." Hearing Yu's words, Thor raised his head, looked at Yu hopefully, and then smiled at himself. "Maybe. By the way, I'm leaving, and I'm going to see my girlfriend these days. I think he is very worried about me. Perhaps her gentleness can bring me some comfort." Seeing Thor standing up and wanting to leave Thor neatly, Yu opened his mouth but didn't say anything. "What? Tell Thor, go back to Asgard. Jane Foster and your girlfriend are talking about you." It seems that Yu has no way to say these words. After all, this is Thor's personal matter. No matter how good a friend is, some things can only be faced by himself. Everyone needs such a space. In addition, it seems that Thor and Jane Foster are not in the relationship of boyfriend and girlfriend. At most, it is a relationship that once had a good impression of each other. So Yu has no way to say this matter. Well, Yu wants to talk to Loki more than want to see Thor meeting his girlfriend Catherine and Jane Foster in the scene. This guy also came to the Earth when Thor came, although it may be because of Thor's relationship that he didn't show up. But Yu knew that Loki was always by his side. Loki listened to the whole conversation he had just had with Thor. It's just why Thor didn't find Loki. Could it be because of the scepter in his hand? Yu didn't know about this, but from the moment he appeared in front of him holding the psychic scepter, Yu knew that Loki had already met Thanos. "How about it, are you moved?" In the office, only Yu and Loki who just showed up are left. Natasha Romanoff wasn't here. She went back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with some things, and she won't be back until tonight, so this gave Yu and Loki a very good space to talk. Looking at the appearance and sitting where Thor was sitting just now, Yu asked with a smile, "This is the 10th time I've known Thor for a long time and saw the picture of oil in his eye sockets. If you hadn't just reminded me, 'Don't tell Thor you're alive,' I'd have told him." "Now is not the time." Loki smiled, looked at the 5 or 6 empty wine bottles left by Thor, then shrugged his shoulders and said, "I heard everything Thor said just now. I never thought that my elder brother would cry because of me." Loki laughed at himself, then looked at Yu and said seriously, "Tell me, if he knows what I want to do next, what will he do? Kill my relatives righteously, kill me for the safety of the Earth, or kill me, I send it up? The latter should be more. After all, you are brothers. I guess he should not go down and kill you." Yu adjusted his comfortable sitting posture, then sat on the chair without hesitation, stretched his waist, looked at the scepter in Loki's hand and smiled. "So you are here to invade the Earth." Inside the cafe, Thor, who had recovered his normal clothes, went directly to the coffee shop to find his girlfriend Catherine. Just when she entered the coffee shop, she saw Catherine chatting with Jane Foster, who had an absent-minded smile on her face. After seeing Jane Foster again, Thor suddenly laughed. This is my first friend on Earth, definitely. My original self did have some affection for Jane Foster. Long time no see, Jane, you are here. Thor sat beside Catherine very gracefully, then looked at Jane Foster and greeted with a smile. You are back. Catherine saw Thor sitting next to her and smiled and took Thor's arm. Is everything in God's domain settled? Part of it has been solved, and then we just need to deal with the other rebellious places in the 9 realms, and that's it. Thor replied with a smile, then looked at Jane Foster and asked, How are you doing? Are you okay? Very good, thank you for your concern. Jane Foster answered Thor's inquiry with a smile. Just looking at Catherine holding Thor's arm, Jane Foster felt inexplicably lost. If I didn't insist on studying the anomalies of celestial bodies, perhaps. The person sitting next to Thor now should be me. It looks like Jane Foster has a lot to say to Thor. Although I was very happy after seeing my boyfriend come back, I still said empathetically, Thor, you and Jane, a good friend, haven't seen each other for a long time. You should catch up on the past. I'll go toilet. With that said, Catherine stood up, gave Thor a big smile and walked directly to the bathroom. Looking at Catherine's back, Jane Foster pursed her lips and then said softly, Your girlfriend treats you really well and is very confident. She is really mature and sensible. Hearing that Jane Foster praised his girlfriend Catherine, Thor replied happily. The old man went to his son's house, and it took half a month to come. On the first day he was away, I had a sore waist and missed him. Remember to help me put the Asgard section in my autobiography. Loki looked at Yu, then said with a smile, You are leaving. Seeing the sky gradually getting dark, Yu looked at Loki in front of him and asked with a smile, No way, since you get paid you have to work for someone else, don't you? Loki smiled and raised the mind scepter in his hand, then stood up, looked at the NBC TV building and then slowly said, I will let people pay attention, don't worry, I will not let them destroy this building. After speaking, Loki turned around and was about to leave when Yu's voice suddenly came from behind him. So actually this time you didn't intend to win at all, who knows? With a smile on his face, Loki turned his head, looked at Yu and then said with a smile, If you are from Asgard, that's great. At least I believe that if you are in Asgard, maybe I have other people's choice. After saying that, Loki disappeared directly in front of Yu. Watching Loki disappear, Yu turned off the recorder, then stood up, pocketing the gradually darkening sky outside. Opening a new era for the Earth, the era of superheroes is finally coming. Thinking of this, Yu took out his mobile phone and dialed out. A few seconds later, the call was connected, only to hear Wanda's voice from the other end of the phone. Yi, are you worried about me? Hee. Don't worry, Pietro, Sister Helena and I have already arrived at the set, it's here. Don't worry, with me and Pietro here, we will definitely take care of the crew. Sister Helena has been teaching me how to manage the company for the past 2 days, and she also said that I have the ability to manage. I don't think I will be able to manage the company for you in 2 or 3 years. Hearing Wanda's voice, Yu's face was full of smiles. The two chatted constantly on the phone. Most of the time, it was Wanda talking about new things in the crew, while Yu played a listening role. After more than an hour, the two of them hung up the phone until Wanda's phone ran out of battery. Call. After taking a long breath of relief and hanging up the phone, the smile on Yu's face gradually disappeared. With the bodyguards Asgardian Wanda and Pietro hired by himself, nothing will happen to them. And this time Chitauri led by Loki will attack New York immediately, so Wanda is safe. In this case, I have nothing to worry about. In fact, from the moment Loki arrived with the Mind Scepter, Yu suddenly realized that something was wrong with him. It was obvious that Yu could feel that his desire for the Mind Gem's ability seemed to be guided by a subconscious mind. It's the same as absorbing Mind Gem ability by yourself. Yu doesn't know what's going on, but it's definitely related to the power of annihilation in his body. Perhaps, as he guessed, if he wants to upgrade the power of annihilation and make himself stronger, then he must to absorb the power of infinite gems. It's not time yet. Seeing that the sky had turned dark, Yu let out a long sigh. Now is not the time to absorb the power of infinite gems by himself. At least, it must be done according to the plan. Mind Gem, Space Gem, Avengers assembled for the first time. However, this may be one of the few good opportunities for me. In my mind, I keep thinking about the plot of the movie I watched a long time ago, and then prepare for the next step. In a very remote valley, the sound of helicopter propellers resounded constantly. Soon, a helicopter flew across the night and gradually flew into the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he found that there was a very large building in the original valley, and the convoys were constantly evacuating towards the outside of the valley. The United Anbu Energy Action is the same architect as this research institute. At this moment, Many heavily armed people are directing some scientific research personnel to evacuate out of the valley constantly, and the helicopter also landed slowly on the ground in the air. Landed in front of the research institute. At the moment, Phil Coulson had been standing there waiting for a long time, and when he saw the helicopter cabin door open and Hill Maria and Nick Fury walk down, he immediately went up to meet him. How bad is the situation now? Seeing Phil Coulson approaching, Nick Fury asked directly, Director, the worst thing is that we are not sure how bad it is now. Phil Coulson shook his head and replied, Damn it. After hearing Phil Coulson's words, Nick Fury immediately walked into the research institute. The elevator was moving rapidly underground, and Phil Coulson was constantly telling Nick Fury what had happened. 4 hours ago, Dr. Sylvig detected a burst of energy from the Rubik's Cube. At that time, the doctor was not testing on site, he was resting in the room. The elevator door opened, and seeing the scientific researchers who were carrying things and evacuating, Nick Fury asked directly, How huge is this energy now? It is impossible to predict, but it is certain that the energy is constantly rising, so we issued an order to evacuate all. Phil Coulson replied, Within half an hour, all personnel must evacuate here. Hilmaria next to Nick Fury said immediately after hearing what Phil Coulson said, No problem. Phil Coulson nodded and then began to direct the evacuation. Point 0. After seeing Phil Coulson leave, Hilmaria said to Nick Fury, Director, maybe it's useless to evacuate now. If we can't control the energy of the Rubik's Cube, then it's useless to hide anywhere of. Nick Fury definitely understood Hilmaria's subtext, but he didn't say anything but directly issued an order. No matter what, I order you to save the second stage prototype first so that it can be transferred safely. Now is not the time to think about these things. Maria Hill frowned when she heard Nick Fury's words. Unless it's the end of the world, we have to go on living. Nick Fury turned his head to look at Hilmaria and said something, then walked towards the experimental site where Tesseract was located. Seeing Nick Fury leave very simply and neatly, Maria Hill sighed helplessly and then said to the two guards, Come with me, first load all the relevant equipment and take them away. What the hell is going on with all this? Dr. Sylvig. Nick Fury strode to the empty research room where Tesseract was located, then looked at Dr. Sylvig and asked, There's something wrong with Tesseract. Seeing Nick Fury approaching, Dr. Sylvig said helplessly, The current Tesseract is not only active but also has extremely unstable performance. We don't even know why it happened. Didn't you try unplugging it? Nick Fury asked as he walked towards the Tesseract's location. Tesseract originally is a super strong ability body. We turned off the power, but it turned on by itself. If its energy reaches its peak. Before Dr. Sylvig could finish speaking, Nick Fury suddenly said, Isn't this exactly our purpose? To be able to draw energy from the universe with 507. Do you think we're ready? Hearing what Nick Fury said, Dr. Sylvig walked to the computer that calculated the Tesseract energy, looked at the changes in the value and replied, At least I still need a lot of calculations. I don't think we have done it yet this preparation. Once Tesseract's energy reaches its peak, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for us. You have to know that the energy of Tesseract is like a door. One end is connected to us, and the other end is connected to the universe. Who can guarantee that when Tesseract reaches its peak and this door opens, what we are facing is not can provide the energy we need, but a horde of aliens who want to invade Earth. Thor is an alien after all, isn't he? Having said that, Dr. Sylvig suddenly raised his head, looked at Nick Fury and asked, How is Thor now? Jane Foster went to the Horn newspaper to find Thor. What do you think? This is not the time to talk about it, Dr. Sylvig. Nick Fury interrupted Dr. Sylvig, then looked around and asked, Barton, on top. The doctor pointed to the top, indicating that Hawkeye was on top. Hearing that Nick Fury was looking for him, Hawkeye dragged the rope and descended from a height of more than 10 meters. Barton, Agent, you stand so high. See what's going on around you. Has anyone activated it? Nick Fury walked up to Hawkeye, then asked, Nobody. Barton shook his head. I have been observing the surroundings. If someone activates the Tesseract, they must not escape my eyes. But in fact, no one has ever entered or exited here. Hearing the experimenter say that another pulse is coming, Nick Fury nodded. So you mean the problem appears on our side from time to time? It's possible. Barton nodded. After all, if this is a door, then the door must go both ways. As soon as the voice fell, the Tesseract, which was originally calm, suddenly emitted bursts of light blue matter, and then the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. valley base trembled. Hide quickly. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury immediately hid behind a pillar, and then shouted at the experimenters. Before all the experimenters could hide, a huge energy burst out from the Tesseract and then continuously rotated to form a light blue energy beam. The blue energy beam rushed straight to the opposite side, directly in the opposite air, as if opening a door of space. When the space is torn apart, you can see that behind the passage in a pitch-black universe, countless stars are dotted in it. Just when Nick Fury was surprised, the space gate suddenly spread, forming countless blue lights flashing, and the dazzling light made everyone close their eyes subconsciously. When the blue light dissipated, a guy with a scepter and a wicked smile on his face suddenly appeared in the original laboratory. Looking at Loki holding a scepter, Nick Fury sighed secretly and suddenly remembered the idea that the Tesseract is a door, then stepped forward and shouted at Loki not far away. "Sir, please put down the scepter in your hand first, spear." Following Nick Fury's shout, many heavily armed members of the S.H.I.E.L.D team cautiously approached Loki with their weapons raised. "Drop the spear." Looking at the psychic scepter in his hand, Loki suddenly lifted it up, and a powerful energy directly attacked Nick Fury. Seeing this scene, Barton pushed Nick Fury aside, and members of the S.H.I.E.L.D armed squad raised their weapons and directly attacked Loki. Almost at the same time, many bullets directly hit Loki's body, but after the bullets hit Loki's body armor, they all fell to the ground, and Loki threw himself towards the S.H.I.E.L.D team members. While using the psychic scepter, Loki constantly launched an attack. These S.H.I.E.L.D agents may be very powerful, but in front of Loki, they are not opponents at all. So in barely a few seconds, members of a S.H.I.E.L.D team were all knocked to the ground by Loki. Looking at the unconscious S.H.I.E.L.D agents on the ground, Loki chuckled lightly. Looking at Nick Fury, who stood up from the ground, Loki raised his eyebrows and said triumphantly, "You should thank that fellow Yi. If you hadn't made an agreement with him not to kill people easily, then there should be no living people here now." "That's right. A leaf." Nick Fury stood up, glanced at the S.H.I.E.L.D combat team lying on the ground, and then suddenly said, "Sir, since you and Yi are friends, then you can be friends with us. If there is anything we can good business test 10 times. Discussion, don't want me to put down my weapon." Loki chuckled, then looked at Nick Fury and said, "I'm Loki from Asgard, God's realm. I bear a mission 4.3 that you ants can't imagine. So when have you ever seen a god discuss with ants?" While talking, Loki suddenly turned around, grabbed Barton who was about to attack him, and then laughed. "You are different from them, just right, I need some people." As he said that, Loki raised his scepter directly and assimilated Barton into one of his own. Not far away, Nick Fury frowned when he saw this scene. Although he didn't know what method Loki used, he knew from Barton's movements that he was controlled by Loki. "Since you are from God's domain, I think you should know that Thor is also on Earth. Don't mention him to me." As he said that, Loki lifted the scepter directly, and a wave of energy directly attacked Nick Fury. Inside the museum, among the people coming and going, there is a person standing in front of the sculptures of Captain America and the Howling Commando, staring at these sculptures affectionately. In my ears, the museum TV introduced the process of the battle that year. In my mind, I seem to have returned to that era of war-torn times, and the scene of fighting side by side flashed back constantly over and over again. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable, breathless emotion in his heart, his eyes shifted a little to the left, looking at the battle suit he had worn back then and the imitation shield. A trace of memories once again surfaced in front of my eyes. Behind him, a middle-aged man was looking at him with his arms around him and asked the young man beside him from time to time, "What's wrong with him?" "He's old, so he habitually recalls the past. Yi, you say I'm old. After that, you can't do this to him." "Actually, I think he's pretty young." Hearing Tony's words, Yi took a breath with a toothache and then said, "Don't you think the 70 years of being frozen should not be counted? After all, 11 is like sleeping for 70 years, so I think 70 should be subtracted from Steve's age." "Stop that, man. I don't agree with you." Tony grabbed Yi's shoulders and then said with a smile, "If according to you sleeping is not considered age, then I am very young now." "You know that's not what I meant." Yi rolled his eyes, then turned to look at Tony and asked, "By the way, how is Peppo?" "I'll see you." Hearing Yi's question, Tony Stark said very naturally and proudly, "I have to say, Natasha Romanoff came up with a good idea, at least now she is my girlfriend. I have now handed over full power to Stark Industries. Peppo handled it. And hasn't Stark Industry been working on new energy recently? She is dealing with the new energy market at Stark Industry." Hearing what Tony said, Yi thought for a while, then looked at Tony and said, "Let her go to another place to handle your Stark business. I think your Stark Industry and other partners are in other cities. You should let's have some business dealings. Don't let Peppo stay in New York for a while." Waters. Hearing Yu's words, Tony Stark looked at Yu with a puzzled expression, then turned his head to look at Steve, who had woken up from his nostalgia, and then frowned and asked, "Is there something big going to happen in New York?" "The dangerous one." Yu nodded without hiding anything. "Didn't you see that I sent Wanda and Pietro away? They are helping me manage the crew, and at the same time learning how to manage the company with Helena." "Just right," Pietro said, "that if he wants to become a superstar, then the crew is the most suitable place. There is no harm in learning more, at least it will be useful in the future." "Well, this is my excuse to Wanda and Pietro." Hearing Yu's words, Tony Stark glanced at Steve's back. No wonder Steve came to the museum again to see his past. I thought he was showing off to himself the great things he did before. It turned out that it was for prepare yourself mentally. "That's a big deal." As he spoke, Tony Stark took out his cell phone and walked aside, directly calling Pepper. After about a few minutes, Tony Stark hung up the phone and returned to Yu's side. "I told Pabo that in the afternoon she will take a plane to a place 1,000 kilometers away to discuss business. She thought it was an extremely important cooperation channel for the Stark industry. But in fact it is the same, but I asked her in advance, made some preparations." Speaking of this, Tony Stark looked at Yu and asked, "But seriously, buddy, what kind of big event will happen? It will make you so cautious, so I can't help but let Pepper go and almost kill you. The Wanda brothers and sisters who are hanging on the body are also sent together. If I say that aliens are going to attack the Earth, would you believe it?" Yu stretched out his hand, wrapped Tony Stark's shoulder and asked with a smile, "Oh, really?" Hearing Yu's words, although I felt that it was a bit ridiculous, but looking at Yu's face with a smile on his face, but his eyes were very serious, he couldn't help but gasped. "That guy believed it too." Tony pointed at Steve with his chin and asked softly, "He definitely believes it and is ready for it. Only this time it's not his best friend Bucky or the members of the Howling Commandos but you." "Was?" Tony pointed to himself, then frowned and looked at Yu. "What about you? Don't tell me you're not going to get involved in this matter. It's very tiring and having you is enough." Yu spread his hands and said, "I'm just an ordinary boss of NBC Entertainment. I'm very good at entertaining the public. I'll leave it to you guys to fight. I'm still an inventive genius at Stark Industries." Tony Stark pointed a middle finger at Yu, then stretched out his hand with a speechless face and shook Yu's shoulder vigorously. "Damn it, you already knew about this in advance, so don't try to stay out of it. Others don't know your strength, don't I know it? Are you kidding? In this kind of war against alien invasion, if you are not careful, it may spread to the entire 250 world. In this case, if I can choose my brothers to fight side by side, I will definitely choose you and Steve. I don't want to hand over my back to a group of strangers during a fight. So buddy, don't try to stay out of it and tell me what's going on." Tony Stark put his arms around Yu's shoulders forcefully, with a threat that had no deterrent effect. "Hey, after all, it's those guys from God's domain who are making trouble." Yu spread his hands and said, "I don't know if I will fight this time, it depends on the situation, but this time it has ushered in a new era in which the Earth belongs to superheroes. Definitely it all starts with Thor." As he spoke, Yu told Tony Stark what happened. The 9 realms on the planet Jotunheim. Thor, who killed a stone man with a hammer, suddenly touched his nose. "I don't know why, but it always feels so itchy. It seems that I have never been sick. After all, I am Thor. How can God be sick? Well, although I don't know why, it should be that the climate here is not so good. I still miss the Earth a little bit, and I don't know what Catherine is doing." After chatting with Jane Foster for a long time last time, Catherine became more and more gentle to herself. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at Hill, who was helping himself to wrap the bandage on his injured arm, Nick Fury's eyes revealed a trace of determination. "Call Phil Coulson, summon Tony Stark, Captain Steve Rogers, and send someone to find Dr. Banner and Aletha. Gather all these people together and prepare to fight the war that will happen next." Hearing what Nick Fury said, Maria Hill paused for a moment, then continued to help Nick Fury deal with the wound on his arm, and after the treatment was finished, she asked, "Nick, I don't agree with calling them. After all they once gathered together, the energy represented will be enormous. If we have no other choice now." Nick Fury didn't wait for Maria Hill to finish, and said directly, "Avengers, it's time to build it. Since that Loki from God's domain wants to invade Earth, let him take a look. The strongest on Earth, let's make a big superhero group." "Okay." Seeing that Nick Fury had made up his mind, Maria Hill stopped talking and called Phil Coulson directly. After Maria Hill went out, Nick Fury took the initiative to call Yu. "Actually, I did meet Loki, and the two of us had a great conversation. Any questions?" "Inside the villa." Listening to Nick Fury's inquiry on the phone, Yu spoke while eating the fruit plate in front of him. Oh, you mean he wants to invade the Earth with aliens? I know that. Yu crossed his legs, looked at Natasha Romanoff who was changing into combat gear, and then said to Nick Fury. When Loki came to Earth yesterday, he told me about this. She wanted me to help him write an autobiography, so these things definitely told me. You asked me why I didn't tell you in advance. I have an agreement with him. As an agreement to prevent him from killing innocent people indiscriminately, we must wait until he appears before telling this matter. Otherwise, I am afraid that many people will be killed. People. Avengers, I don't want to go. I'm only 19 years old and a lot of good life is still waiting for me. You should come to this kind of life and death matter. Aren't you S.H.I.E.L.D involved in the battle? Superhero, I don't want to be a superhero. It's tiring to be a superhero. Let Steve and the others become superheroes. The Earth is about to fall into the hands of aliens. How is it possible the Earth is not as fragile as you imagined? Natasha Romanoff, Tony, Steve. All right. Glancing at Natasha Romanoff, who had finished changing her clothes, Yu thought for a while, then nodded and said, all right, then I'll give you a face. After all, I don't want to see them have trouble. After hanging up the phone, Yu looked at Natasha Romanoff, who had changed her clothes, and then put on half of her silver mask. Yu, who was originally amiable, immediately had an extremely cold aura on his body after putting on the silver mask. This aura was extremely contrary to Yu's originally amiable and elegant temperament. Those who are not familiar with Yu will simply not believe that this cold aura actually emanates from Yu. Sure enough, it is produced by the system, so it must be a high-quality product. Once you wear the mask, no one will love it so handsome. Noticing the difference in his aura, Yu praised himself from the bottom of his heart. He is really handsome. Take off the mask. Seeing Yu, whose aura changed instantly, Natasha Romanoff frowned and said very unaccustomed. She doesn't like the fierce aura exuding from Yu. In her heart, Yu is always that sunny, handsome, friendly young man. She doesn't want Yu to become like this. Taking off the mask, seeing Natasha Romanoff sitting in front of him, as if he wanted to have a good conversation with him, Yu also sat down. In fact, since you know what happened this time means, you should also know how dangerous this time will be. Looking into Yu's eyes, Natasha Romanoff said very seriously, I am originally from S.H.I.E.L.D, so I must be involved in this matter. Besides, Barton was taken away by that guy from God's domain. He is my best friend. I can't watch him have an accident. Otherwise, I can't face his wife, his daughter, but you are different. As she said, Natasha Romanoff raised her hand and brushed it lightly on Yu's cheek, then said softly with her eyes, as you said, you are just 19 years old and you still have a wonderful life waiting for you, so you don't need to join this battle. To be honest, this is the first time in my history, and perhaps in the history of the Earth, that I have faced the invasion of aliens. No one knows what the battle will look like, and they don't know whether we can win. Very when possible, we will use our lives to win this upcoming battle. And to be honest, I don't really care. After all, I have experienced countless storms and seen too many lives and deaths, so I don't care about my life, but you are different, brother. I don't recommend you to join this battle. Unless I die in this battle and the Earth becomes precarious, before that, I don't want to see your hands covered in blood. The kind that bears the weight of life can be easily crushed. Break a lot of people. Saying that, Natasha Romanoff laughed. So don't worry about Nick Fury's summoning. He likes to control people's hearts the most. Don't listen to anything he says. What a shitty end of the world, what a shitty Earth fighting aliens. You are only 19 years old. It has nothing to do with you. Listen to me, stay at home, honestly, promise to be good. It is best to leave here. Whether it is to find Wanda or go to another place for vacation, don't worry about anything. You will come back after we win. If we are all killed in battle, then you should hide as far away as possible. No one will laugh at you as a coward. Once the Earth fails, as long as you can live well, even if the old lady is in hell, it's the happiest thing ever. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's sincere persuasion, I can feel Natasha Romanoff's heartfelt concern. She didn't know that it was all just a game between Loki and Earth. So maybe she's ready to fight aliens to the death. She believes that this is her responsibility, but she doesn't want to see herself and participate in it, even if in her heart it is very likely that the Earth will be defeated this time. She only hopes that she can live a good life. In the words of the widow, she never felt the warmth of this world, just like what Red Skull said later, she didn't even know who her father was. It seems that the warmth of the family and the warmth of the sun have nothing to do with her, and S.H.I.E.L.D is just the place where she works, not her home. It wasn't until the appearance of Avengers that she really had a home of her own. She cherishes this hard-won family very much. When the Avengers alliance broke up, whether she helped Tony or Steve, she wanted this family to be complete. She can also give everything for this home, so when the Avengers alliance was forth, she jumped down from the cliff after fighting with Hawkeye and exchanged her life for Mind Gem. Some people say that she is for the Earth, for the countless lives lost in the universe because of that snap of the fingers. But in fact, when everyone has given up on Avengers, when all superheroes have given up on that Avengers base, only she stood there alone, like a candle holder in the dark because she had nowhere to go. If the family falls apart, the family will fall apart or turn into ashes, then she will hold up this family alone. So even if she is eating a sandwich with tears in her eyes, she still has to tell Steve that she will not give up. Even if in fact there is no trace of hope, but she was still struggling alone, because the former Avengers were her only family. This life is different. Yiyu's appearance made Nick Fury send her to Yiyu's side. Nick Fury wants her to guide Yiyu, so that this young man who is full of super abilities and can control others must not go astray. In the past 8 months with Yiyu, I wanted to guide her at the beginning and then slowly integrated into this harmonious and warm family. Before she knew it, she really regarded this place as her home. She likes the atmosphere here very much. Here, she can feel a trace of peace, indifference, and warmth that she has never obtained before. On weekdays, what I like to watch most is Wanda constantly bullying Pietro. What I like to see most is that after being bullied by Wanda, Pietro always pesters Yiyu for the latest version on the market, his favorite big super figure. She likes staying by his side the most, secretly enjoying the fascinating warmth, and unconsciously the damn habit made her intoxicated in it. Perhaps this is the atmosphere that a family should really have. Maybe there will be noise from time to time, and the younger siblings in the family will be misbehaving, but this kind of thing really fascinates her. Even if Pietro got into a fight at school and was invited by the parents, she liked to go there. Because this is something that has never appeared in her life experience, so she feels that she is sinking into it and cannot control herself. Unknowingly, more than 8 months have passed, and the young man who made Nick Fury a little worried did not do any youthful, impulsive, or reckless things. Instead, he was rational and mature. Therefore, she pretended that nothing happened, quietly enjoying the gift of fate to her after going through blood and fire, life and death. It's a pity that there are only 8 months, and I thought I could be greedy for more time, but aliens are going to attack the Earth. What can I do? As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, I can push out some simple tasks, but the enemy is now, and I definitely have to protect the world. Perhaps this time is very dangerous, because the enemy is an unknown alien. No one knows how powerful these aliens are, and no one knows how powerful these aliens' technology is. Perhaps the only thing that can know is that people like themselves, even with their lives, must protect the Earth. Forget it, let's take it as compensation for the evil debts I made in the first half of my life. The only pity is that maybe I will never have the opportunity to experience this kind of warmth in the future. But before dying, it is enough to enjoy the warmth of the family for more than 8 months. At least I have experienced this long-awaited BBCD family warmth. What is there to be dissatisfied with? I should be satisfied. If I am greedy, I am afraid even God will blame me. Many brothers are a little puzzled by the intimacy of the widow sister to the protagonist, so here is a full explanation. By the way, what the hell is going on? Tony Stark, who was wearing armor, was sitting on a Quinjet fighter jet, looking at Natasha Romanoff, who was flying the fighter plane in the cockpit, with a cold face, as if I was very angry and no strangers should enter. He couldn't help touching Yiyu lightly and then asked in a low voice, "It's because of me." Yiyu glanced at the cockpit with a wry smile and then explained softly, "Are you kidding? With my genius in charge we'll lose." Tony Stark said arrogantly, "Don't worry, let alone aliens, even if alien gods come, we will definitely win. And with me here, you will be fine." Tony's right. On the other side of Yiyu, Steve Rogers nodded in the same way and said, "If there is a real war, it may be very difficult, but until I die, I will not let you have an accident." Looking at Yiyu, Steve said with a smile, "However, you'd better persuade Natasha Romanoff. Don't make her angry, she looks stern. Even the air is a bit cold, as if frozen. I dare not say it out loud." Tony touched Yiyu's arm quietly and then whispered, "Good." Hearing Tony's words, Yiyu looked at Steve staring at his shield. As if I was preparing for the upcoming alien war, Yiyu smiled and nodded, then stood up and walked towards the co-pilot past. After Yiyu walked over, Tony went directly to Steve's side, then pointed to Yiyu and Natasha Romanoff and said softly, "I bet after a woman is angry, there is no way to coax her within half an hour." Hearing Tony's words, Steve raised his head, thought for a moment about the scene when Peggy misunderstood himself and shot at the shield with a gun. And then he stopped being angry for a while, then shook his head and said, "Probably not so long. $20. Tony stretched out 2 fingers, then raised his eyebrows and said triumphantly, "Based on my experience at Pepper's side, I bet you 20 yuan for half an hour, and within half an hour Natasha Romanoff, don't be angry, then after the victory of the war I will pay for the party drinks. Guaranteed to be all good wines. If it's half an hour later, then you have to pay me 20 yuan, how about it?" Looking at the frowning Tony Stark, Steve thought for a while, raised his fist and touched the two of Tony. "That's the deal." After finishing speaking, both of them looked eagerly at the driver and co-pilot positions. In the middle of a wide sea, the S.H.I.E.L.D. aerospace aircraft carrier stays above. "It doesn't make sense, things shouldn't be like this." Tony Stark asked Steve while walking. "You said, is it because every woman is different, so the time to get angry is different?" This is not only related to the situation at the time, the scene of the quarrel, the character of the person, and the environment. What are the factors that affect it? Hearing Tony say a lot of tongue-twisting words, Steve Rogers shrugged his shoulders with a smile, raised his hand and patted Tony on the shoulder, and then said with a smile, "I don't understand these, but the only thing I know is one thing is, man, after the fight you're in charge of the drinks. Definitely, if we can win this time, the meeting place will be in my Stork Club. It's considered 307 and I'm out of the venue." Hearing Steve's words, Tony curled his lips and muttered, "It must be because of many redundant factors, otherwise I would not have lost. You must know that every time Peppo gets angry, I have to spend a long time coaxing her." Tony Stark doesn't feel sorry for the drinks at the party after the victory, but he just refuses to admit defeat after losing the bet. "Boys, this is not the time to talk about this." Natasha Romanoff, who was walking in the front, couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard the discussion of the two people behind her. "If you don't feel bored, you can stay here, but the aircraft carrier will take off later. And when it ascends to after reaching a certain height, the foreign atmosphere will be gone." As soon as Natasha Romanoff's voice fell, a Quinjet fighter slowly flew to the aerospace carrier. And then Phil Coulson walked down, followed by Dr. Banner, who was a little at a loss. After getting off the Quinjet fighter jet, Phil Coulson just greeted Natasha Romanoff, then walked to Steve with an excited face, and at the same time stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Captain, I am Phil Coulson. It is a great honor to invite you and me this time." Phil Coulson is the person who admires you the most in S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff looked at Steve and said something, while Yi smiled and walked to Dr. Banner, who was a little at a loss. "Hi, Dr. Banner, I'm Yi too. I've heard of your name a long time ago." Seeing Yi's outstretched hand, Dr. Banner pursed his lips, then shook Yi's hand lightly and then said, "Are you also from S.H.I.E.L.D? "No, I'm the same as you, I was brought here." Yi shrugged, then explained with a smile, "That's good. When the Phil Coulson agent found me, he told me that many people were invited at the same time. I always felt that aliens invaded the Earth and invited many people to help. He lied to me. You know, many people want to put me in a jar and throw me into the sea." Speaking of this, Dr. Banner suddenly paused and then asked thoughtfully, "Sorry, Mr. Yi, I seem to have seen you before." "We did." Yi replied with a smile. "When you transformed into a Hulk, you ran amok in Manhattan and then I showed you a way." "I see." Dr. Banner nodded suddenly and then muttered in a low voice, "No wonder Hulk's joy flooded into my mind after seeing you." "Okay, everyone, now is not the time to chat." Natasha Romanoff glanced at Yi, who was chatting with Dr. Banner, then at Tony, who was excitedly talking to Steve, and looked around curiously, as if he wanted to dismantle the aerospace carrier to study it. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "The aircraft carrier is about to take off, everyone come with me." As the voice of Natasha Romanoff fell, the aerospace carrier started instantly, and the huge amounts of propellers began to spin crazily on the sea surface. On the water, seeing this scene, everyone took a look at it, and then walked towards the interior of the battleship with Natasha Romanoff. After passing through the two doors, you can see many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are constantly controlling one computer after another, and each computer is displaying the balanced operation of various parts of the battleship. After listening to S.H.I.E.L.D. agents reporting normal one after another, Maria Hill, who was in charge of the overall control, said directly, "The S.H.I.E.L.D. emergency procedure has been activated, and we have reached the predetermined altitude." "Then let's disappear out of thin air." On the warship master control equation platform, Nick Fury directly issued orders. Following Nick Fury's order, the slowly flying warship instantly opened the transparent reflector, and the entire spaceship gradually assimilated with the color of the sky. I have to say that this scene in the movie is very shocking, but when Yi is in it, the more intuitive feeling is even more shocking. Welcome everyone. Nick Fury turned around, looked at the Avengers members in front of him, and then spoke. I think everyone should already understand what happened, so I won't talk nonsense here. Nick Fury walked towards the crowd and said, Loki from Asgard, the god realm, stole the Tesseract and took away my most loyal subordinates. Although I don't know how long the upcoming battle will start, but I think Tesseract must be the only way to open the space channel and let aliens enter the Earth. So everyone, for now, the most important thing for us is to be able to find the specific location of Tesseract. Although I have started a large-scale search, in fact, things are progressing very slowly. Speaking of which, Nick Fury came in front of the crowd, looking at them with different expressions. Either 3.8 was watching the surroundings, or they were just thinking about how to dismantle the battleship and study it. Then he slowly stretched out his hand to Yi Yu and said, Meet you again, Yi, thank you very much for coming. You know, your coming is very important to me. After all, you are the only one who can talk to Loki, and the only one who has an intersection with Asgard. You are welcome. Yi Yu shrugged his shoulders, and after shaking hands with Nick Fury, he was about to say something. But Natasha Romanoff said directly to Nick Fury, No matter what happens, Yi Yu will not participate in the battle. This is my responsibility for him. Decision made. After finishing speaking, regardless of Nick Fury's surprise, she walked directly to the search panel. She wanted to see if she could find Hawkeye, controlled by Loki. It seems that your relationship is very good. Nick Fury glanced at Natasha Romanoff over there, then smiled and said to Yi Yu, No way, she is like a sister. Yi Yu shrugged and smiled, elder sister. Nick Fury glanced at Natasha Romanoff, who was searching for Barton's location, and Yi Yu then shook his head with a smile and said, Let's not talk about that, Yi. You are the only one who has come into contact with Loki, and the first a man who knew that Luke was going to lead aliens to invade Earth. And he asked you to help write his biography. Then I must have told you a lot. Do you have any clues? It's not clear, he only told me something about what happened. Yi Yu shook his head, but he still opened his mouth and said, But one thing I can be sure of, he wants to use the space gem to open the door of the space-time channel. Only in this way can the Chitauri army reach the Earth smoothly. After all, the Chitauri behind him too far from Earth's dimension. The Chitauri. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Nick Fury asked very seriously, Are the Chitauri from Asgard or from other planets? What is their combat power? 11s. Chitauri is not from Asgard, I know what you're worried about. Looking at Nick Fury with a dignified expression, Yi Yu replied, Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with Asgard. I think even Thor will show up to help us. After all, the king of Asgard, the god King Odin, the purpose is to protect the 9 realms, not dominate the 9 realms. As for Chitauri, according to Loki's narration, Chitauri is the weakest alien in the entire universe. Definitely, its combat power is estimated to be similar to that of a trained person on Earth. Although it looks ugly, its real combat power is it's not that powerful. As for technology, I don't know much about it. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Nick Fury let go of the heart he had been carrying all along. Since this is the case, it's much simpler. I'm afraid that Loki will bring the most powerful enemy of aliens over. Well, sorry, interrupt. Dr. Banner on the side raised his hand and then looked embarrassed, but I wanted to say something. Dr. Banner, don't be so nervous. You can speak freely without raising your hands. Nick Fury looked at Dr. Banner and said, I want to ask, how long do I need to stay here? Dr. Banner pursed his lips, then asked, As long as you find the location of the Tesseract, then Dr. Banner, you can leave any time. Nick Fury looked at Dr. Banner, who couldn't relax, and said comfortingly, So I just heard from you that there is no progress yet, right? Bruce Banner looked at Nick Fury and asked, In fact, we monitor almost every camera, mobile phone, and laptop on this Earth. As long as they are connected to the internet, they are all within the scope of our surveillance. Let's narrow it down. Dr. Banner thought for a while and then said, Prepare enough spectrometers for me to mount on this big guy, and then calibrate them all to gamma rays, and then prepare a laboratory for me, and I will set up an algorithm, and then start tracing from the source, so that at least some unnecessary scope can be narrowed down. Hearing Dr. Banner's words, Nick Fury nodded and said, That's no problem, Phil Coulson. You take Dr. Banner to his laboratory. On the side, Tony, who had escaped from the armor, looked around before returning to Yi Yu and Steve. S.H.I.E.L.D. has owned the space gem for decades. I always feel that they will use the space gem to research something amazing. Maybe a very powerful weapon, what do you think? Listening to Tony Stark's whispered words, Steve thought for a while, then shook his head and said, This is the freedom of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that it has little to do with us. I can't say that, I just want to know. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been using Tesseract to study some ulterior secrets. After all, you know, for the research, I have a great curiosity. Besides, if it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D's study of the universe, Loki would not have appeared on Earth. At least he wouldn't be able to bring aliens to attack. Hearing Tony's whispered words, Steve on the side turned his head and asked softly to Yi Yu, who was embracing his hands. Tesseract is a space gem, one of the 6 infinite gems, which contains a huge amount of energy. Perhaps it comes from the current technology of the Earth, and its existence is harmful and not beneficial. At least 700 years ago, when God King Odin put it on the Earth, he probably would not have thought that after more than 700 years someone would study Tesseract. Look. After hearing Yi Yu's words, Tony smiled and bumped fists with Yi Yu, and then said to Steve, Captain, if it weren't for the Tesseract, you wouldn't have had a fight with that Red Skull back then, and you wouldn't have been frozen in the end. Nearly 70 years. So this thing is a scourge at all, at least for the current Earth, and because of this, I really want to know what the hell is going on with S.H.I.E.L.D, which has owned Tesseract for so many years. Hearing what Tony said, Steve glanced at Yi Yu again, then nodded lightly and said, perhaps. The existence of Tesseract is indeed harmful to the Earth. At least, as Yi Yu said 110, there are countless powerful enemies in the universe thinking about us. Although Loki came through Tesseract, he is definitely not the first one. Then we'll split up after a while. Steve glanced at Tony and Yi Yu and then continued. But Yi, leave this matter to me and Tony to investigate. There is no way. Nick Fury is very concerned about you. If you get involved, you may be discovered by Nick Fury. No problems. Yi Yu nodded, then glanced at Nick Fury and then said with a smile, I'll help you keep that Nick Fury in check. That's it. After the three raised their hands and touched their fists, they pretended that nothing happened. S.H.I.E.L.D uses the energy of Tesseract to develop weapons is the second stage. In fact, Yi Yu also wants to know what the first stage and the third stage are. What's more, the purpose of these weapons research is to deal with people like myself. In the afternoon, I took a car to the Huxia Medicine Hospital to have a look. No wonder my waist is always sore. It turns out that there is a lumbar bone above the tailbone. The doctor said to set the bone, but you can't exercise for 3 days during the bone setting, and it's best not to sit for a long time within 7 days. Well, it just hit the shelves on the 12th, and now I can't do without people. Only then did I realize that I had written 100,000 words in 6 days after being put on the shelves. Haha, let's wait until next month to talk about it. A huge abandoned factory. Seeing that many scientific researchers are constantly busy, Loki closed his eyes with the psychic scepter, and the color of the surroundings changed instantly. Then, the phantom of the whole person came to the planet of Chitauri. Don't you have a hand yet? Ebony Maw, who is also a phantom, looked at Loki and then urged, Chitauri, I can't wait anymore. Then get them ready. Looking at the phantom Ebony Maw, Loki said with a smile, I have obtained the Tesseract now, but there is one thing I am very curious about. Since you are so powerful, why don't you come to Earth yourself? Or what are you afraid of? Afraid? Afraid of those weak Earthlings. After Ebony Maw heard Loki's words, he lowered his voice and said sternly, Don't question the great master, you know, he handed the scepter into your hands. And you, at that time, were just a loser who was always defeated. It was the great master who gave you the opportunity to become the king of the Earth. You have to be grateful for this. Grateful? Hearing Ebony Maw's words, Loki suddenly laughed and said with a Japanese pun, I'm really grateful. To become your king, Loki, although your ambition is so childish and ridiculous compared to the great master. But this is normal, after all. The master's concern is the entire universe, not to become a so-called the king. However, anyone who is willing to dedicate everything to the master will be rewarded by the master. And becoming the king of the earth is the best reward from the master. If you betray the master, even if you escape to any corner of the universe, you will be rewarded. Useless. The great master will find you, punish you, and let you know what is the real pain and what is the real wailing. No problems. Loki chuckled at Ebony Maw's words. Get the Chitauri ready, hopefully they're as powerful as you say. After speaking, Loki's phantom disappeared instantly, and the next second, Loki returned to the Earth. Looking at the researchers who are constantly connecting to the experimental equipment around him, the smile on Loki's original face gradually disappeared. The entire universe. Oh, the appetite is really big. Since it is the entire universe, it naturally includes Asgard. I don't know how he is doing now. Let me play a good show with you. Dare to threaten me, Prince of Asgard. Oh, it's really interesting. Having said that, Loki stood up and walked into the laboratory. The experimental equipment is over there. Dr. Silweger directed the researchers controlled by Loki to assemble the machine and asked Hawkeye, Where did you find so many people? It's very simple. You must know that S.H.I.E.L.D has had many enemies over the years. Although some of them are hidden, it is not difficult to find them. Barton answered while holding the computer to check something. After searching for a while, he raised the computer and looked at Dr. Sylvig and said, "This is what you are looking for." Looking at the matter and the image of a person displayed on the screen, Dr. Sylvig laughed and nodded. "That's right, it's this. Iridium, which comes with meteorites and can be formed into antiprotons as a stabilizer. This thing is very much in demand now. If S.H.I.E.L.D knows, then it will be even more sought after." Barton looked at Dr. Sylvig and said, "I can't control that much." While talking, Dr. Sylvig looked at Loki, who was coming, and greeted him with a big smile. "Hey, I have to say, Tesseract has taught me a lot. It's not just knowledge but truth." "Well, as I know." Loki nodded with a smile, then looked at Barton and asked, "So what did it show you?" "My next target, but I need a bait and an eyeliner." Barton picked up his bow and arrow and said to Loki, "Aerospace aircraft carrier, director, we found some clues." The big bald S.H.I.E.L.D, who was watching the screen, looked at the clues sent back by the computer and immediately said to Nick Fury, "How good is the fit?" Hearing what S.H.I.E.L.D said, Nick Fury immediately walked over and asked, "78% no, the value is rising, and it has reached 95% now. The location is Stuttgart, Hanover 28. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.'s words, Nick Fury immediately turned his head to Natasha Romanoff and said, "Natasha Romanoff, take the captain and the others and bring this guy back." "No problems." Natasha Romanoff nodded and then said to Steve and Tony Stark, "Let's go bring back our prince from Asgard." Saying that, Natasha Romanoff turned to look at Yu. You can stay here until we come back." After thinking about the process of capturing Loki, it seemed that there was nothing dangerous, and Loki was deliberately captured. Yu nodded and said, "Go, I happen to be wandering around." Seeing Natasha Romanoff leading Steve, and Tony, who winked at him before leaving, Yu smiled and wandered around the aerospace carrier. Passing through several corridors, Yu, who had nothing to do at the moment, observed the aerospace carrier very seriously. To be honest, this is the first time Yu has seen such a magnificent aerospace aircraft carrier, so it is inevitable that he feels a little strange. After all, neither in his previous life nor in this world has he ever seen such a magnificent spaceship. Not to mention boarding it yourself. At the corner, when passing a few corners while watching the huge file size of a house which was spinning rapidly, behind him S.H.I.E.L.D came over. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I didn't expect the director to invite you here." S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Yu, then said with a smile, "2 months ago, you were the one who sent someone to assassinate me." Seeing that there was no one around, Yu glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D and then asked. Hearing Yu's question, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but smiled wryly. "You don't dare to disobey the order, you know this, not to mention the fact that this is a misunderstanding. I never thought that you would be our own people. But after hearing that you are coming this time, Mr. Pierce asked me to say hello to you. Director Nick Fury is in charge of the S.H.I.E.L.D aerospace carrier, and Mr. Pierce is in charge of the S.H.I.E.L.D thing." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.'s words, Yu nodded lightly, but after thinking for a while, he immediately asked, "World Security Council, who are our people? I need to know this, otherwise, when the time comes, if you kill it wrong, it will be bad." "The 7th is delivered. I'll go lie down for a while. Why is there a list of Hydra in the World Security Council? In fact, you don't need to think about it. People in the World Security Council must have people from Hydra. Yu is going to wait until the end of the Avengers Alliance, and together with Nick Fury, they will eradicate all Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D, as well as some Hydra with relatively high status. If Steve and himself were not friends, if the widow sister never treated herself as a family member and sincerely treated her well, then Yu would not care so much. Although it is sometimes said that interests are paramount, Yu is not the kind of person who is willing to give everything for the so-called interests. Whoever gives sincerely to himself, then Yu will naturally give 100% in return. They have been blacklisted. Anyone who wants to kill himself, Yu will eradicate them with thunder. Even if the timing is wrong, Yu will not let these people go easily. MJU4 NDA 20C3 Autumn Furrent Chi ND MW equals. As Natasha Romanoff flew back in the Quinjet, Loki was also taken to the space carrier. When passing through the corridor, a small group of people in full 373 armor was escorting Loki. When passing by Yu, Loki winked at Yu. After receiving Loki's signal, Yu nodded lightly and then walked into the meeting room. After coming to the meeting room, I found that the members of Avengers were all gathered together at the moment, and Nick Fury was talking there. After seeing Yu come in, Nick Fury asked, We were discussing about Loki just now. I always felt that Loki was caught by us so easily. There must be some purpose. What do you think? Well, the person who knows Loki best should be Thor. Looking at Thor in armor and red cape, Yu shrugged his shoulders, then found a chair and sat down. Yeah, I'm the one who knows Loki best. Thor nodded, then put the hammer on the table, just about to say something, saw Yu glance at his hammer. Thor subconsciously picked up the hammer very quickly and put it on his body, another test of. Seeing Thor's action, Yu rolled BBCB his eyes. Thor is still worried that he will grab the hammer with him. I always thought that I knew my younger brother very well. After all, we grew up together, played together, and fought side by side. I thought I knew him very well. Thor looked at the crowd, then shook his head and said, but in fact, I found that I don't know him at all, at least now. I find that I know a lot less about him. What kind of man is he? Hearing Thor's words, Nick Fury continued to ask. What kind of person? Thor thought for a while and then slowly said, he has always been a person with a very strong personality and a much better mind than me. Many times the battle between me and the enemy. It's all because of him giving me advice. The god of trickery must be very clever. I always thought he was the same as me. But I didn't know until the last battle in Asgard that for more than 1,500 years, he has been shrouded in my shadow. Having said that, Thor stood up, looked at Nick Fury and said, I'm going to meet him and see if I can persuade him. After all, I just teleported from Asgard, and I haven't said much on the plane yet. No problems. Hearing Thor's request, Nick Fury agreed with Thor's idea. After taking 2 steps outward, Thor suddenly stretched out his hand, and the hammer that was originally on the ground flew over in an instant and flew directly into Thor's hand. After weighing the hammer in his hand, Thor smiled, raised his eyebrows at Yu, and then walked towards the transparent jar where Loki was held. Seeing Thor's expression, Yu stared at the sky speechlessly for a while, then stood up and walked towards the scepter on the shelf. At this moment, everyone was doing their own things in their seats, and the monitor on the table also showed images of Thor and Loki. Yu came to the psychic scepter, but he was not in a hurry to absorb the power of the scepter. After the war is over, the mind scepter will still stay on the earth. At that time is the time to absorb the energy of the mind gem. You can also ask the Ancient One magician if there is a way to use the mind scepter to make Wanda awakening chaos force. Well, power of annihilation plus origin magic power, tusk. The reason why Yu came here was because he wanted to give it a try, to see if his psychokinesis barrier could contain the power emanating from Mind Gem. Others can't detect it, but Yu can feel the bursts of energy fluctuations emitted by the scepter the moment he enters this room. With the movement of the mind, the psychokinesis barrier instantly wrapped the Mind Gem. But as I guessed, the psychokinesis barrier can isolate the Mind Scepter, but it cannot isolate the pure energy base emitted by the Mind Gem. Going back to the seat, at the moment on the screen on the table, Thor has already talked to Loki. Looking at Loki locked in the transparent jar, Thor earnestly persuaded, Loki, I don't understand why you do this. Do you really want to be a king? For the sake of the so-called king, are you willing to start a war? Come home with me, Loki, you are all missed. Miss me? Listening to Thor's persuasion, Loki raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. My stupid brother, do you really think that everything I do is for the so-called throne? You are really a naive, self-righteous guy. No matter what things, look for what you see. Isn't it? Don't you want to be king after everything you've done? When Thor heard Loki's taunt, he couldn't help roaring loudly, but then frowned again, looked at Loki very seriously and said with emotion, Stop making trouble, Loki. Come home with me, I can act as if none of this happened and we can face anything together and I will deal with this matter. 12. That's your home. Before Thor could finish speaking, Loki spread his hands and took 2 steps back with a cynical look on his face, but a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. I don't have a home anymore, Thor. Asgard is your home, has always been. The father is your father. And I to Asgard to the father. In fact, I am just an outsider seeing Thor who came back with nothing, even a disappointed expression on his face. Everyone didn't say anything but thought it was normal. Even Tony, who has always been venomous, stepped forward, patted Thor on the shoulder and said, Don't worry about it, big man. In fact, your younger brother is really difficult to understand, but we can be sure of one thing. Tony Stark looked at the crowd and said, If you want to use the space gem to open the cosmic channel, then the mechanical stability needs a kind of material to assist. Metal iridiums. Dr. Banner heard what Tony said and immediately replied, Metal can be used as a stabilizer so that it will not cause the collapse of the space channel or the wormhole. That's right. Hearing Dr. Banner's words, Tony snapped his fingers, then shrugged his shoulders and said, Look, there are still smart people here, and besides metal iridium, there are other things needed. but these things Barton agent should be able to easily got it. So regardless of why Loki was caught by us, first we need to find the Tesseract as soon as possible. Kang busy, Dr. Banner, let's get busy. Tony Stark watched Dr. Banner make an invitation. No problem. Bruce Banner nodded and said, I only brought a toothbrush, so I also hope to solve it myself. With that said, the two of them walked towards the laboratory. Watching the two go out, Yi Yu also stood up, and just about to go out, he heard Nick Fury ask, Yi, what do you think? I'll find out after I have a look. With that said, Yi Yu left the meeting room directly. Flying aircraft carrier in front of the transparent jar. I feel that people on Earth are very disrespectful to me. They should at least give me a stool. After all, it will feel more formal if the two sides sit down and talk. Seeing Yi Yu pull a stool from the side and sit in front of him, Loki shrugged his shoulders and said, if possible, I would also like to give you a stool, but in fact, you are locked here now. Saying that, Yi Yu leaned on the stool, did not speak, but looked straight at Loki. I want to invade the Earth to play a show for the guy who threatened me. After all, I don't want Asgard to be invaded by that guy. You must know that the father is old now. Although he is very powerful, he will enter the eternal sleep after that with Thor alone. There is no way to resist that Titan guy. However, Yi, I'm actually curious, why did you help me? Loki looked at Yi Yu, also did not speak, but the two began to communicate directly relying on their spiritual power. This kind of sound transmission, similar to mental power, was discovered when two people met for the first time. In this way, they can communicate directly with mental power to prevent others from hearing the conversation between two people. I'm not helping you. Hearing Loki's question with spiritual power, Yi Yu replied with a smile. The Earth is about to enter a new era, an era belonging to superheroes, and it must also enter this era. And the way to open a new era for the Earth, aliens invasion, is the best way. Only by letting superheroes save the world, people like us who are different from ordinary people will not be remembered by others. In fact, when the whole world is ordinary people, some people with higher status, after knowing the existence of some super ability users, I don't need to say what will happen to these super ability users. Once ordinary people know about us, I am afraid that for us, it will be more fear. Tony is okay. His ability comes from his armor, but our ability comes from ourselves. In this world dominated by ordinary people, abilities that are different from ordinary people are originally sins. Unless we can be strong enough not to be afraid of anything, and we have the worst plan to destroy the Earth otherwise. We have to make everyone worship us, let them regard us as superheroes, and save the world the superhero will do. And when people on Earth know that the Earth is not safe, and aliens will attack the Earth at any time, and we need superheroes to protect it, then we have the value of existence, or to put it bluntly, we are used value. Hearing Yi Yu's spiritual power transmission, Lu Jai suddenly laughed. This is the inferiority of human beings. They will always be jealous and afraid of people who are stronger than them, just like the script Mutant you showed me. No matter how powerful the mutant's ability is, it will be affected by billions of ordinary people. Man's fear loathing. Ask for flowers, tusk tusk. I have to say, I will use the opportunity of me to bring aliens to attack the Earth to publicize your names and let you be worshipped by the world. Perhaps a small number of people think that your existence will cause harm to ordinary people. At this time, your new book or movie, Mutant, will be released. Oh, this has aroused all ordinary people's pity for you, so they completely choose to trust you and stand by your side. At that time, even if there are still people who want to order you and arrest you, once they are exposed, they will become the big villains and villains that everyone despises. Tusk Tusk, powerful. When the time comes to fight against Chitauri, you will also join the war. And point 0. Loki gave Yi Yu a thumbs up and then said, definitely yes, how can I stay out of this kind of thing? Yi Yu looked at Loki, then spread his hands and said, no way, at least I am satisfied with my life now, and I don't want any changes. But since the identity of the super ability user has been known by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D., then whether it is the superhero bill or the superhero registration will both implicate me. And I never like to follow other people's orders. Yi Yu spread his hands and said, I always like to hold the initiative tightly in my own hands, but now is our best chance. So happy cooperation. Everyone gets what they need, happy cooperation. Loki smiled, then replied. Seeing Yi Yu stand up and prepare to leave, Loki suddenly said, don't forget my biography, I must write this matter, definitely, you can hide our matter, but Asgard needs a hero who is not a villain. No problems. Yi Yu smiled, then turned away from the pile. Hence, the battle between Mutant Professor X and Magneto and the common people's distaste for Mutant, how could Yi Yu let this happen? Fishing reel, Only in your own hands can you really benefit yourself. Now just after the big battle, some idiots will jump out. Are you okay? Looking at Yi standing in front of the very tall glass window on the edge of the aerospace aircraft carrier battleship, Natasha Romanoff came over and asked with concern. She could sense that Yi's mood wasn't high at the moment, or rather, he wasn't in a very good mood. I'm fine, I just remembered something. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's concerned eyes, Yi smiled and shook his head. If these things about me are known to others, I'm afraid they will be scolded to death. At least one thing in person is certain, but some things, Yi must let them happen. In the long run, this is a good thing. Nick Fury asked me to come over and ask you, what were you and Loki doing? Natasha Romanoff held Yi's arm, looked at the light blue sky outside and the white clouds under the battleship, then smiled and said 303 and said, after all, the two of you have been looking at each other just now, but you didn't say anything. It left Nick Fury a little confused. Someone you can trust, so Nick Fury wanted me to come and ask. Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff said very seriously, definitely you don't need to tell me, I know that you have always known a lot, things that we don't know, it's like you hide a lot of secrets. It's normal, everyone has their own secrets that they need to hide. After all, some things can only be remembered or regretted silently in the middle of the night. 17. Saying that, Natasha Romanoff took a step forward, stood in front of Yi, raised her hand, and gently tidied Yi's slightly messy collar, and then looked seriously at Yi, who was a head taller than herself. Said, you don't have to blame yourself for this, even if you know a lot of things in advance. No one will blame you. Me, Tony, Steve, we've always believed in you. Seeing Sister Widow's serious expression, Yi suddenly smiled and shook his head. I said I'm fine, why did you become so emotional all of a sudden? From time to time, I think of the first time we met. You clearly knew that my identity was unusual, so you rejected me 5 times in a row. It made me approach you with a different identity every time. In the end, I had no choice but to confess your identity to you. Speaking, Natasha Romanoff also laughed. It's like before saving Tony Stark, you told me that you can see some things in the future. But I actually don't believe it after all, you can predict things like the future, it's like a lie, but in the end. I'm still willing to choose to believe you. After finishing speaking, Natasha Romanoff shook her head and lips and finally looked at Yi with her arm and asked, so this time can we win? Definitely. We definitely will win. Yi nodded lightly. I'm absolutely sure about this. That's enough. When Natasha Romanoff heard what Yi said, she turned around and was about to go back. Looking at the back of Natasha Romanoff leaving, Yi suddenly said, nah, get ready, Barton agent is going to take people to attack the aircraft carrier. Hearing Yi mention Barton's name, Natasha Romanoff obviously stopped, but nodded lightly, turned around, looked at Yi and then shook his head, then turned and left. What Natasha Romanoff shook her head at the end, Yi is very clear, she wants to tell herself, no matter what she knows or sees, don't tell anyone. Seeing Natasha Romanoff leave, Yi sighed, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and continued to look at the scenery in the sky. This kind of beautiful scenery is not common, especially standing in the sky of nearly 10,000 meters, admiring the color of the sky, admiring the white clouds under your feet. It is really beautiful. It's a pity that there is no way to take pictures, and there is no circle of friends in this world. Otherwise, those brothers who were like Urha in my previous life would definitely shout, "Wow, so spectacular, so beautiful." Thinking of those idiots, Yi laughed naturally, and he didn't know when he changed from a simple novice to such a scheming guy now. Calm down and look at the beautiful scenery in front of you. The only regret is that the scenery in front of you is not at dusk, otherwise it must be even more shocking. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly there was an explosion in my ears, and then I heard a panic of shouting and bursts of gunfire. Looking at the watch on his wrist, Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with some regret, unfortunately, I can't eat lunch from S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm afraid I'm going to be hungry and fight aliens today. While speaking, Yi took out the half of the silver mask from the system space and put it on his face. In an instant, the aura on his body instantly became fierce. At the moment, Barton, controlled by the psychic scepter, is leading a group of fully armed teams to destroy the aerospace carrier. When Yi rushed to the scene, he found that some members of the aerospace carrier were holding weapons. Probably because of the sudden attack, the squad on the S.H.I.E.L.D. aerospace carrier retreated steadily. Seeing this scene, Yi flicked his wrist, and a tang knife directly appeared in Yi's hand. To deal with these enemies, there is no need for the white jade sword that Loki gave him. A quick step rushed to the team that came to attack. Yi waved the long knife in his hand. A burst of cold light flashed, instantly cut the throat of the enemy in front of him, and then the whole person quickly rushed into the crowd of the enemy team. Looking at the guys who appeared suddenly, these guys brought by Barton raised their weapons and shot at Yu constantly, and the bullets poured out towards Yu like rain. Facing the bullet net formed like a rain of fire, Yu opened the psychokinesis barrier with his left hand, and continued to fight among the crowd with a tang knife in his right hand. Accompanied by the aura of death god harvesting life, the team of more than 10 people fell to the ground in less than a few seconds, turning into corpses one after another. Turning his head and looking at the members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. combat team hiding behind the cover, Yu said directly, "Go to another place for support." Seeing the sudden appearance of this guy with a half-silver mask, only his mouth and nose exposed, as well as his vigorous movements and fierce aura, several S.H.I.E.L.D. combat team members nodded subconsciously. It's just that before they could react, Yu continued to walk quickly towards the direction where the air carrier sent out the battle, holding the tang knife. Halfway through the walk, he suddenly heard a roaring sound not far away. Hearing this sound, Yu instantly realized that this was the roaring sound from Dr. Banner after he turned into a Hulk. Immediately, Yu hurried towards the place where the sound came from. Hearing Hulk's roar, Yu immediately rushed towards Hulk's direction. As soon as he arrived at the place where Hulk was, he saw that Dr. Bruce Banner had almost transformed into a Hulk. At this moment, Hulk was screaming constantly while covering his head, and the things around him had been smashed to pieces by Hulk. Not far away, Natasha Romanoff was waving her hands continuously, signaling S.H.I.E.L.D. employees to evacuate quickly, but she was being followed by Hulk. "Bruce, calm down, no one here will hurt you." Natasha Romanoff wanted to try to appease Hulk, but when he heard Natasha Romanoff's voice, Hulk suddenly turned back, and then uttered a huge amounts of growl at the widow sister. The huge fist waved directly at Natasha Romanoff. Seeing this scene, Natasha Romanoff just wanted to avoid it, but saw a figure rushing towards him quickly, and then directly blocked in front of him. Looking at the half of the silver mask and the fierce aura exuding from her body, the widow sister recognized Yu instantly. "I saw Yu propped up with both hands, and then a layer of psychokinesis barrier appeared above the two people in an instant. Hulk's huge amounts of fists slammed down on the two people, but before it hit them, it was directly blocked by the psychokinesis barrier. Zombies. Seeing that his fist couldn't fall down, Hulk couldn't help tilting his head. He couldn't understand why his fist was blocked in midair. "Nah, get out of here first." Taking advantage of the psychokinesis barrier to block Hulk's fist, Yu turned around and said to Natasha Romanoff. Hearing Yu's words, Natasha Romanoff was about to say something, but looking at the undeniable will coming from those eyes under the mask, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yi, be careful. Opportunities, get out of here immediately." With that said, Natasha Romanoff turned around and ran towards the rear. At this moment, although he didn't understand why his fist couldn't come down, Hulk still yelled at Yu, who was wearing a half-silver mask, and then roared while holding huge amounts of fists with both hands, while hitting Yu again down. Seeing Hulk's huge fist, Yu dodged to avoid it and then jumped up instantly, jumping directly onto Hulk's back. Just haven't waited to do anything. Hulk raised his hand to grab Yu. Stepping on Hulk's back and kicking forward, Yu did a backflip and fell to the ground. Hulk, who was kicked by Yu, staggered forward a few steps, then suddenly turned his head and shouted at Yu, growled. Seeing Hulk rushing towards him again, Yu also raised his fist, and the psychokinesis barrier was instantly formed on his right hand, and then he confronted Hulk. Boomed. After a loud noise, the psychokinesis barrier on Yu's fist shattered in an instant, and he flew upside down for more than 10 meters, turned his center of gravity horizontally in the air, and landed safely on the ground. As for Hulk, after hitting with all his strength with the psychokinesis barrier with Yu, he also backed up several steps, directly crushing a Quinjet fighter beside him. Shaking his fist and relieving his numb right hand, Yu looked at Hulk and laughed. As expected of Hulk, the power of this punch is really good. While speaking, Yu raised his hand and took off half of the silver mask from his face. Hulk, who was very angry just now, hammered the ground with both fists, directly hammered 2 big holes in the ground, and then rushed towards Yu with a roar, but just halfway through the rush, he saw Yu take off the mask. Looking at that familiar face, Hulk suddenly stopped his movements, but the huge amounts of inertia still made him stagger forward a few steps, and then stopped smoothly. Zombies. Looking at Yu in front of him, Hulk tilted his head and looked carefully at the smiling face in front of him. Hulk felt very familiar. Just like Dr. Bruce Banner said, the current Hulk's IQ is only about 7 years old, and the Hulk in Thor Ragnarok is only 14 or 15 years old. Seeing that Hulk stopped, tilting his head and looking at himself, his big eyes were full of doubts, Yu laughed. "What's the matter, big man, forgot about me?" Yu looked at Hulk, who put his fists on the ground in front of him and looked at him with a puzzled face, then raised his hand and pointed outside. Seeing Yu's movement, Hulk quickly took a step back, thinking that Yu was going to attack him, but when he saw Yu stretching out his finger and pointing outside, Hulk immediately looked at the direction of Yu's finger, and then turned his head to look. I looked at Yu. Then he grinned and suddenly laughed. Hulk, no, you. Hulk, who laughed out loud, stood up immediately, looked around, and then said intermittently to Yu, "They don't like Hulk, they beat Hulk. Hulk don't like it either here." As he said that, a look of grievance appeared in Hulk's big eyes, as if he was beaten by someone for no reason. Seeing Hulk's cute appearance, Yu smiled and patted Hulk on the shoulder, then pointed to the window and said, "Go." Hulk hecked at Yu, then the whole person rushed directly to the glass, smashing the glass open at once, and the whole huge body jumped directly into the air. Going to the window, looking at the dancing Hulk in midair, laughing at the falling Hulk, Yu shrugged his shoulders, then walked towards the place where Loki was imprisoned. Just halfway there, I saw the widow supporting Hawkeye, who had been knocked unconscious by himself, walking towards this side. Take a look at other places. I'll put Zhao Barton in place first. He was controlled by Loki and he attacked me just now. Hearing what the widow said, Yu nodded and said, "No problem, just leave it to me." "Well, but what about the big guys?" The widow glanced around and found neither Hulk nor Dr. Bruce Banner, so she asked softly, "Jump off." Yu pointed to the outside, then replied with a smile. Seeing the widow supporting the fainted Hawkeye to walk back, Yu put on the mask again and then walked towards the place where Loki was being held. As soon as I came to the place where Loki was being held, I saw that Loki pressed the button, and Thor, who was contained in a transparent jar, fell directly from the sky, and on the ground lay Phil Coulson, Agent 7. "You killed him." Looking at Phil Coulson, Agent on the ground, Yu asked Loki. Looking at Phil Coulson, who fell on the ground, Loki then shrugged his shoulders. "Didn't you say that you don't want me to kill people?" "Don't worry, use it, he's not dead." Saying that, Loki glanced at Yu, then frowned. "That mask doesn't suit you, really, although after wearing the mask your whole person looks extremely fierce, but to be honest, I still like you, who are very friendly, haha." Laughing, Loki looked at the hole where Thor fell, and then said to Yu, "I'm going first next, Chitauri is coming, get ready." After speaking, Loki jumped directly from the hole above the battleship with the retrieved scepter in his hand. Watching Loki leave, Yu walked up to Phil Coulson and helped him up. I felt the pulse on Phil Coulson's neck with my hand, and after making sure that it was all right, I took Phil Coulson into the lounge. Half an hour later, inside the meeting room. Almost all of them sat in the meeting room in a somewhat dejected manner. The whole atmosphere was very gloomy. "It's not too much damage, it's a blessing among misfortunes, isn't it?" Glancing at the crowd, Yu said, "Why do you act like we've already lost? In fact, the real battle is about to begin, isn't it?" Hearing Yu's words, everyone raised their heads and glanced at Yu, and then Nick Fury said in a low voice, "Thor 773 is missing, Hulk is also missing. The war is currently going on, 2 powerful members are missing, plus they were just attacked before we fight. We will lose 10% of our strength." As soon as Nick Fury's voice fell, Steve, who had been sitting there leaning his head, suddenly raised his head, glanced at the crowd and said, "Maybe what Nick said is right, but no matter what. We are not the time to feel sorry for ourselves now. If a war is about to start, no matter how many enemies there are or where they are, I will appear on the battlefield as soon as possible. In the past for victory, now for the world. Even if I am alone, I will fight to the last class." "Don't be so tragic, Steve." Hearing Steve's words, Tony Stark sat up straight, looked at the armor next to him, and then said with a smile, Although the outside world's comments on me are not very good, but I think this kind of lively, but Captain, I also want to see how powerful the so-called aliens are." After the words fell, Steve and Tony looked at Yu, who had been whispering to Natasha Romanoff. Seeing the eyes of these two people, Yu leaned back on the chair, then spread his hands and said, "Fight, what else can I do? Is there any other way? What's more, I knew the result a long time ago, so I already been preparing for this for a long time." Saying that, Yu put the mask on his face. Watching Yu's actions, both Steve and Tony laughed. If there is a real battle, then they must hope that the people around them are all people worthy of their trust, and Yu is their very trusted friend. Watching Yu's movements, Natasha Romanoff on the side sighed slightly. Originally, she didn't want Yu to participate in the battle with aliens. The strength of the stars do not know what kind of consequences this war will bring. So in this unknown danger, she didn't want Yu to be involved. But now it seems that maybe they really need Yu. Stark Industries. While everyone was talking, the door of the meeting room suddenly opened. And then Barton, who had come to his senses, looked at everyone and said slowly, "There is me, how can I be missing in this battle?" Although that damned guy controlled me, I still know a lot of things. For example, Loki wants to take Dr. Sylvig to Stark Industry, open a space transmission channel on the top floor of Stark Industry, and let aliens teleport over. Hearing Barton's words, Tony stood up abruptly, and then he was a little nervous and cursed speechlessly. Damn it, I'll go back first, you guys come to support later, BBBD. With that said, Tony put on the armor directly, then left the battleship and flew in the direction of Stark Industries. Seeing that Tony had already left first, Steve glanced at Barton and then asked softly, "Are you sure you want to join the battle?" "Definitely." Barton swung his bow and arrow, then looked at Steve and said, "Captain, I'm incredibly wide awake." After finishing the phone call, Yu and Steve walked outside. "Is there anything else you can do?" "Well, the real-time live broadcast, the more exaggerated the title, the better, forget it. The title is Aliens Invading Earth. Superhero appears to fight aliens." Natasha Romanoff stood up and walked outside without any hesitation. After Hawkeye glanced at Yu, he also followed Natasha Romanoff and walked out. Steve looked at Yu and then asked with a smile, "You know, this battle is very likely to be very difficult and we may even lose, so. At that time you will know who the superheroes are, to live the whole process. Do you have anything to prepare?" "I'm Yu, set up cameras in the NBC building." "The more the better, all the websites and TV channels have their cameras pointed at Stark Industries." Yu took out his mobile phone and gestured to Steve, then stepped aside and dialed. Hearing Maria Hill's complaints, Nick Fury sighed and then said softly, "If you choose to believe them, I will tell you at the World Security Council. At this time, perhaps our best choice is to believe them." "Just kidding, it's a battle that must be won anyway. If you don't take advantage of this time to prepare the live broadcast in advance, Yu, the owner of NBC Entertainment, will be a failure." "I'm going to fly a Quinjets. You know, this time is a good time to seize the market. If you miss it, it will be very difficult to seize the market. After all, the market structure has become complete now. It is very difficult to move forward." Looking at the backs of the two people, Maria Hill on the side said a little speechlessly, "Nick, are you sure that the hope of victory should be placed on them? A prince of God's domain, a cynical guy, a person who can't do anything after transforming. I don't know him, I only know the guy who smashed it. To win this victory, then everyone get ready, Tony doesn't need our support. There is also a captain who has been frozen for so long, and before the war, he wanted to let his TV station live broadcast the whole process. At this time, he still wants to seize the market. Are you sure that they can rely on them? So I need to make a call." On the Quinjet fighter jet, Hawkeye Barton, the co-pilot, adjusted the buttons on the plane, turned his head, looked at Steve and Yu who were walking towards this side, then turned his head, looked at Natasha Romanoff and said with a smile, "Actually, this is the first time I've seen you care so much about someone. Seriously, Natasha Romanoff, have you fallen in love with this young man, Yu?" Natasha Romanoff, who was adjusting the buttons of the aircraft, paused when she heard Barton's words, and then continued to adjust the buttons on the Quinjet fighter jet. While adjusting, she said, "Don't talk nonsense, I just regard him as my own brother, treat it the same way. You know, I have never had a family, so." "I see." Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Hawkeye Barton laughed. "No, we have worked together for a long time, and we have performed many tasks together. It can be said that we are like brother and sister." "So you can deceive others, but you can't deceive me." "Your feelings for Yi are not just as simple as your brother or family members. I can feel a little bit of it from the way you look at him. Do not talk." Before Barton could finish speaking, the widow took a deep breath and then stopped Barton from continuing. "Why?" Barton looked at the widow sister and then said with a smile, "Nah, if you really like it, then be brave. Life is incomplete if you haven't experienced weddings and funerals. You know, every time I finish executing when I go home from work, I am so happy to face my wife and children. For them, I am willing to give my all, including my life. So as long as you like something, then be brave, promise, and shrink back if you don't try. I don't want the Natasha Romanoff I know." Hearing Barton's words of encouragement, she turned her head to look at Yu and Steve who were walking towards this side, and Natasha Romanoff shook her head lightly. "Barton, you know my past. Even if I am with him, I can't give him a child. It's not fair to him, he should have a better life. As for I." Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, then laughed. "I think of him as a brother, that's enough." Seeing the bitterness in the smile on Natasha Romanoff's face, Barton also sighed, and then he leaned against the co-pilot and did not speak. After a while, I finally opened my mouth and said, "For so many years, I have actually been looking for the damned residual power of the Red House. But unfortunately, they hide it too deeply. I even suspect that someone is hiding it for them on purpose. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. I have gained nothing for many years. and sooner or later, I will destroy that damned place with my own hands. I'm living a good life now, I'm content. Hearing Barton's words, the widow showed a smile on her face, looked at Yi Yu who had already walked to the edge of the cabin, and said with a smile, I already have everything I should have, and I don't want anything extra, perhaps this is my fate, I admit it. F *** G fate. Listening to the widow's words, Barton swears a rare swear word. Nah, do you recognize me or not, as a close friend, I will get rid of those damned guys sooner or later. What are you talking about? Coming to the Quinjet, Yi Yu asked curiously when he saw Natasha Romanoff with a smile on his face, and Barton with a hint of anger on his face. Oh, nothing. The widow shook her head with a smile and said, let's talk about the next battle and Barton will be angry too. After all, whoever is controlled will feel bad. Okay boys, sit tight, we're going. As she spoke, the widow sister took a look at Yi Yu, then smiled and turned on the Quinjet fighter. NBC building headquarters. At this moment, dozens of camera positions are all ready, and even in order to better fulfill Yi Yu's instructions, from the first floor to the 13th floor, 5 or 6 camera positions on each floor are aimed at Stark Industry. Many hosts have also put down all the work in their hands, and are directing the live broadcast to Stark Industries throughout the whole process. After receiving Yi Yu's order, although many people didn't understand what happened, they still chose to believe the boss's order. As you can see, all the reporters and anchors of our NBC TV station are now broadcasting the upcoming war live. According to the reports we have received, aliens are about to attack the Earth, and the target of the aliens is located in Manhattan Stark Industries. Ask for flowers. Although we don't know when the aliens will come over, what we can be sure of is that the information we received this time is absolutely accurate. A defensive battle. Although we don't know how the aliens will come, but according to the information, the Earth will dispatch the most powerful superhero team to fight against the alien attack. I hope we can resist the alien attack. Listening to the NBC TV broadcast, some people who were watching or were attracted by NBC's network broadcast all waited curiously in front of the TV and computer. Aliens attack the Earth will dispatch the strongest superhero team. Is today April Fool's Day? Are you kidding me? Haha, who knows what kind of joke NBC is playing. But this is NBC Entertainment's first big move after being acquired by that young man Yi Yu. Haha, I really want to see how they end up. Not to mention, all the TV stations and online media under NBC are paying attention to Stark Industry in real time, which has attracted me a little bit of interest. It's fake if it's true, wouldn't the National Guard be called out? At this moment, people who are watching all the channels under NBC are constantly swiping their screens on the internet, and even some people who are surfing the internet, after seeing these comments and hot spots, are involuntarily attracted. In front of the camera, Catherine, who was originally a reporter but was now temporarily pulled over as a supporter, was anxious and worried while watching Stark Industries introduce. What is anxious is that if this incident is false, then I am afraid that the reputation of NBC Entertainment will be ruined, and the worry is what if this incident is true. After all, she really knows that there are aliens in the universe, and her boyfriend is also a prince from an alien planet. If there are really aliens attacking, can the Earth really be defended? Are there really so-called superheroes to save the Earth? Although there are many doubts in her heart, Catherine still constantly points to the Stark Industrial Building and broadcasts QA. Listening to the TV, Catherine kept talking about the upcoming alien invasion. Many people laughed, and even some people on the internet mocked NBC TV. But before these messages were refreshed, suddenly, a beam of blue light soared into the sky from the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building, and it seemed as if a time-space channel had opened in the sky hundreds of meters above. Seeing this scene, many people who were watching the live broadcast on TV and the internet suddenly lost their voices in surprise. But soon, these people all boiled up. God, are you sure this isn't an April Fool's joke? My God, this is a live broadcast, not a recorded broadcast. God, are there really aliens attacking the Earth? Where are the superheroes just mentioned? It's over, is this the end of the world? At this moment, people on the internet who are watching the real-time live broadcast of 737 on NBC's TV and website are all excited. Some people even think that this is a harbinger of the end of the world. At the same time, after seeing this scene, many hosts of NBC TV covered their mouths in surprise, their faces full of surprise. They didn't expect that there would be such a thing as aliens attacking the Earth. All residents on the streets of Manhattan, please evacuate immediately or find a safe place to hide. Here to reiterate, the army of aliens is about to reach the Earth. All ordinary people please hide immediately don't. Don't appear on the street, this is not a joke. Pray that we can win and pray that there will be superheroes to save us. Otherwise, today will be the beginning of the destruction of the Earth. Following the NBC host's appeal, many people in front of the TV even prayed. At first they just took NBC's propaganda as a joke, but they didn't expect that there would be aliens attacking the Earth. Even some people from other TV stations burst out laughing after seeing NBC's propaganda, thinking that NBC TV station made a wrong decision. Let NBC Entertainment decline from then on. But when they saw a beam of blue light coming from the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building, and then tearing the sky at a height of hundreds of meters, many people lost their voices. They didn't know what happened, why people from the same TV station and NBC actually know such an important thing. On the internet, there are also many pessimistic people who believe that the Earth is about to end and will fall into the hands of aliens. Just as everyone was staring intently at the blue light beam that opened the space channel, at this moment in the sky, Tony Stark wearing a battle armor suddenly flew over. God, it's Iron Man Tony Stark. Does his appearance mean that the Earth superhero is coming? Following Catherine's call on the live TV, everyone's eyes were on Iron Man Tony Stark. But after seeing Tony standing where he seemed to be observing for a few seconds, the energy cannonball in his palm hit the beam-emitting device and was bounced off. Everyone became worried. After Tony Stark returned to the building, in just a few minutes, Tony Stark, who was not wearing a battle armor, fell straight from the middle of the Stark building as if he had been thrown out. This scene made many people tremble, as if they were about to fall into meat sauce in the next second. Just when everyone couldn't bear to watch this scene, a pair of battle armor flew out from the top floor of the Stark building, and then automatically put it on Tony, who was about to fall to the ground. Wow, what a thrilling scene. Tony, who controls the number 7 battle armor of the Mark series, flew into the air and said in a loud voice, "Sir, the teleportation channel in the air has been opened, and many alien monsters seem to have descended." Just when Tony Stark felt a little excited and lucky, the voice of Jarvis came out. Hearing the words of Jarvis, Tony Stark immediately lifted off, and then flew towards the space channel in the sky. In the sky of Chitauri, after the teleportation tunnels came out one after another, Tony Stark directly fired all the miniature bombs on his shoulders. Looking at the continuous explosion flames in the sky, everyone knows that this is really not a special effect of holographic projection, but a real occurrence. Especially some passersby drinking coffee on the square below the Stark building fled towards the building one after another. Many people looked at the sky cautiously through the building. After Chitauri flew down, Yu and others who were driving the Quinjet fighter also rushed over. Steadily parked the Quinjet fighter on the ground, watching the aliens falling continuously in the sky, Steve raised his head and said in shock, "My God, although I have prepared, but guys, I'm afraid there are really many enemies we have to face at one time." Crack. The widow on the side loaded the pistol and then said in a low voice, "Let's fight no matter what, this big battle is inevitable. We must first find a way to close the space channel. Otherwise, I am worried that countless aliens will descend." After Hawkeye adjusted the bow and arrow in his hand, he looked at Chitauri, who was continuously falling in the sky, and said, "As for Yu, who is wearing a half-silver mask at the moment, exudes a cold aura, and the Tang knife in his hand is also shining with a cold light. I'll go help Tony first." While talking, Yu psychokinesis urged, and the next moment, the whole person flew up in place, directly attacking Chitauri, who was about to land. A cold light flashed, Yu held a sharp sword in his hand, and cut the nearest small airship that Chitauri was riding in two, and then kept waving the sword. Any Chitauri who approached Yu in midair were all killed by Yu Tang Dao cut in the air. "Guys, get ready for battle." 4.0 Steve tightened the shield in his hand, and then said to Natasha Romanoff and Barton, "Natasha Romanoff, Barton, you two go to help those civilians who have not been transferred first, at least not causing large-scale casualties." Seeing Yu jumping in midair, the Tang knife in his hand beheading Chitauri like a death god scythe harvesting life, Steve gave the order directly. "Who is this superhero? We don't know that." Catherine watched Yu in the air continue to kill the falling Chitauri, and couldn't help saying to the audience in front of the camera, "But no matter who this superhero is, his appearance and his actions will herald that this is our Earth's first wave of resistance to the alien invasion. Let us pray together. I hope these superheroes can win this victory for our Earth." In midair, just relying on Yu and Tony Stark, the power is still a little weak. After flying down from the air, many Chitauri directly attacked the ground. In an instant, countless explosions occurred on the ground and on the bridge. There was a loud noise, and many people screamed and fled with their heads in their hands. Seeing this scene in midair, Yi Yu, who had just beheaded a Chitauri, swooped down in an instant, and then suddenly raised his left hand with a sword in his hand, and a huge amount of fire energy burst out vigorously. Fire Dragon Dance. With Yi Yu's angry shout, a flame tens of meters straight attacked those Chitauri in an instant. After being hit by the flame, the Chitauri who were constantly destroying everywhere fell to the ground burning and roaring. After many Chitauri were burned to ashes, some Chitauri held that spear-like weapon and fired huge amounts of energy towards Yi Yu. Seeing the dense energy like fire rain attacking towards him, psychokinesis moved, and a vortex with huge amounts of psychokinesis appeared, concentrating these energies one after another. And then the psychokinesis vortex turned over, and the energy seemed to be bounced back by pure energy. Direct attack on another group of Chitauri who rushed over. In an instant, many 11 Chitauri who were driving small airships exploded after being attacked by energy. Countless airship wreckage and Chitauri's corpses fell from the sky, and some even smashed the cars whose owners escaped and left them in place. Why didn't I know you still have this trick? Tony, who controlled the Mark 7 armor and flew over, and after killing a few Chitauri with the Palm energy cannon, he said to Yi Yu in admiration, "I can fly, I can play with fire, and there are invisible energy fluctuations. Man, is there any other ability that I don't know about, like grabbing a hammer like Thor to summon lightning?" Listening to Tony's words, Yi Yu raised his eyebrows and then pointed the Tang Dao in his hand to the right. In an instant, a very powerful lightning flashed from the tip of the sword and directly hit a Chitauri's airship. After the airship was struck by lightning, a violent explosion occurred directly. The air wave generated by the explosion even overturned the airships of the two Chitauri next to it, and then the Chitauri sitting on the airship fell from the sky with strange screams go down. "Oh my god, can you really use lightning? Dude, what else can't you?" Tony Stark casually knocked an approaching Chitauri into the air and then asked Yi Yu with a surprised expression. "Many like I won't come. Guys, is this the time to chat? And yeah, watch what you have to say." Before Yi Yu could finish speaking, in the wireless headset, Natasha Romanoff, who had already noticed what Yi Yu was going to say, interrupted with a black line on her face. "Okay, I apologize, it was just everyone who is watching the live broadcast, who do you think is that?" When the camera was sweeping across the ground, almost everyone exclaimed when they saw that the man in the familiar blue combat uniform and holding a shield was constantly fighting with Chitauri on the ground. "My god, it's Captain America, the legendary captain who died." In the NBC building, hosts from almost 17 TV stations are on the same floor, broadcasting the battle between superheroes and aliens in all directions. So when these hosts saw the Steve holding the shield on the ground, they pushed the camera to Steve Rogers almost at the same time. And the viewers who have been watching the live broadcast on the TV and on the website all the time saw the familiar person on cards, museums, and other images under the camera, who is almost equivalent to the legendary person, and immediately felt everyone is boiling up. In this generation of the Marvel world, there is almost no one who does not admire Captain America back then. Countless people once dreamed of fighting side by side with Captain America when they were young. And now, the legendary hero who was said to have been dead for nearly 70 years actually reappeared today, which undoubtedly made everyone very excited. God, it's really the captain who led us to victory and freedom. It seems that God has not abandoned us. He photographed the captain and these superheroes fighting for us. My god, it's not dead. We still have hope. At this time when aliens invade the Earth, when the Earth is about to face life and death, we should be thankful that the captain is leading some superheroes to guard the Earth. When everyone was very excited and kept posting messages on the internet, suddenly, in the camera, a pair of Chitauri rushed towards the NBC building in a small airship. It's over, it was discovered by aliens. What to do? Damn, don't run into the NBC building. The host and the cameraman run. Just when everyone was worried about the reporters, hosts, cameramen, and other people in the NBC building, the Chitauri soldiers who rushed towards the NBC building immediately raised their weapons and prepared to attack. If the energy emitted by the weapons in their hands attacked the NBC building, it would definitely cause huge amounts of casualties. Even some hosts with extremely strong psychological quality felt a little weak after seeing this scene. This is a real alien rushing towards him and trying to attack him. Just at the very moment, Yi Yu, who was holding a Tang saber, suddenly cut the Chitauri in half like a divine soldier, and then the flames in his hand were like vines, instantly binding dozens of Chitauri together. And then the power of thunder flashed over Tang Dao, and these Chitauri were chopped into ashes one after another. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Although they had seen Yi Yu's powerful ability in front of the camera more than 10 minutes ago, after watching Yi Yu's ability at close range, it can be said that it was extremely powerful. Shocking. It seems that these ugly and vicious aliens are just a group of dying in his hands, and they have no power to fight back. After solving the team, Yi Yu, who was standing in the air, turned his head and glanced at the reporters. Under the half-silver mask, the stern aura made many people feel a little scared, but more people felt relieved. It seemed that as long as this powerful and outrageous man was around, those aliens would not pose any threat at all. Glancing at the hosts, Yi Yu turned and continued to rush towards Chitauri. The female reporter watched the scene of Yi Yu beheading the aliens. Her eyes couldn't help being fascinated. He saved us. He was like a god descending from the earth, and saved us under the attack of aliens. Is he a god? Are the flames, thunder, and the ability to fly that humans can have? He wears a half-silver mask to hide his appearance. Should we call him a hermit, or is it a demigod, or should he call him the silver mask? Retracting the scepter just as Loki's disdainful voice fell, there was a sudden thunder in the sky, which directly smashed many Chitauri flying in the air into pieces. And then Thor, swinging a hammer, flew directly towards Loki. Who is he? These superheroes who are fighting aliens. I seem to know Tony Stark, the Iron Man and the Captain. I don't know who he is, but the cold aura exuding from him makes people extremely fascinated. Landing on the Stark building, Thor pointed at the Chitauri flying downward, and then shouted at Loki angrily. Do you think you can become king with these Chitauri? Now shut down the Tesseract immediately, otherwise I will destroy it. Lord! Watching Yi Yu turn and leave to re-enter the battle, some hosts who were a little flustered clenched their fists once again and stood in front of the camera. With that said, Thor raised his hammer and charged directly at Loki. Just when everyone was fascinated by the heroism of Yi Yu, who killed the aliens and saved the reporters just now. Chitauri, who originally wanted to attack the NBC TV station building, was directly shot down by the energy. Hearing Loki's words, Thor clenched his fists and looked at his younger brother, then growled in a low voice. Do you want a war? Well, Loki, I'll give you a war. To the viewers who are watching TV and the live broadcast on the internet, the scene just now was too thrilling. If it weren't for this mysterious and powerful superhero, I am afraid that our NBC TV station building will be destroyed today, and our staff will also be destroyed. Into death. After using the psychic scepter to eliminate those Chitauri who wanted to attack the NBC building, Loki raised his eyebrows and snorted disdainfully. Didn't these idiots tell them not to attack that building? Really? A group of guys with low IQs. No wonder they are called the weakest group of people in the universe. Hearing Thor's roar, Loki shook his head lightly and said, Once the Tesseract is running, there is no way to stop it and no one can destroy it. Now there is only the War Gardens. Look what you've done. Oh my god, that superhero wearing a mask and exuding an aloof and cold temperament just now is simply too handsome. It's useless. Loki and Thor fought together, and the psychic scepter and Mjolnir collided with each other, and the huge energy generated directly caused the logo of the Stark Industry building to fall off. Below, Captain America, who kicked a Chitauri away, suddenly subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and then the whole person quickly flashed to the right 5 or 6 meters away. Just as he moved away, he saw the sparking Stark building logo smashing in the place where I just stood. And the 2 Chitauri soldiers who rushed towards him were very unlucky and fell to the ground. Lifting his head and looking up, Steve shrugged his shoulders helplessly, and then the shield was thrown out in an instant, directly smashing down a Chitauri from a low-altitude flight. As soon as he retracted the shield, he heard the sound of motorcycles coming from behind him. Turning his head, he saw the disheveled Dr. Banner driving over on an old motorcycle, then looked at the scene and then said, It seems that things are a little bad. Not yet the worst. Captain America shook his head, glanced at Natasha Romanoff and Barton who had helped the crowd evacuate back, and then said, Dr. Banner. Before the words fell, Thor, who flew down with the 913 hammer, pulled out a triangular sharp weapon from his abdomen and threw it on the ground. You're all right, Thor. Looking at Thor, who was stabbed in the stomach with a sharp weapon, Steve asked with concern. It's okay, it will heal soon. Thor shook his head, then looked at Steve and said, If we don't want to close the space channel, then these Chitauri will go out constantly. There are no quantities. Looking at the Chitauri soldiers flying all over the sky, Thor looked at the crowd and said, Tesseract is originally a pure energy body. If you want to close it, at least I haven't found a way yet. Tony, who flew down from the sky, raised his hand, and after finishing off the Chitauri on the ground with a laser, he glanced at the crowd and said, What? I'm in heavens. Listening to the voice of Tony calling his name in the headset, Yu, who stood in the air and kept shooting Chitauri down with fire energy, said, "I'll go see if there's anything to do with the Tesseract, Steve. Leave the rest to BBCCU." "No problems." Hearing Yu's words, Steve nodded. Above Stark Industries, watching the superheroes gather below, Loki clenched his fists tightly and then released them quietly. The fight with Thor just now, although it seemed simple, in fact, Lu Jai's right arm was a little numb. How many more Chitauri? Yu used psychokinesis to land above the Stark building, looked at Loki not far away and then said, "There are too many to count, but I think that Chitauri alone doesn't seem to have any resistance to you." While talking, Loki jumped down and then jumped directly onto a Chitauri battleship. "If that's the case, let's add some." As Loki's voice fell in the sky in the teleportation channel, suddenly a huge steel dragon appeared. And then the second, third, fourth, more than 10 steel dragons appeared from the sky. "This thing looks really spectacular." Seeing the steel dragon appearing from the space transmission channel, Yu clicked his tongue. This kind of steel dragon is much bigger than the one in the movie. According to visual inspection, at least one steel dragon's body should be about 50 meters long, even taller than some buildings. Seeing the appearance of these steel dragons, Yu put away the Tang Dao, and then the white jade sword that Loki brought from God's domain appeared in Yu's hands. Psychokinesis superimposed, standing in the air, Yu input fire energy into the white jade sword. The next second, the white jade sword seemed to be ignited with raging flames. "I really want to see if this sword can really use my energy 2 to 10 times. While speaking, Yu flicked a burning white jade sword in his hand, and a huge flame shot up into the sky in an instant. The several-meter-long flame rushed straight to the nearest steel dragon in the air. After the powerful flame hit the steel dragon, there was a very loud sound immediately, and there was a rumbling sound in the whole sky, like a muffled thunder. The huge explosion energy instantly destroyed the steel dragon and turned it into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Many unlucky Chitauri were even knocked to the ground by the fragments of the steel dragon. Seeing this scene, Yu realized that the so-called steel dragon was just a monster with a layer of steel on its body. Originally, it was just crackling thunder and lightning with the same file size as the electric current, but now it exploded like a world-destroying thunder. Those steel dragons that were constantly wandering in the air suddenly let out bursts of whimpering, and then exploded loudly. After the huge amounts of black gunpowder smoke brought by the explosion dissipated, the 50-meter-long body of the steel dragon was shattered into countless pieces and fell downwards. Every piece of the steel dragon seemed to be burning. The raging flames. Thor, who originally held the hammer and wanted to rush up to fight the steel dragon, flew to Yu not far away after hearing Yu's words, held the hammer and summoned thunder and lightning towards the sky. Then a huge thunderbolt fell towards Yu. Rumble. My god, do I still need to study the armor of the Anti-Thunder series? Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and then showed a sneer. "A thunderstorm? No problems. Don't you have enough energies?" Tony below glanced at the sky where nothing happened and couldn't help asking Yu, "Do you need me to give you some energy?" Seeing such a shocking scene, Tony Stark glanced at Yu and then said speechlessly. Thinking of this, Yu said to Thor in the headset, "Thor, fly up, use your arm power to give me some energy." "No need, Tony, just watch the show." The majestic lightning energy instantly turned into more than a dozen branches, and the lightning energy of each branch rushed towards these steel dragons very accurately. The moment it hit the steel dragon, it seemed like it was as if some sparks flickered without any effect at all. With Yu's cold shout, those electric currents that were just flickering with sparks instantly spread over the bodies of more than a dozen steel dragons, and then these electric currents directly exploded in just a short moment. Raised the white jade sword in his hand and pointed it at the falling thunder, the thunder power in Yu's body was activated instantly, and the two thunder powers integrated together in an instant. And then Yu controlled the powerful thunder power, and directly through, there are more than a dozen steel dragons left in the air. This is not human. This is definitely not the energy that human beings can have. This is unbelievable. Have there always been such a powerful superhero on the earth? Who can tell me who this man with the half-silver mask is? I feel that all the celebrities I liked before are weak. He must have been sent by God to save us. Those who were watching the live broadcast of NBC TV in real time, after seeing the steel game dragon, everyone was in despair. The ugly and vicious Chitauri alien made many people feel scared. But when the steel game after the appearance of the dragon, people discovered in despair that there is such a monster in the universe. In their cognition, there is no way to resist this. But just when they were in despair, Yu raised his head to face the sky with a single sword. Dozens of huge monsters suddenly raised their white long swords, and then the sky was full of thunder, and these monsters were cut off in an instant Conchen. This shocking scene made many people unable to forget it for a long time. Like a peerless picture, it was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. In the NBC TV station building, almost at the same time, an idea rose in everyone's mind, that is, the most shocking cover of the next news just appeared. Inside the hotel, seeing the scene of Yu showing off his might, Pietro was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists and cheered Tilda. I knew it, I knew that Bossy is very powerful, he's so handsome, Jian was so handsome just now. Looking at Pietro, who was constantly cheering for Yu's move, Wanda clasped her hands together, her eyes flickering with worry. If it was possible, she wouldn't want Yu to become a superhero. After finally having a family, someone she loves deeply, and she knows clearly that she must marry him, Wanda hopes Yu is safe and sound. Superhero, it is too dangerous. Catherine, who was standing in front of the camera, had already forgotten what to say at the moment, since she had discovered it just now. The man holding the hammer is his boyfriend. The man holding the shield and being very gentle on weekdays is the legendary Captain. And the man wearing the Iron Man armor is undoubtedly Tony Stark. Holding a weapon on the ground and shooting continuously, the woman is Natasha Romanoff, the helper of her boss. Although I couldn't see the full face of the person with the half-silver mask, but since these superheroes were all related to NBC, Catherine could easily guess that the superhero standing in the air was their boss Yu himself. Recalling that he just dealt with those Chitauri who wanted to attack the NBC building, he turned his head and glanced at himself, adding that similar to almost identical figure. Catherine was sure that this so-called demigod, it must be her boss, Yu. No, this matter can only be known by myself or by a small group of people like me. Since the boss is wearing a mask, he just doesn't want to reveal his identity for the time being. Thinking of this, Catherine clenched her fists, absolutely not revealing that the boss is a demigod. However, seeing her boyfriend Thor holding a hammer against those Chitauri, Catherine suddenly felt that Thor was so handsome. What kind of luck do I have to find a superhero to be my boyfriend? I don't know if I will have a baby with Thor in a few years, and can the baby also become a world-saving superhero like Thor and other superheroes? At the same time, Jane Foster was also guarding in front of the TV, watching the century war between the Earth and aliens. Oh my god, isn't that the guy we bumped into? Jane Foster's best friend Daisy stared at the superheroes on the TV with a cup of coffee, and then exclaimed, "He is actually a superhero. God, this is incredible. But Jane, I remember the relationship between the two of you, isn't it great? He has a girlfriend." Listening to Daisy's words, Jane Foster clenched her fists in frustration and said with a sigh. Looking at Dr. Sylvig, who had fainted on the ground, Yu didn't step forward. He knew that Dr. Sylvig would wake up soon, and he was just expelling the power controlled by the spiritual ability in his mind. I know. Hearing what Jane Foster said, Daisy stuck out her tongue, and then continued to watch the live broadcast on TV. She didn't notice at all that the gleam in Jane Foster's eyes at the moment seemed to be a determination. Turning his head and looking at Dr. Sylvig, who was still under the control of Mind Gem at this moment, Yu's mental power was instantly released and invaded Dr. Sylvig's mind. But compared to when I obtained the self-healing ability, the self-healing factor is not worth mentioning for the pain of the transformation and reorganization of my body. In the midst of severe pain, the moment when the right hand that had turned into white bones grew blood again, Yu directly touched the space gem. Ask for flowers. Dr. Sylvig, who was originally controlled by psychic energy, became extremely confused after being disturbed by Yu's psychic power. Then the two forces collided in his mind, and he passed out directly. The self-healing ability in Yu's body is constantly fighting against the destruction of Yu's right hand by the huge power. Almost in a short moment, there was a crackling sound from Yu's entire palm. And then the bones were constantly shattered, reorganized, the skin was scorched, fell off, and grew back again. As soon as he touched the space gem, Yu instantly felt a huge energy blocking him, as if he was protecting the space gem. Feeling this huge energy, Yu vigorously extended his right hand towards the space gem. Walked 2 steps forward, listening to the headset, Steve was instructing other superhero combat missions. Yu stretched out his hand and directly touched the energy barrier where the space gem was located. At this moment, Yu's right hand felt huge amounts of pain, but Yu didn't even frown. These pains may make many people feel extremely painful and even hugged their right hand and howled in pain. Catherine was thinking wildly, while Yu flew to the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building at this moment. Seeing that the space gem is releasing the energy to open the space transmission channel in the device, Yu took a step forward, and just about to reach out, he heard Dr. Sylvig, who was controlled behind him, say, "It's useless, the outside is filled with pure energy, protect it, you can't close it." Click, click, click. In just a split second, Thanos, who was sitting on the throne and admiring the resistance of the Earthlings, instantly locked his eyes on Yu. The moment Yu touched the Tesseract, the power of annihilation in his body began to operate crazily, and the energy of the space gem also rushed into Yu's body crazily. Stare. As the system bell rang, the next moment, Yu's character panel appeared in front of Yu again. It is detected that the host absorbs the space gem, and its own ability is being regenerated. Host Yu. Age 19 years old. Identity, founder of Bugle newspaper, founder of Bugle publishing house, owner of NBC Entertainment. Ability, mental power, top-level psychokinesis. Top-level physical fitness 15 times the peak of a normal person's body. Fire ability top-level, self-healing ability top-level, lightning ability top-level. The power of annihilation level 2. The power of annihilations. The initial power of annihilation has been upgraded to the second level. All the abilities of the host have been integrated, and all the energy has been improved, and the self-healing ability has reached the effect of immortality, and the severed limbs can be regenerated. 143. As long as the soul is immortal, the host can be resurrected. Note: ability can be re-upgraded to the level. When the power of annihilation is raised to the third level, the host can use the power of annihilation. Added ability, power of space, please host to explore by yourself. Looking at the character panel, all his abilities have reached the top level from high level. Before Yu could get his hand back from the space gem, the next moment, several people suddenly jumped down from the original space transmission channel. It landed right in front of Yu. Seeing these people who suddenly appeared, Yu was stunned for a moment, because the people who came were none other than Thanos and the 5 black generals under him. At the moment, Thanos was not wearing his golden armor, nor was he holding the long knife, as if he appeared very freehand, without any intention of fighting at all. Go and resist that venerable Earth Guardian magician. Thanos glanced at the 5 generals of obsidian behind him and then said lightly, "Yes, great master." After hearing Thanos' words, Ebony Maw and others flew directly towards the direction where Sorcerer Supreme was sitting, leaving Thanos alone, facing Yu in front of him alone. So are you awakenings? Seeing that he just took out his hand from the space gem in front of him, his bone-like right hand returned to normal. Only then did he laugh. Sure enough, as a person who has been inherited by ancient knowledge at the same time, you originally have the ability of immortality. Looking at Thanos who suddenly appeared, you didn't understand what happened. Why is everything so messed up now? Thanos appeared on the Earth so early, how is this possible? I don't have much time. After all, the Black Demon 5 under my hand may be a very powerful existence for other people, but the 5 of them together can only resist the magician who protects the Earth for a few minutes. In time, this is still the result of their desperate efforts. Saying that, Thanos looked at Yu who looked wary, and then suddenly shot and punched Yu. Seeing Thanos attack with this punch, Yu hastily blocked it with the psychokinesis barrier. However, the moment the thick psychokinesis barrier touched Thanos' fist, there was a click, and the entire barrier instantly shattered. Before Yu could react, the next second area, he actually directly raised his hand and took off half of the silver mask on Yu's face. After taking off Yu's mask, Thanos stopped attacking for an instant and just looked at Yu and sighed in disappointment. Sure enough, I didn't feel wrong, that affinity is really exactly the same. As he said that, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Thanos' eyes. What a pity, if only you were awakening now at least, as the 2 people inheriting the ancient knowledge. Now I'm the only one left, really lonely. While talking, Thanos sat down like an old friend, looked at the Chitauri soldiers flying all over the sky, and then said to Yu with a smile, "You know, over the years I have led my men to slaughter countless planets, half live, half die all at once, and I call this the mercy of fate. Actually, I don't have to do this at all. As the son of the King of the Titans, I should have been aloof and enjoy the beauty of this universe. But you pulled me to accept the inheritance of ancient knowledge. In these years I have been called a butcher and a devil, but I don't care at all. I even destroyed my Titans with my own hands. Disaster." With that said, Thanos turned his head, raised his hand, and handed half of the silver mask to Yu. "Are you afraid of me? It is conceivable that in less than 3 minutes, Obsidian 5 will die and 4 will be injured." Hearing Thanos' words, Yu, who had a face full of apprehension, suddenly laughed, took a few steps forward, and then took the silver mask from Thanos' hand. "If you lose, you won't lose. You can be beaten to death, but never be scared to death." Saying that, Thanos snapped his fingers, and then the whole person teleported away along the space channel. Before leaving on 5.2, Thanos looked at Yu and said the last sentence. Remember, don't absorb the 6 infinite use the power of gems to enhance the annihilating power of the old gods. Otherwise, the entire universe will be destroyed in your hands. Perhaps she is the only one who can understand me. All of this is simply too messy, completely overturning Yu's cognition of the movie universe. As if feeling Yu's thoughts, a smile appeared on Thanos' purple face. That's right, your annihilation power has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Saying that, Thanos raised his big hand and patted Yu's shoulder. And then he looked at Yu, who put on half of the silver mask again. His affinity disappeared and turned into an incomparably colder Yu, and then he laughed. He said this half of the silver mask is actually hers. While speaking, Thanos walked towards the teleportation channel. I can't stay for too long, although I'm not afraid of death, but I still have a great job to do. I didn't want Thanos to appear so early, but I think the second outline is not bad, and there are still holes in front, so. Hey, the pit is finally dug. After speaking, my disappeared instantly. Her. It is worthy of being a powerful sorcerer supreme, just. Thanos wasted one of his men just to say these words to himself. Whether it's a butcher or a devil, I am doing random slaughter for the future of this universe. And she directly sacrificed her own life for the future of this universe. The two of us chose different paths, but I really miss her. Seeing Thanos looking up at the sky with a nostalgic and lonely expression on his face, Yu suddenly asked, "Who is she?" I can't watch the universe be destroyed in your hands with my own eyes. I'll give you a piece of advice. Absorbing the ability of infinite gems can increase the level of the power of annihilation, but you can only absorb 5 at most. When you absorb the 6th infinite gems and want to increase the power of annihilation, it will happen. What a terrible thing. At that time, even if you are her descendant, I will personally take action to get rid of you. Hearing Yu's question, Thanos turned his head, glanced at the direction where Black Day was about to leave, and then replied with a hint of nostalgia. She is the one who changed my destiny and also led me to accept ancient knowledge. Inheritance, perhaps the word curse is more appropriate. With the sound of Thanos snapping his fingers, the 5th general of Black Yao, no, it should be said that the 4th general of Hai Yao flew over in an instant, and then fled into the space channel in embarrassment covered in blood. Seeing Thanos leaving with the 5th general of Obsidian, no, it was the 4th general of Obsidian leaving. At this moment, Yu had a lot of doubts in his heart. Thanos showed up so early, even at the cost of losing one of his super generals just to talk to himself. Then the price is too high, right? And who is the she in Thanos' mouth? What does it have to do with himself? Yu has always doubted the problem of his affinity. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why everyone has such a good impression of him when they see him. Even Loki, the god of trickery, and the characters of Blacken in the early stage trust him so much. The half of the silver mask was provided by the system, but Thanos said that the half of the silver mask belonged to her, so how did the system get her mask? According to Thanos, the person who accepted the inheritance of ancient knowledge or the curse is not only himself but also a she, so who is she? More importantly, according to Thanos' words, Yu remembered the terrible scene that the Ancient One magician saw for himself when he and the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One met for the first time. According to the Ancient One magician who owns the Eye of Agamotto time gem, there is a future in which he and she destroy the entire universe. And what Thanos said also confirms the scene that Ancient One magician painted for himself. So what happened to all this? Why did I destroy this universe? What will happen to me in the future so that the Ancient One magician who can see the future and Thanos who has the curse of ancient knowledge say this at the same time? The remarks, at this moment, Yu's mind is very confused. Originally, he traveled to this world, and Yu thought that he knew the development of all things in the future, but it was only now that Yu realized that what he knew was nothing but the future development of the Earth and the Avengers. As for the tens of thousands or even billions of living planets in the universe, I actually don't know much. Just when Yu was deep in thought, Loki of the author Chitauri battleship suddenly fell from the sky and then came to Yu's side. Just now is that person from the Titan family coming. Loki looked at Yu with an incredulous expression flashing in his eyes. This shouldn't happen. His purpose is the space gem. But after he arrived, he didn't take the space gem away, and according to him, he is now interested in the Earth, is very afraid. Listening to Loki's words, Yu found that both himself and Loki actually had a subversive feeling. I don't know either. Yu shook his head, then looked at the figure of Thanos who had disappeared into the space channel in the sky, and then said slowly, "Who would have thought that he came to the Earth just to tell me something that I can't understand at all? Even now, I don't know whether he said those words on purpose, to deceive me, or the truth. After all, he had no reason to take such a big risk, and lose one of his generals just to come and trick me once. So I feel a little confused now too. Seeing the solemn expression on Yi Yu's face, Loki thought for a while, then picked up the scepter and handed it to Yi Yu. Let's end it early, I'm afraid the night will have long dreams, and the current matter is out of the control of the two of us. Looking at the psychic scepter that Loki handed over, Yi Yu thought for a while then nodded and said, "All right. I also always feel that if I don't close it now, there will probably be many more inexplicable things." Taking over the psychic scepter, Yi Yu glanced at the top of the scepter, and at the same time after handing the scepter to Yi Yu, Loki rushed towards it directly. He actually charged at the Hulk. Thinking of this, Yi Yu walked to the side of the space transmission channel and then placed the tip of the psychic scepter on the space gem transmission channel. In an instant, the two energies collided and superimposed each other, and the space channel gradually closed. Looking at the scene where some hiding crowds cautiously walked onto the street after seeing that there was no danger and then began to cheer, Yi Yu suddenly felt that. "Oh really? Hurry up and shut down, there are more and more aliens now." Well, this time there is no disgusting nuclear bomb flying over. It seems that the World Security Council has not had time to make a decision to destroy Manhattan. Yeah, close it now, as much as I love fighting those people in armor, but these ugly aliens are really disgusting. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat at night. But seriously guys, close the teleportation channel, we win, do you want to have a party tonight? But it doesn't matter, so be it, at least, you can still accept the scenes shown by Chitauri, unlike that guy Thanos. The moment the space transmission channel was closed, the steel dragons that were constantly flying in the sky fell downward one after another as if the power had been cut off. Those Chitauri also fell to the ground in an instant. When looking at the sky, the transmission channel is getting smaller and smaller until it finally closes, and the usual blue sky is restored. Many people who are watching the live TV broadcast cheered one after another. Holding the psychic scepter, Yi Yu looked at the Avengers members who were constantly fighting Chitauri, thought for a while, then pressed the wireless headset and said, "Everyone, I think I have found a way to close the transmission channel. To be honest, I can't forget it until now. The scene where I controlled the battleship and passed through the body of a monster more than 50 meters long just now is really disgusting." Seeing this scene, Yi Yu went to the edge of the roof and sat down. Until now, he still doesn't understand why the teleportation channel is closed. Chitauri is like a mechanical robot with power cut off and immediately lost its life characteristics. Is this looking for a fall? Listening to Tony Stark's voice in the headset, Yi Yu glanced in the direction of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aerospace carrier. Although everything is under his own control, Yi Yu really hates the kind of things that suddenly erupt and catch him off guard, something that is not planned. They know that the Earth has won this battle, and those superheroes saved the world. He's not excited about the Avengers' victory over the invading aliens, but rather, what I have planned for so many years has finally gradually taken shape. After watching the Avengers win, Nick Fury slapped the table very rarely to express his excitement. Aerospace aircraft carrier. Relying on those freaks, they actually won. Among the members of the World Security Council who have been watching the live broadcast, after seeing that the space transmission channel was closed, the chairman of the World Security Council looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "It seems that Nick Fury's decision is quite correct. At least 10 minutes there is no need to use the nuclear bombs we proposed before. I think that the decision not to launch at least saved the lives of millions of people. What do you think now?" Hearing the speaker's question, a congressman asked. As far as the current situation is concerned, these so-called superheroes organized by Nick Fury have won the victory for our Earth, and one of them is Captain Steve Rogers, whom we are very familiar with. I don't doubt him, but the current situation is, since we have won, what should we do next? We must know that the so-called Avengers are composed of those with super abilities. Once such people do evil, we will not be punished. In terms of regulation, I'm afraid. Senator Dennis said yes. Senator Dennis' voice fell, and a female counselor on the side nodded in the same way. Weapons are just weapons, even if they are powerful, but these people are not weapons. They are living people with their own thoughts, so I think they should be under our control. I don't 403 think so. Hearing what the congresswoman and Dennis said, the chubby guy said with a smile, "Because these people are living, thoughtful, and flesh and blood people, we can't control them even more. Who are these superheroes? Captain Rogers is the predecessor of all of us, I can say that. He once paid the price of being frozen for 70 years for us now. So now we are worried about them doing evil because of their strength. And there is Tony Stark, this cynical guy. Do you think he would be willing to obey our orders? As for Thor with the hammer, he is the prince of God's domain. What qualifications do we have to command him? The mask, the unbelievably strong man, and that big green man, they saved the world. Now the superheroes have just saved the world. We members of the World Security Council not only don't appreciate them but want to control them. Are you crazy? Don't you understand the minimum gratitude? The most important point is that once these people gather together, how powerful they are, I think it is self-evident. Any strong person has the dignity of a strong person. We cannot order them, we cannot hold them in your hands. After all, as you said, they are not weapons but living people. The fat counselor spread his hands and looked at the female counselor speechlessly and said, "So if I knew the news in advance, is there anything wrong? If I had known the news in advance, I would have broadcast the whole process live on TV under my banner. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity to seize the market. Who would miss it?" Of the 12 MPs, at least 9 BBCB raised their hands in favor. Speaking of this, the speaker pointed to NBC TV station, then looked at the congressman and said with a smile, "I was the first to know about the alien invasion and reported the live broadcast on a large scale, so I even stopped all the programs for today. What do you think of this kind of thing that you know in advance?" Many Kang think about it carefully. How is this possible? What good does this do for a young man like Yu? And even if he wants to plan an alien invasion in order to improve NBC Entertainment's market share, what channels does he have for planning? Looking at the fat congressmen with their hands spread out, the members of the World Security Council looked at me and I looked at you and finally nodded slightly. After seeing that he had persuaded them, the fat congressman continued with a smile. "Okay, since there is nothing to discuss about this matter, everyone, I hope that all of us can respect Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sir, with the minimum respect." Hearing that the fat congressman who had been targeting her rejected her words again, the female congressman was obviously a little annoyed. But she still didn't show it and asked in a very calm voice, "So if Yu doesn't know about this matter, why? NBC will broadcast live at the first time and stop all the programs before it starts. This is obviously a premeditated one." Hearing the fat counselor's proposal, the members of the World Security Council thought for a while and then gradually raised their hands. After seeing the crowd vote with a show of hands, the speaker nodded with a smile and said, "The minority obeys the majority. Nick Fury leads S.H.I.E.L.D. for a day. Then we are not satisfied with the matter of superheroes. This matter is decided like this. Don't forget, we members of the World Security Council only have the right to supervise and manage, but we don't have any decision-making power. In case we insist on controlling these superheroes, thereby angering them and causing irreparable consequences, then the everyone who is willing to take this responsibility." Speaking of which, the chubby congressman leaned back on the chair, then looked at the crowd and said seriously, "The person who organized these superheroes into a group is Nick Fury. I don't think anyone will doubt his ability. Since so, with Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., why do we have to control the superhero in our hands?" The congresswoman who just proposed to control the superhero team after her proposal was rejected, said again, "So in summary, I think this matter should be fully investigated. I'll tell you. Please, Captain Steve is the head of security under NBC. Thor is his good friend. Nick Fury asked him to take care of him when he was on Earth. Tony Stark is his best friend, and even Natasha Romanoff lives into Yu's house. Then that's it." Obviously, the people at NBC TV have known about the alien invasion for a long time. So in order to seize the TV share in the entertainment market, they did it on purpose. It's just that we are not sure why NBC TV station would know this in advance news. Who disclosed the news to them, and the owner of the NBC TV station, the young man named Yu, would he have a direct relationship with this alien invasion? Hearing what the female congressman said, before anyone else could second the proposal, the fat congressman laughed again. "Are you kidding, you mean? A person from Earth, an owner of NBC Entertainment, someone with a net worth of more than tens of billions, are you planning an alien invasion? I suggest that the Avengers matter should still be led by Nick Fury. At least we must not intervene rashly, which will cause some reverse and irreparable consequences." Are you? Seeing the way the fat counselor looked at her, as if looking at an idiot, the female counselor slapped the table immediately, and just about to say something, she heard the fat counselor continue to say, "As for why you need to ask Nick Fury to get along so well with superheroes. Could it be that you are doubting Nick Fury? Or are you not going to give up until you achieve your goal of controlling superheroes like Avengers?" Okay, we Tilda are just discussing." Looking at the tit-for-tat female counselor who was angry with the fat counselor, the speaker pressed his hand down with a smile, and then said, "Everyone, we are in charge of discussing this matter now, not bickering here. For Nick Fury, we should trust it. After all, Nick Fury has done a very good job for so many years, and with Hill around, what else are we arguing about? Let's leave it like this. Everything will be handled by Nick Fury. We shouldn't rush to participate. After all, we only have the obligation of supervision and management. The specific decision depends on Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's go, everyone. After finishing speaking, the speaker who was seated at the head of the round table shook his body and disappeared instantly, and the other members of parliament also began to disappear one after another. The female congressman glanced at the fat congressman, and the anger just now disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened. You report to Mr. Pierce. After the female counselor finished saying this, she disappeared immediately, leaving only the fat counselor sitting there alone. Obviously, these people sitting together for a meeting and discussing just now were actually nothing more than holographic projections. As for the tit-for-tat fat congressmen and female congressmen, it was just a play. At the very least, they dissuaded some members of the World Security Council from trying to take control of the Avengers. Seeing that everyone had disappeared, the fat congressman picked up the phone and called Alexander Pierce. Soon, the phone was connected. Mr. Pierce, just like what you said, some people really wanted to hold superheroes like Avengers in their hands, but Congressman Mora and I quarreled with each other and dismissed the idea of the World Security Council. The control of Avengers is still in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. In other words, the control of those superheroes is still in our hands. Speaking of this, the fat congressman asked with some concern. But Mr. Pierce, are you sure that these superheroes will not bite us back at the last minute? After all, there is only one of us in the superhero team. I am worried. Before the fat counselor finished speaking, Alexander Pierce leaned on the sofa with a smile and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans, heh. Just wait a little longer. This world will be ours." Yes, Mr. Pierce, Hydra hail. Well, Hydra hails. Alexander Pierce nodded, then hung up the phone, then looked at Sitwell on the aerospace carrier and said through the wireless headset, "Take the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives and go to clean up the scene. This time, then maybe the group of aliens will leave us with very powerful technology. Bring all these things back for research. With these things, maybe in the future, our plan will be more perfect. In addition, if he wants to leave something behind, let him keep it. Maybe those old men in Anbu might also be very interested in these alien things. After all, if it wasn't for IAM back then, we will not separate either. But no matter what, we are always our own people." Hearing what Alexander Pierce said, Sitwell immediately nodded and said, "Mr. Pierce, I am taking Rumlow and others to the Stark Industrial Group, and we will arrive in a few minutes. Don't worry, I understand how to do it." Very good. Hearing what Sitwell said, Alexander Pierce nodded, then sat on a chair and looked at the gradually calm sky with a smile gradually appearing on his face. Interesting, really interesting superhero. Mr. John Schmidt lost to Steve Rogers back then. And now, Steve Rogers has appeared again and brought the superheroes together to fight against aliens. Haha, I really want to know what kind of expression they will have if they find out that the person they trust the most is one of our Hydra members. Pulling Loki over, looking at the Tesseract in Yu's hand, Thor then said with a smile, "It's best not to leave this thing on Earth, or it will easily bring disaster to Earth. So I'm going to bring it with Loki back to Asgard." Good. Stark Industrial Building. Hearing Yu's words, Thor laughed and patted Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "This thing is placed in our Asgard, and absolutely no one dares to covet it, so you can rest assured, brother." Natasha Romanoff nodded, just about to take the elevator to the top floor. The next second the elevator door opened. And then Yu, holding a psychic scepter in his right hand and a tesseract in his left, walked towards the crowd. "I'm blind too. I don't have any problems. But it was really thrilling just now. I almost agreed with the group of people in the World Security Council to launch a nuclear bomb. But now for Hydra, it is simply the best situation. I really hope that this day can come sooner." Yu smiled, then glanced at a hole in the ground that was obviously thrown out, and Loki, who was caught by Thor, and then laughed. "He's still upstairs." Hearing Thor's words, Yu nodded with a smile and said, "But are you sure you want to return this thing to Asgard? I'm worried." Seeing Loki being arrested, Natasha Romanoff looked around and then asked everyone, "You guys who saw Yi?" A disheartened Steve patted the dust on his body, then looked around in a panic and said, "Natasha Romanoff, go find Yi. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. should be arriving soon. I'll take them to see if there is anyone who needs to be searched and rescued." People. Seeing Yu staring at the big hole and laughing, Loki couldn't help but rolled his eyes. He knew that he wouldn't have rushed towards the big green man just now because of his dark history. Seeing Yu's intact appearance, Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief, then stepped forward and said with a smile, We won, Yi, thanks to you for finding a way to close the space transmission channel. Don't worry. Hey man, I gotta take that things. Hearing what Thor said, Yi nodded lightly. The space gem is not very useful to him now, so Thor can take it back to Asgard. After all, the space gem is what the god King Odin once placed on the Earth. Now the time gem is on the Earth and the mind gem is in my hands. If the space gem is still on the Earth, a small Earth has 3 infinite gems, and I am afraid it will really cause great disasters. What's more, there is still a reality gem that is still TIE particles and is still sealed on the Earth. While talking, Sitwell walked in with S.H.I.E.L.D's combat team, looked at the space gem and Loki in Thor's hands, and the psychic scepter in Yu's hands, and was about to say something when Yu directly said, Tesseract and Loki, Thor will bring back to Asgard. At this point, S.H.I.E.L.D had better not stop it. Looking at Yu's 477 wearing a mask, Sitwellton understood what Yu meant. He was telling himself that the matter about Loki and space gems was not something Hydra could handle. There is definitely nothing wrong with this. Sitwell nodded with a smile, but looking at the psychic scepter in Yu's hand, he still asked with a smile. Then this scepter, I'm going to do some research. When I'm done, I'll hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Then Yu took a step forward, took the long box from Sitwell, put the psychic scepter in it and said to Sitwell, those Chitauri corpses and weapons outside, yes, you S.H.I.E.L.D had better put it away as soon as possible, in case. If some ordinary people pick it up, I am afraid it will cause a big impact. This definitely, please rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D will take over. That's the best. Yu nodded and then walked outside. The next thing has nothing to do with me. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D or Hydra, they will automatically handle the scene. Now that the Great War has just passed, these ordinary people have just seen the horror of aliens and the figure of superheroes saving the world, so it still takes a while to digest before the fishing boat can reach its maximum. When the time comes, I only need to be a pusher. Otherwise, wouldn't the things I prepared before the war be in vain? After finding a place where no one was around and changing his clothes, Yu returned to the NBC building with his suitcase. At this moment, the cameras on each floor of the NBC building are being evacuated, and some of its reporters are also reporting in real time on the street. Many ordinary people are curiously looking at the corpses of aliens on the street, and everyone has a look on their faces. Emotions after a narrow escape. Different from those who watch TV at home, these people watch the scene of the superhero fighting the aliens at close range. It can be said that as the spectators who watched at close range, they could feel the intense of the battle. Back in the office, Yu pinched his eyebrows, and then looked at the widow sister who came back together, sitting in her seat and knocking on Erlang's leg, and asked with a smile, aren't you going to deal with the follow-up issues under the sun? I don't need it. Hearing Yu's inquiry, Natasha Romanoff stretched her waist, then shook her head and said, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D are here, just leave it to them to deal with the follow-up matters. Looking at the widow with a tired face, Yu stood up, walked to the side of the widow, and gently helped her squeeze her sore shoulders. No, you have worked hard. No, a little to the left, there is some soreness in the gap between the shoulders. Feeling Yu helping her to pinch her shoulders, Natasha Romanoff shook her head lightly and said with a smile, it's not hard work, isn't this what we should do? What's more, after so many years fighting and killing, it's early, I'm used to it. It's just that this time the target is changed to aliens. As she said that, the widow sister suddenly fell silent, and after a long time she sighed. To be honest, brother, I thought we were doomed this time, but I actually participated in the battle with the belief that we must die. I kept thinking at the time that we were likely to lose. To be honest, I didn't have any confidence in fighting aliens. I thought at the time that if I died in the battle, then it would be for me. Redemption for the wrong things you did. There is no war that can be won without bloodshed, so when I was on the plane I thought, at least until I or we die in battle, the earth will not admit defeat. Listening to the widow's murmur with her eyes closed, Yu didn't say anything, but just helped her sore shoulder. Maybe Natasha Romanoff was really a little tired, or maybe the tension she had been feeling suddenly relaxed, and she gradually fell asleep. Taking off his coat and covering it on the widow sister, Yu walked out of the office gently. Standing outside the building, looking at the people of S.H.I.E.L.D who are constantly directing many people to clean up the streets. Many Chitauri corpses, weapons, and the huge body of the steel dragon are constantly being carried, Yu laughed. This time, it can be regarded as letting those people see the horror of aliens. If they know that this is only one of the weakest in the universe, do they still have the mind to engage in those so-called superhero registration laws? If they still insist on thinking let superhero become a weapon in their hands, then don't blame me for pulling you all down. With that said, Yu picked up the phone and dialed out. Down below, Tony, now in his armor, was standing beside Steve watching the search and rescue teams and the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel handling the scene. To be honest, I've already found out the weapons that S.H.I.E.L.D. uses Tesseract to research, but that's not the point. Thor took Loki and Tesseract away, so the next phase of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plan is in vain. What do you want to say? Hearing Tony's words, Steve looked around and then asked in a low voice. You don't want to study these aliens, do you? Dude, use these corpses. What are you thinking? Upon hearing Steve's words, Tony Stark raised his hand and lightly hammered Steve's arm, and then said softly, I'm actually not curious about the structure of aliens. What I'm really curious about are the weapons the aliens use and energy and things like that. So I want you to help me get some alien weapons. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick 4.9 Fury, can't you talk to me? You know I used to make weapons, although I don't want to make weapons anymore, but as for the weapons used by other planets in the universe, perhaps we should do more research. After all, only if we are prepared can we avoid any danger. Speaking of this, Tony looked at Steve and said very seriously, what's more, Loki only used that scepter to control Barton very easily, buddy. You don't want this to happen a second time. I always feel that it seems that the Earth and the battle between aliens. This is just the beginning. No problems. Looking at Tony Stark's sincere eyes, Steve thought for a while, then nodded lightly and said, I'll help you get some alien weapons from Nick. And as for Loki, the scepter who can control others. Right where he is, he didn't hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. In the evening, I drove back to my villa by car. As soon as I passed through the garden, I saw Wanda and Pietro standing guard at the door. After seeing Yu come back, Wanda ran over and jumped at the door. Yu's body. Seeing this excited Wanda, Yu just wanted to say something with a smile, but suddenly found that Wanda's body was trembling a little. Glancing at Pietro, Yu understood what had happened, couldn't help but raised his hand with a smile, rubbed Wanda's head, and said with a smile, I'm fine, it's already been resolved. Be good, don't be afraid. I'm just a little worried. Raising her head, Wanda's face was covered with tears. I saw you fighting with aliens on TV. I wanted to call you at that time and told you to hide and not participate these battles, but I am afraid of affecting you. The evening wind blew slowly, messing up the strands of hair around Wanda's ears. But Wanda, who has always loved beauty, didn't care about the messy hair at all, and just looked at Yu with an aggrieved face. Looking at the picture of you fighting the aliens, I am very worried. Others will not recognize you, but I can tell at a glance that the person wearing the mask is you. 11. Looking at that terrifying alien, I'm really worried. You don't want to be a superhero, okay? I don't want a zoo anymore, we just need to be safe and sound. I've already lost my parents. It's hard for me to have a home, I don't want to lose you again. Looking at Wanda's face covered with tears, Yu raised his hand with a smile and gently helped Wanda dry the tears on his face, then lowered his head and kissed his forehead lightly, and then said with a smile, okay, actually, I don't want to be a superhero. It's just that the aliens are here, and since they've found me, how can I back down? It's all right now, the aliens have been repulsed. Other people will take care of the rest. We can just enjoy life anyway, no one knows my identity, right? Listening to Yu's comforting words, Wanda nodded vigorously, and then Yu's arm did not let go. Although he knows that this is Yu comforting himself, and also knows that if the Earth is in crisis again, he will definitely come forward again, but Wanda doesn't want to pay attention to these things. Once I let go, the person I decided to marry will disappear. Inside the room, what's this? Looking at the psychic scepter inside the box, Wanda subconsciously walked into it and saw the faint light emanating from the psychic scepter. For some reason, Wanda always felt that this thing was related to herself. Subconsciously, she stretched out her hand and touched the scepter in her heart. It took almost an instant, Wanda froze, and a faint red light flickered in her pupils. Sensing something was wrong, Yu immediately put down the things in his hands, and immediately came to Wanda's side, checked carefully, and found that there was nothing wrong. Can't help looking curiously at Wanda and the scepter. Yu could detect that a very powerful magnetic field was gradually formed, which was different from the energy Yu was familiar with. This kind of magnetic field seemed to be born to be very integrated with Yu. He raised his hand quietly, and Yu found that he could actually control this huge magnetic field. Snapped. Worried that something uncontrollable would happen, Yu directly closed the box containing the scepter. Following Yu's movement, the faint red light in Wanda's pupil disappeared instantly. Just now, how strange. After all, even if she fell asleep, this silly girl was holding her arm tightly and refused to let go. Gently stroking away the frown that was frowning like a nightmare, Yu picked up the remote control and gently moved the lights in the room were turned off. Looking at Wanda, who was smirking and smirking beside Yu, Pietro covered his face and felt blind. As long as he stayed by Yu's side, his old sister seemed to have no brains and she couldn't tell at all. Such a smart boy. Definitely do nothing just because she has been in fear all day. After seeing the end of the battle between the Avengers and the aliens, she ran back for the first time, and it can be seen that she has been in fear all the time. No, it seems that Wanda also wants to awakening origin magic power. But just relying on the 760 psychic scepter is not feasible. How can I make Wanda not get hurt, awakening origin magic power, become a Scarlet Witch? Talk to Tony, say something. What's the matter? What happened just now? What kind of baby? Where did the baby come from? Wake up, my old sister, I haven't slept yet. Why are you dreaming? You are only 16 years old, okay? Can you have a dream that a 16-year-old girl should have? It's okay to always think about marrying ye. Why do you think about children? Ignoring Pietro, who was silent and rolling his eyes. In fact, when Yu felt the powerful magnetic field just now, he felt that he was. I seem to have seen the picture that Wanda said. Regarding this point, Yu fully understands and empathizes with him. I don't know what's wrong, I just saw a picture, the two of us got married, and we have two babies that belong to us. Many pictures flashed in my mind. You always love our daughter so much, but our son, you are always so strict. Although it was just a flash, Yu was quite sure that what Wanda saw was not fake. She thought she was just imagining it, but Yu knew that it happened for real. Yu knows that this silly girl is worried about herself. How can someone who has never experienced loss know how to cherish it? So she has already lost a loved one once, and she is very afraid of losing herself again. Wanda went back to the room with her arms around the smirking Wanda. This girl will definitely depend on her tonight. Will we have two little babies in the future? You can't favor our daughter and be so strict with our son. Well, this product may not be able to solve this matter. Forget it. If the hesitation is not resolved, just go to Sorcerer Supreme. For a person like her who is well-informed and has lived for hundreds of years, there should be a solution. Looking at the smirking Wanda, Yu fondled her hair, while Pietro, who was sitting on the sofa, rolled his eyes constantly. Holding Yu's arm, Wanda gently leaned on Yu's shoulder, raised her head, and smiled silly. Her charming eyes narrowed into a very happy arc. Wanda regained her senses and looked up at Yu, then showed a very bright smile. Maybe I should think about it a little bit more. I don't know how Tony is dealing with Peppo, who is probably also worried. I used to think about whether the Earth is lonely and whether there are aliens in the universe, but this is just a guess. I didn't expect that there are aliens, and they have invaded the Earth. God, that's a nod to all the research I've done in the first half of my life. I don't know why the aliens chose to invade Earth, but seriously, the superheroes saved the world and saved us. Yes, we should thank these superheroes, they saved my life. 70 years ago, the captain defeated the enemy and allowed us to win. 70 years later, the captain led the superhero to save the world again, Captain Hale. I love Iron Man so much, and the superhero wearing the mask is so handsome. And his posture facing countless aliens in the sky is so handsome. God, we want to thank the superheroes for saving the world. Watching the interviews with passersby, one after another in the video, Yu looked at Helena in front of him and said with a smile, actually, the matter of aliens invading the Earth, including the battle of Avengers superheroes against aliens, this matter is there is no way to hide it. Everyone will know that there are still some superheroes protecting them in this world, and they will also know that the Earth is not alone. So after our NBC Live broadcasted the war of aliens invading the Earth, at least from that day on, NBC Entertainment's market share has increased from less than 40% to 45.7%. This is a very huge figure. After all, our opponent is more than one TV station and entertainment media company. But what I really want to say is not this. With that said, Yu pressed the play button. If the street interviews just now were all about admiration and gratitude to superheroes, then the following interviews with a group of people expressed concern about the existence of superheroes. It is undeniable that although the superhero saved us, but their strength is too strong, is their existence a threat to us? I never knew before that there are superheroes in this world. Even the captain, according to everyone's propaganda, he died 70 years ago to save us. Now these superheroes suddenly appear. I am worried they are a great threat to ordinary people. Yes, I am against the existence of these superheroes if they do something to ordinary people like us. Then who will save us? We have the right to know. Why do we never know that there are superheroes in this world? Who are they governed by? We have the right to know all this. The existence of superhero is a threat, a very big threat to us ordinary people. We must arrest them. The losses caused by this alien invasion should be borne by those superheroes. Helena nodded, then looked at you and said with a smile, I know what to do next, don't worry. After half a month of filming, the first film of Mutant, Lee's Good, is almost finished. The follow-up special effects production is also under accelerated preparation. In half a month at most, this movie will be released. In addition, arrange an interview with Tony Stark and Steve. I'm going to make an Easter egg. In this way, with the news that the superheroes just saved the world, it's hard for the movie to explode. We can also use the power of our media to turn these speeches against the Avengers into jokers. But this can only treat the symptoms, but cannot achieve fundamental results. We want to disintegrate them from the middle. Hearing Helena's words and looking at the angry Helena, Yu shook his head with a smile and said, Helena, you have to know one thing, that is, people who have such thoughts are not one or two people, but a large group of people. Maybe we can rely on the power of the fishing boat to erase these voices. It just so happens that we can also take this opportunity to let people in this world know that superheroes are not only as powerful as they see them. In fact, these superheroes who save the world are also flesh and blood, living people. Helena frowned upon hearing Yu's words. Just about to ask what to do, it suddenly occurred to Yu that before the war, Yu asked her to supervise the shooting of the movie, and said that the movie must be shot as soon as possible. They even think that the existence of superheroes is a big threat to them, and some people even held protest signs and marched on the streets. Watching the video, some people have opinions on the existence of superheroes, and even clamored to make the members of Avengers responsible for the damage caused by Chitauri's invasion of Manhattan. Yu spread his hands on the chair and said with a smile, Look, this is what some people worry about, the existence of superhero. Speaking of this, Helena hugged her shoulders and said with a sneer, Leave it to me, boss. I will let these idiots know the consequences of saying some irresponsible remarks. Seeing that Helena understood what she meant, Yu crossed his hands and then said with a smile, I'll make a phone call with Tony later. We are professional special effects artists, but it's very troublesome to make special effects for some sci-fi things. The artificial intelligence on his side is very good. I will let Tony help. If it weren't for the superheroes like Avengers, I'm afraid the Earth would have already fallen. By then, these idiots might be gone. Now that the Avengers have saved them and saved the world, they are still clamoring for revenge. Are they responsible? 7 days. Are these people idiots? But asking the superhero to be responsible for the loss of this alien invasion, and also demanding that the superhero be arrested. Don't these people have a brains? I see, boss. Watching the video, those guys who so-called opposed the existence of superheroes, and even clamored to arrest them, Helena frowned and said, Boss, although I know these people are worried about the existence of superheroes, for them, maybe there is a threat. After all, those superheroes are too powerful. No, no, no. In the past half-month, I will use the superhero's existence, controversy, saving the world and danger as the publicity points to ensure that this movie will be a big success, son. Clear. Helena nodded, then stood up and looked at Yu with a smile. Don't worry, boss, within 7 days, I guarantee that Mutant will be screened in our NBC theaters. And these days, I will let you all the networks and media outlets under this banner are hyping up the idea that superhero saves the world and the threat exists. And make a very objective and fair review to ensure that this enthusiasm will not disappear. Very good. Thank you. Sitting on the office chair, Yu smiled and nodded. After watching Helena go out, the widow sister couldn't help complaining. Did you think of this matter a long time ago? No wonder we wrote Mutant directly when we didn't know anything. It seems to be neutral, but it is actually biased towards those movies with super abilities. You should have thought of this a long time ago. You even knew about the invasion of aliens in advance. Having said that, the widow sister walked up to Yu, then pinched Yu's shoulder and said speechlessly, This movie will definitely be a hit. After all, the matter about the Avengers versus aliens is making a lot of noise now, boisterous. In addition to the fact that the media under your banner are waving their flags on the internet, my god. If the movie is not sold out and the box office does not exceed 1 billion yuan, it is estimated that it will be considered a loss. Hearing what the widow said, Yi 760 Yu laughed. 1 billion, such a big popularity. No, 1 billion box office is too little, plus my own theaters under NBC. Let's not talk about this wave. I have to earn at least 2 billion yuan just this. I have to tell the outside world this movie is a loss. Well, on the surface, the box office is more than 1 billion or 2 billion. And then the production company says that the box office has lost money. This is a routine often played by Hollywood distribution companies in the previous life. Although no one will believe it, there are fools in this world. It's normal to do some tricks on the ledger. We save the world, you make money. You. Natasha Romanoff pinched Yu hardly. Although her tone was a bit dissatisfied, she actually had a smug smile on her face. Well, although it has nothing to do with me, Natasha Romanoff is also happy that EU has made money. I just don't know if this movie will really let those who think that our existence will threaten them really let go of their prejudice against us. Natasha Romanoff said with a sigh. Don't worry, the movie Mutant is just the beginning, and I still have a lot of methods that I haven't used in the future. If BBDC had only such a simple method, I would have been overwhelmed by those hands and eyes. People eat so much that there are not even bones left. After all, in the face of interests, who would care so much? Patting Natasha Romanoff's hand, Yu said with a smile. Hearing Yu's words, Natasha Romanoff thought about it and then felt relieved. Yes, Natasha Romanoff is very clear about Yu's fortune. A 14-year-old boy started with a best-selling book, and at 19 he became the owner of NBC, one of the entertainment giants. If such a person is a pure-hearted boy, who would believe it? At least, if a young man with no relatives and no reason, if he didn't have some means, he would have already turned into a white bone in front of those big crocodiles, and it would be his turn to be worth billions. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff hugged Yu's head in distress, and then sighed softly. It's not easy for anyone in this world. She can almost imagine the sophistication and skill displayed by a 14-year-old boy in this world alone in the face of those huge capitals. Maybe back then, even though he was so mature and experienced during the day, he didn't behave like a young man should be mature. But whenever the night was quiet, he would feel lonely and afraid of this strange world. Otherwise, when I found a pair of siblings who are 3 years younger than me, I would not treat them as my family members. Feeling the warmth and distress of the widow sister, Yu didn't say anything. Just smiled and enjoyed the warmth. As for whether you really feel sorry for yourself. Are you kidding me? Maybe how many people envy me, not to mention having such a powerful strength. Just being 19 years old and owning a net worth of tens of billions is enough for countless people to envy, and hate him. So if Yu feels sorry for himself, he will feel I am fragile and lonely. That is 2 words, hypocritical, 1 word cheap. Shrugging his shoulders, Tony Stark skillfully pulled up a chair and sat opposite Yu, then spread his whole body on the chair and asked with a speechless expression. To be honest, Wanda also saw this time we are fighting aliens. Has she discovered your identity? Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders, then looked at himself blankly, walked back to the widow sister who was knocking Erlang's leg on his seat, then raised his hand as if to surrender and said, Don't worry, Natasha Romanoff, am I right? We'll tell fans. Tony Stark shook his head, then sighed and said, Dude, since Wanda found out about your identity, how did you manage to coax her well given that Wanda values you so much? How could it be impossible to find out? It's not too coaxing. Kang Mang, you're only 19 years old and you've already considered getting married. Come on, are you serious? Man, why are you so upset? Isn't it nice to be single? You're a billionaire, okay? Wake up when you wake up, buddy. Did you get hit on the brain by aliens? Hearing Tony's words, Yu thought for a while, then smiled and said, I just fell asleep holding my arm in the first half of the night and woke up from a nightmare in the second half of the night. And then the two of us talked about the future, about me and her after getting married in the future. There will be a few babies. That's not true. Looking at Tony, who looked hopeless, Yu asked with a smile, Have you had a fight with Peppo? Well, Yu still enjoys it very much if someone cares about him. It would be even better if Tony Stark didn't just push the door in and look at him with a sorry face. As he said that, Tony Stark wanted to stand up with a terrified face, to check whether Yu's brain was damaged by aliens. Water? Well, so I should knock early next time. Hearing what Yu said, Tony Stark didn't care about Yu's last question, but stared at Yu with wide eyes and asked in surprise. Dude, what did you just say? Then Wanda fell asleep with a longing look on her face, and the next morning I told her that I would not be a superhero until it was absolutely necessary, and then she was relieved. Why Peppo also quarreled with you because of this matter. The widow gave Tony an angry look, then picked up the magazine and read it. Get out. Seeing Tony Stark's horrified movements, Yu rolled his eyes and opened Tony's big hand more, and then just about to speak, he heard Natasha Romanoff behind him say, Tony, don't teach my Yi badly, wait until Wanda is an adult, and the two of them can get married. I'm still waiting to be the godmother of Yi's child. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said behind him, Tony Stark spread out on the chair, looked at Yu with a pity expression on his face and said, It's over, buddy, you are really crazy. Not only you are crazy, you put Natasha Romanoff, Wanda is driven crazy. Maybe I should consider bringing Pietro back to my house so he won't be infected by you. Giving Tony a big middle finger, Yu looked at Tony and asked, Okay, stop making trouble, seriously, why did you come here in person? For artificial intelligence, You let JARVIS send the program to my can't it be in the mailbox. I said I came to hide from Peppo, would you believe me? Tony spread out on the chair, looking at the ceiling with a loveless expression on his face. God, Peppo is crazy, she is no longer Peppo. I suspect she let the alien change her soul. What, though? Hearing what Tony said, Yu came and asked curiously, tell me what happened. I'm so curious. Well, hearing Yu's curious question, Tony Stark sighed and said, didn't you NBC Live broadcast the whole battle between the Manhattan Avengers and Loki Chitauri? As a good friend, after you took over NBC, I naturally led Peppo to support you with all my strength. We don't even watch Nick TV and NVF TV. Peppo also habitually watches your NBC just like me. TV station. The results of it. Tony Stark spread his hands helplessly and said, not to mention that Pebo watched the whole battle. The most important thing is that the host of the TV station used a full camera to track me all the time. I admitted I'm handsome, I'm famous, and countless people adore me, so I can understand it. Looking at the boastful Tony, Yu cooperated very well and continued to listen while pointing his middle finger up. Tony Stark, on the other hand, ignored Yu's middle finger very skillfully and felt that Yu was jealous of him and then continued. But Pepper watched me fight against aliens the whole time, especially when I was wearing a trench coat. I got into the stomach of the steel dragon and then killed the steel dragon from the inside. And when he came back, Peppo knew that I was one of the superheroes. After she came back, she didn't quarrel with me. She just expressed that she was very worried about me and loved me. You don't know how touched I was when I saw Pebo who loved and cared for me. I almost wanted to say, oh, let's get engaged, such impulsive words. Speaking of this, Tony Stark looked at Yu and said very seriously, this is a conspiracy, this is Peppo's conspiracy. She tried to use marriage to bind me, my God. I almost blurted out at that time. But after I reacted, I closed my mouth in time. In the past 2 days, Pebo went to work during the day, and he treated me badly when he came back at night. Today, he didn't even go to Stark Industry, so he just looked at me like that. Sometimes he looked at me and said how dangerous superheroes are, while persuading me to give up the idea of being a superhero. Still in tears, oh my God, I wonder if Happy told him I've been working on that ring since last year. Listening to Tony Stark's complaints, Yu looked at Natasha Romanoff, and Natasha Romanoff also looked at Yu at the same time, and then they both nodded speechlessly. What's the matter? Isn't Peppo worried about you and doesn't want you to continue to be a superhero desperately? Yu looked at Tony with some puzzlement and wanted to continue to say something when he saw Tony Stark sat up from the collapsed position immediately and then said very seriously, dude, you don't know Peppo, obviously she really wants to marry me. But I'm not ready yet. Tony sighed with a tangled face, then looked at Yu and said, it's a good thing you called me today, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Seriously, buddy, I really don't want to think about it so early, just get married. Seeing Tony's extremely troubled face, Yu didn't know what to say for a while. Ask for flowers. In other words, in the original movie, Tony and Peppo finally came together because of differences in the Avengers alliance, which eventually turned into a fight. Tony and Peppo also separated. In the Little Spider-Man movie, the two talents after getting back together, Tony finally proposed. But at this time, Tony Stark is not yet ready to get married, or in other words, at Pepper's age, he is eager to have a family, but Yu suspects that Tony has a marriage phobia. He didn't know how to persuade Tony. After all, the matter of empathy is complete nonsense. How can there be so much empathy in this world? Just when Yu was thinking about how to persuade Tony, the door of the office opened again. Point 0. This time Steve walked in dressed in black casual. After coming in without saying anything, he pulled a chair and walked over and then sat beside Tony Stark, opposite to Yu with his hands on his chin with a helpless expression on his face. Seeing Steve's expression, before Yu asked Steve what happened, Tony Stark suddenly laughed. Man, it seems that you have encountered a problem too. I thought I was the only one who was suffering. Hearing Tony's words, Steve leaned on his chin with his right hand and asked with a hopeless expression in his eyes, Tony, what's wrong with you? After Tony Stark told the story, Steve sighed helplessly. Tony, it seems that we are really brothers and sisters, and I am also very worried now. Saying that, Steve smiled wryly. Tell me, talk about the troublesome things so that you can feel better. Seeing that he wanted to persuade him on the surface, but in fact he had a gossiping face that I was miserable and that there was Tony with an even worse expression on the other side, Steve sighed again immediately. In other words, what kind of son is this Howard? What is this gloating expression about? Inexplicably, Steve misses Bucky a little bit. Alas, Bucky still treats himself well. Spoon. What happened? Seeing Steve with a depressed face, Yu also had a curious look on his face. You have to know that according to Steve's personality, under normal circumstances, he will definitely not be so sad. Although sometimes he is often alone and once he misses the past, he sneaks to the museum to look at the old items, and sometimes he looks at Peggy's young age. Sometimes the photos are in a daze, but I've never felt so sad before. So not only Tony Stark was curious, but Yi Yu was also very curious. Well, seeing Yi Yu's curious expression, Steve spread his hands and said helplessly, I'm here to resign, I can't do this job anymore. Okay, come to our Stark Industries. As soon as Captain America said he was going to resign, Tony on the side immediately became excited. 23 Steve, come to our Stark Industry to be the head of the security department. Believe me, Steve, no matter how much salary this guy Yi pays you, I double. Seeing the excited Tony Stark, Yi Yu suddenly coughed speechlessly. Tony, you're poaching someone in front of me, isn't it a bit embarrassing? Hearing Yi Yu's words, Tony patted his head immediately. I forgot you were still here. But seriously, Yi, after all, this is a battle between businesses. I think the captain should have his own choice. Since if you are not happy with you, then come to me. We are all one family, why should we share your company and our company? Oh, really? A family? Hearing Tony saying that he was playing a rascal, Yi Yu immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call to do something. What are you going to do? To call for help. Seeing Yi Yu's movement of holding the phone, Tony Stark asked curiously, shrugging his shoulders. Call Peppo and ask her if she knows that you have been preparing a ring to propose to her since last year. Since everyone is a family, I definitely want to discuss your wedding with Peppo. After all, this guy is too unreliable. Cough. Tony Stark, who was originally smiling, coughed violently after hearing Yi Yu's words, as if he had been choked. Hastily waving his hands in refusal, oh my brother, you can't do this. Can't that be? Yi Yu looked at Tony pretending not to understand. I don't understand what you're talking about. Okay, you are ruthless. Tony rolled his eyes, then leaned back in his chair. Then he looked at the captain's affectionate face, and at the same time said in a very nasty tone, Oh my Steve, it seems that you and I are destined not to work together, God, this is simply too cruel. My Steve, don't blame me for giving up the chance to get you so easily. It's really the big devil who caught my weakness, I have to. Saying that, Tony Stark also pretended to wipe away the sad tears that didn't exist. And the big devil Yi Yu that Tony is talking about is grinning grinningly, as if breaking up these two people feels very fulfilling. Seeing the two funny people, Steve laughed out loud, feeling warm in his heart. He definitely knew that the two people were deliberately making him happy just now. After all, it is his own freedom to work wherever he is. Or Tony, both of them have great respect for themselves. As for Natasha Romanoff, who was reading a magazine at the side, she looked at the three people with a cold face and couldn't help shivering. Although she knew that Yi and Tony were teaming up to make the depressed Steve happy. But seeing the angry tone and eyes of the three, Natasha Romanoff suddenly wanted to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Mom, these three people are selling rot openly and above board. Now I go to work every day, no matter where I go, I can find many people watching me secretly. I just sat back in the office, and in less than an hour there were more than 10 cups of coffee on the table. I'm not very good at refusing, so how are you going to live this day? Oh my God, this is the simple Steve I know. Yi, what's wrong with your NBC, a good Steve? You have been on your NBC for less than a year, and it has become like this. You made me simple, kind, and innocent. Give it back to me, Steve. However, he is Steve Rogers, which may be something worth showing off to others, but for Captain America, this may really be a distressing thing. Oh, I found out that I no longer belong to me. The more sincere Steve said, the more often Tony Stark rolled his eyes. Steve looked at Yi Yu and Tony sincerely and said, If I want to, then I'm afraid I can date different girls nonstop for a month. God, this is too scary. Okay, seriously, Steve, what the hell happened? Ignoring Tony's rolling eyes, Steve spread his hands and said, You know, my heart is always occupied by Sister Pay. So it's hard to accept another area. At the very beginning, we NBC reporters kept wanting to interview me, and I didn't like it, so I declined, but you know, a lot of people are coveting my beauty. Steve looked at Yi Yu and Tony speechlessly and said, Looking at the exaggerated Tony, Yi Yu leaned back on the chair and sighed in the same way. When Steve finished talking about his troubles, Tony Stark slapped the table at 5.8 grams, then pointed at Steve and complained to Yi Yu. Yi, listen, is what Steve said human. I think this guy has learned badly and he came to us to show off. Yi Yu looked at the smiling Steve and asked softly with a smile. If it wasn't for Steve who said these words, if it was someone else, Yi Yu would think it was showing off. When Steve said this, Tony Stark rolled his eyes and said, Steve, when did he become like this? Could it be that after staying in NBC TV for a long time, he automatically learned these bad-looking characters? Hearing Yu's inquiry, Steve smiled wryly and shook his head. You know, after our war with aliens ended, many people recognized my identity. But before my identity was exposed, more than a dozen girls wanted to ask me out. But after the war ended, my identity was known to everyone. God, almost 30 girls from one department all asked me out for dinner. And these girls are so courageous, they sometimes quarrel in front of me about who can date me. As he spoke, Steve smiled wryly and covered his head. Girls in this era are so courageous. They even blatantly told me that dessert after dinner, people of our era would never do this. Dessert? You should know that dinner is delicious. What does the dessert after that represent? Does the existence of superhero really threaten ordinary people? The little-known lives of superheroes. How is the superhero who saved the world treated? Is it the hero who saves the world? Or the greatest threat to ordinary people? A few days after the Battle of New York ended, almost from an instant, there was already some enthusiasm on the internet. The topic of whether the existence of superheroes is safe for ordinary people has once again been pushed to a new height. It was as if there was an invisible black hand pushing this topic on the entire internet, especially those who said that the existence of superheroes threatened ordinary people. And the clamor became even more violent on the internet. Almost instantly, the problem of superheroes seems to have become a discussion of national concern. Just when the whole nation was discussing the topic of superheroes, and when countless superhero fans and threat theorists were constantly arguing, a piece of news titled, "You Don't Know the Past of Superheroes" became popular on the internet. This was first published by a TV station under NBC, and then almost the entire network of 11 frantically reproduced this news. The news is guided by the pasts of Captain America Steve Rogers and Tony Stark, and then slowly unfolds the tragic life of Dr. Bruce Banner, a respected scholar before his transformation into the Hulk, and finally his voice-changing Hulk. This news almost reveals the unknown inside story of these three superheroes with a very fierce pen. Just when many people thought that superheroes possessed great strength and would surely live a life that countless people envied, this report took a wrong turn, writing out all kinds of sad and suffering experiences. The Captain Steve, who is admired by thousands of people, was confused about the new world, misunderstood outsiders, was rejected by the new world, tried hard to adapt, but was still unable to integrate into the new world. Tony Stark, whom many people thought was a playboy, could only rely on the energy reactor on his body to survive in the end. He had many degrees and could become a respected professor, but he was forced to remain anonymous, living a poor and miserable life, and so on a series of things. After this news came out, many ordinary people realized that the superheroes they admired lived such miserable lives, even worse than ordinary people. However, there are still some people clamoring about the threat theory of superheroes who want to fight back. Suddenly, NBC began to promote their new movie, Mutant, overwhelmingly. The promotional words even stated that this is the real life of superheroes, and adapted as the title for publicity. And during the period, it was also promoted that although many of this movie were fabricated, it was authorized by superhero and adapted from the unknown superhero's past experience. Almost as soon as the movie was released, it received countless attention, and many people were almost waiting for the movie to be released, so that they can understand what those so-called unknown past experiences are like. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, NBC's theaters finally began to slowly release the movie. After almost all theaters were released at the same time, each theater had a screening rate of more than 80%. There was no way, who let this be Yu's own theater, he definitely had the final say. Looking at the almost full party scene, Tony Stark looked at Yu speechlessly and said, "Dude, it seems that you made a lot of money this time. But seriously, did the report you wrote portray me too badly? When did I get rejected by my classmates? And please, even 30 years ago, I was also a Stark industry owner. How could the eldest son be ridiculed by others? Who dares to mock me?" Hearing Tony Stark's words, Steve on the side also nodded lightly. I think what Tony said is right, although when I just thought out of the ice cube, I was quite confused about this world. But man, I can't get drunk at all, so it doesn't make sense to buy drunk alone, let alone get ridiculed by others for not knowing new things, and end up drunk on the streets with nowhere to go. How is that possible? Drunk aside, if I'm on the street, can you believe that Nick Fury can change the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. from top to bottom the next day? I think. As for Dr. Bruce Banner, who was invited to watch the movie, he rubbed his hands, looked at Yu and said helplessly, I don't think I'm as miserable as reported in the news, although I hid inside a small village, but man, trust me. I really haven't reached the experience of looking for wild vegetables in the mountains to eat when I am so hungry that I can't afford to eat. Seeing the sincere eyes of Dr. Bruce Banner and the unsuspecting expressions of Tony Stark and Steve, Yu immediately raised his hand and said, "Hey, guys, what is writing definitely refers to all kinds of exaggerated rendering techniques. Only by describing in this way will many people know that our so-called heroes are actually not easy. Everyone has their own tragic experience. What's more, art comes from life and is higher than life. No, after this soft article was written, you haven't seen the response on the internet." Yu looked at the three people and then said with a smile, "Many people leave messages on the internet, feeling sorry for us superheroes, especially the three of you, and even some girls feel sorry for you after seeing your tragic experience." The tears flowed 80 and stopped. What does this mean? It means that this report is still somewhat useful. You know, the three of you, especially the captain's diehard fans, can be said to be very many. I guess if the three of you make your debut as a team now, I'm afraid it will be instant. Fans can exceed 100 million. God. Hearing Yu's words, Tony Stark raised a middle finger to Yu and said, "I'm already super popular, and I still need you to help me promote it. It doesn't matter, although you asked me to write these things. I agree, but I'm still very angry now. So unless you accompany me to that hearing in 3 days, I won't forgive you." Seeing Tony, who was obviously a little happy but full of arrogance, Yu put his arm around Tony's shoulder and said, "Isn't it just a hearing about your armor? Don't worry, I'll go with you. When the time comes, it's a live broadcast on the whole network. And the reporters are all our own, don't worry, no one can take away your armor." "That's about the same." Tony snorted proudly, then put his arms around Yu's shoulders and said, "Let's go, the movie is about to start, let me see. What's going on with this movie you've been promoting so much?" The lights were turned off, the theater was pitch black, and the big screen was slowly turned on. The first thing that caught the eye was the NBC logo. While all the audience were waiting with bated breath, the introduction about the origin of mutants slowly unfolded. Mutant. Are those superheroes mutant? Interesting, but I remember the captain seems to be because he is super knowledgeable. That's right, Tony Stark is also because of that steel battle suit. What does this have to do with mutants? Look first before talking. With the discussion of the crowd, the movie slowly kicked off. First of all, it started with the sufferings Magneto Eric experienced in his youth, with black and white images, rain, white striped clothes, mottled walls, and desperate barbed wire, plus a colorless sky. The rendering of all this makes the style of the whole film look extremely depressing. When the audience saw this scene, many people thought of what this is starting with, the concentration camp, this notorious place. Everyone was surprised by this opening chapter. They couldn't imagine that those superheroes would have anything to do with this place. The story continues, there is no color in the black and white picture, and Magneto, who is still a child, is crying heartbreakingly, watching his mother being taken away by the group of people. Seeing this scene, many people who came in because of the superhero story were attracted. When the emaciated child reached out desperately to hug his mother, perhaps the mutant genes started awakening, and the barbed wire that symbolized the separation of all good things began to tremble and then collapsed. After seeing this scene, many people all exclaimed, thinking that the child had awakened a super ability and was able to show off his powers. After saving the mother and these poor people, the screen suddenly went black and then changed to a scene from an officer's office. Does it have to be so desperate? Looking at the young boy, the thin child looked at the officer in front of him in horror. Tony Stark asked Yu softly, "You can't get some hope out? Someone discovered the super ability awakening. I think this child's it's not going to be so good." "It's a microcosm." Before Yu could answer, Steve, who was sitting on the other side of Tony, said softly, "Which era did I come back from? So I am very familiar with what happened in that era and the tragedies that happened." After speaking, Steve sighed and then looked at the movie screen and continued. "When I was fighting against Hydra with the Roaring Commando, I rescued many people who were captured by Hydra. They are just like the movie. The study of human superability. Many people have become prisoners of research, including Bucky. When I rescued Bucky, Tony, you can't imagine what kind of tragedy I have seen with my own eyes. Some people were cruelly cut open. Some humans are injected with various chemicals. Hydra, there is no humanity. It is precisely because of this that I am determined to eradicate all Hydra. Even if the tragedy is put in a movie, there is no way to show it." Hearing Steve's words, Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know what to think of, then he raised his hand and patted Steve's shoulder comfortingly. "I hope the tone of this movie is not hopeless. Although, the black and white screen at the beginning has already set the tone of this movie. As soon as Tony's voice fell, he heard a gunshot from the screen. It turned out that in order to force the teenager Magneto to be able to awaken the mutant gene, the officer actually directly and brutally killed his mother. Seeing the frail child staring at the mother lying on the ground in horror, seeing the trembling body and desperate eyes, Tony Stark couldn't help sighing. Captain, if I was born in my father's time, I would like to. I will fight side by side with you too. Just like Tony's sympathy, many viewers seem to have forgotten at this moment that they are watching the life of the unknown superhero, and instead devoted themselves to the movie. So after seeing the desperate and terrified expression on this emaciated child's face, they all became resentful. They subconsciously integrated the superhero of Avengers who saved the world and the Magneto in the movie. It also depends on NBC's crazy publicity these days. They all think that this movie is the past of superhero. Just when everyone was worried about the young Magneto, the scene changed and Magneto turned into an adult, a worker in a factory. Seeing that Magneto has a stable job after growing up, a very warm family and a wife who loves him deeply, everyone smiles slightly. No one likes tragedies, although this is just the beginning of the movie. When they saw a worker who was almost crushed to death, and at the critical moment Magneto used super ability to save this colleague, many people smiled on their faces. In their hearts, Magneto's heroic actions, it is bound to be respected and appreciated by all, because he saved other people's lives. What happened next was that Magneto's ability to save others was not only not appreciated and appreciated by others, but was feared and excluded by others as a different kind, and some people even wanted to drive him away. Even the people whose lives were saved by Magneto rejected him and feared him. Seeing Magneto, who had to escape being squeezed out by everyone, seeing the scene where he was pursued and even his wife died on the road, the audience in these theaters were completely outraged. Idiots, these people are idiots. God, how could they do this? Eric saved them, how could they do this? Of Zhao's shit, these bastards, they shouldn't have done this. But we seem to be afraid of the superhero who just saved our lives and the world. When there were angry curses in the theater, a voice suddenly came out. After hearing this weak voice, many people subconsciously fell silent. Eric saved his colleagues, but he was ostracized and feared. Even his wife died on the way to escape, and those superheroes, after saving the world, were also considered unsafe by them. How similar is this to the scene in the movie? Just when many people brought their emotions into the movie, while reflecting on the remarks that happened these days, Tony beside you suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing? Steve looked at Tony, who suddenly laughed and couldn't help but ask in doubt, is there anything to be funny about? I was thinking, I understand what this guy is going to do. Tony shrugged, then he said arrogantly, Steve, you should pay attention to the evaluation of us superheroes on the internet these days. Except for some people who support us and admire us, there are also some people who think that we exist. For ordinary people, it is a great threat. The most important thing is that this wave of fishing boats is getting worse and worse. If there is no accident, someone must be pushing this wave of fishing boats away. At the beginning, I was still wondering who was pushing the fishing reel, but now I understand that the driving force behind this fishing reel should be Yi. I'm right. Tony turned his head, looked at Yi and asked with a smile. Yi didn't answer but just gave Tony Stark a thumbs up. Then Tony raised an eyebrow at Steve triumphantly. Why did you do this? Shouldn't it be to make the fishing boat disappear slowly? Steve asked with some incomprehension. Do you think 557 will harm us? Tony turned his head to look at Steve and asked softly. Definitely not, I can be very sure of this. Steve shook his head and replied, that's it. Tony Stark smiled while watching the movie and replied, even if this fishing boat slowly disappears on the internet, there will still be some people who think that I am a threat. If that's the case, then it's really nothing. After all, we can't make people all over the world like us. But 2 days ago, I received a summons for a hearing. Tony Stark laughed. That's the reason, Steve, our existence is too powerful, so many people want to hold us in their hands. After all, if they can hold us in their hands, I'm afraid some people the strength will be greatly enhanced. But after all, we have just saved the world. Although some people regard us as a threat, more people worship us. At this time, it is not good for them to directly attack us, so, I see. When Steve heard Tony say this, he nodded and said, I understand what you mean. The reason why Yi promotes this fishing reel is to maximize the fishing reel and become a topic of public concern. We so-called superheroes are pushed to be on the cusp of the storm, so that every move about us will be noticed by the whole people. At this time, if some interested people want to hold us in their hands, they will definitely be known by countless people, so they need to be careful or they can only wait until the fishing boat stops, and everyone will not pay attention to us before doing it. However, Ye's movie was released at this time. On the surface, it tells the story of Mutant. In fact, the contradiction between mutant and ordinary people and the fear of ordinary people for mutant reflects the current situation. So when watching after this movie, even if some people who regard us as a threat cannot change their attitudes, at least they will not hate us so much. Speaking of this, Steve leaned his body behind the chair and then said softly, "And some people who are neutral or who don't have that much prejudice against us will definitely turn to us. He wants to rely on the fishing boat and set us up a layer of protection. This should be just the beginning." Tony spread his hands, watched Professor X appear on the screen, and then said with a smile, "Actually, I'm afraid some people want to take action against us after the war is over, and the summons I planted should be their first step. If you give up the right to control the superhero like this, it's not what those disgusting guys did. They couldn't find this masked superhero. Thor returned to God's domain, BBDI Asgard. Dr. Banner is now an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff and Barton are also members of S.H.I.E.L.D. and you. Steve, you are a person admired by all people." With that said, Tony turned his head to look at Yu and asked, "Are you ready? What's more, although I have been frozen for 70 years after all, I have stayed in Junfang and know some things, so some people are very likely to do this." Speaking of this, Tony Stark laughed. "I'm afraid they didn't expect that you would use movies to speak for us. At least, after a wave of bad sales, there will definitely be many people who sympathize with us superheroes. At least those ordinary people are watching after the movie. After the baptism of the fishing boat, you will definitely think that us superheroes are actually very miserable guys. By the way, do you usually think so much? Trust them, since both of them think so, then there will be no mistakes. So they attacked me in advance. They want to get my armor to test so as to nibble a step by step and finally let us sign some agreement to obey their orders." Hearing what Steve said, Dr. Banner nodded. Fortunately, he is now a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, I am afraid that he should be the first person to be attacked. But if he could have known ye a few years earlier, maybe Rose. Well. After thinking for a while, Dr. Banner looked at Steve weakly and asked, "It's human nature to sympathize with the weak. In this wave, the initiative is already in our hands and we will see the next wave." Steve laughed, looking at Yu and Tony who were talking next to him. Steve said softly, "I am in charge of commanding the battle, and for the rest, I am very relieved of the two of them." On Steve's left, Dr. Banner, who had been silent all this time, touched Steve lightly, and then asked very curiously, "The three of you usually do calculations when you are together. I always think, is it because you want to, is it too much? Maybe no one wants to control us." Tony raised his hand, hammered Yu's arm, and then looked at the movie screen with a smile. He was looking forward to it at the moment. At the hearing, how would Yu fight against the group who wanted to snatch his armor? Dude, you're speechless. Don't worry, I'm ready to play a guest role as a lawyer. Then what are you in charge of? Yu looked into Tony's gaze and then smiled softly. "I don't mind letting everyone see how I helped you, Iron Man, to protect your own armor." Looking at Dr. Banner, who was a little embarrassed, Steve smiled and replied, "I usually don't say these things, but Dr. Banner, when it comes to brains, two guys, Yi and Tony, one is an inventive genius, and the other is a genius for the future. A genius who has a strategic vision for everything that happens. Me." "Well, thanks." These mutants are so pitiful, especially Magneto, who had an unfortunate childhood and lost his wife when he grew up. God, he is so powerful, but he can only run away. Yes, these powerful people are obviously so powerful, but they are so pitiful. Professor X is a close friend, but he still doesn't understand Magneto, but to be honest, I don't know if Magneto should do this. After all, he always wants to keep Mutant from running around and being bullied. If I were Magneto, I'd probably do the same thing. But Professor X insists on the idea that mutants and ordinary people live in peace. It's disgusting for those ordinary people to hate mutants so much. With the end of the movie, many people started to discuss it. The difference between this movie and the previous X-Men is that Yu magnified the mutants' difficult survival, being rejected by ordinary people, and disgusting. In addition, he has always used Mutant. The narration from the perspective of the first perspective is enough to make many people realize that Mutant is powerful. But it can only be shown vividly when people make things difficult and roll their eyes everywhere. As the subtitles slowly came to an end, many people were about to get up and leave, but seeing that the theater lights hadn't been turned on, they gradually sat down again. Is there any Easter egg display? Just when everyone was expecting it, the screen gradually lit up again. First, there was a blue sky with white clouds drifting by, and then a group of birds soared freely in the sky and sang. As the camera zoomed down, the handsome Steve was sitting on the grass in casual clothes. The breeze blows slowly, and a layer of green carpet on the grass flutters with the wind. Steve Rogers, sitting in the middle, looks into the distance with deep eyes. After seeing Steve Rogers on the screen, many people cheered. Many people admire this legendary hero very much. After all, they grew up listening to his stories, so even some people who think that the existence of a superhero is a threat to ordinary people will not take the fishing reel to him on this legendary hero. After all, he once used his life to prove that he has been guarding mankind. Seeing Steve sitting alone on the grass, his deep eyes looking into the distance, inexplicably makes people feel a little sad. As the camera zoomed in and showed Steve's handsome side face, the legendary hero suddenly laughed. To be honest, I never thought that I would still have a chance to come back to life. After all, 70 years ago, when I drove a plane into an iceberg and sea, I thought I was going to die. While talking, Steve smiled, and there was a trace of nostalgia in his tone. When I woke up, I found that the world has really changed a lot. The food is better. There are more buildings and cars. With the internet, even some diseases in the past can be cured. This is really a very beautiful era, but I still miss the old days. Because this era does not belong to me, and this is not my world. If possible, I still hope that I can go back to the past when technology was backward. There were not so many high-rise buildings. There were not so many cars, and the food was very simple because that is where I belong. Do you have any regrets? As Steve Rogers finished speaking, a narrator's voiceover gradually sounded. It's like an interview, but it's like letting Steve, who was 70 years ago, analyze his heart. Are you sorry? Steve frowned, then took a deep breath, but shook his head slowly, with a complicated smile on his face. Many, such as the members of my Howling Commando, all passed away, such as my brother is no longer alive, such as I am late for a date of 70 years. As Steve's voice fell, the wind gradually picked up, blowing the white clouds in the sky, blowing up the corners of Steve's clothes, as if wanting to blow away the regretful eyes on this man's face. If you had another chance, would you still make the choice 70 years ago? Even if you were, you would lose everything. The voiceover, the narrator asked softly, Yes, this is my mission and my mission. Steve had no hesitation, just nodded lightly and said, When the world needs me, I will stand up without any scruples, even if I am not understood by anyone, even if I am hated by everyone, even. I would lose everything. Ask for flowers. But maybe this is the meaning of my existence. It's like this battle with aliens. When the world needs me, I will stand up without hesitation. Even this time, I will not be resurrected again. As Steve's firm voice sounded, the camera images gradually flickered, and then a scene of the battle in New York, Steve holding a shield against Chitauri, appeared. In the picture, Steve's eyes are so determined, his actions are so decisive. Even though he is surrounded by many Chitauri, even if there are countless Chitauri in front of him, Steve still bravely rushed forward. Looking at this picture, many audiences in the theater were silent. Listening to Steve's words, watching Steve's fight against aliens in the picture, and the situation of those poor mutants in the movie just now, at this moment, many people, they were all silent and didn't know what to say. Just these days before the movie started, these people were still talking about superhero threats. But even so, these superheroes resolutely appeared. Even after knowing the consequences, they still protected them with their lives. Combining the movie and Steve's interview, many people have reflected on whether they are too unfair to these superheroes by doing so. The camera turned here, and the picture came to Stark Industry. At this moment, Tony Stark is constantly upgrading his battle armor. After seeing the camera coming, Tony Stark gave away his shoulders and then said arrogantly, Wow, are you here to interview your superhero? Haha, you came here just after I finished saving the world. How is it? Is my body handsome when I save the world? Looking at the arrogant and narcissistic Tony in the picture, the voiceover suddenly rang out. Tony, aren't you afraid? Looking at the Chitauri flying all over the sky, you are the first to soar into the sky. Have you thought about the consequences of failure? Listening to the voiceover narration, the smile on Tony's face, which was originally arrogant, gradually disappeared. However, he shrugged his shoulders and answered one pretending to be relaxed. Failure? How could I fail? Who am I? A majestic genius, Iron Man Tony Stark. How could I fail? On the screen, Tony Stark replied with a pretended ease. If you fail this time, then you will die. Aren't you afraid of death? Or, just when Tony Stark finished speaking pretendingly, the voiceover sounded again. Only this time, facing this question, Tony wasn't laughing. You're annoyings. After a while, Tony Stark suddenly raised his hand, pointed to the camera and said in a very speechless voice, Shouldn't we be discussing my brave and fearless figure in the battle and my screaming armor at this time? Why? How about discussing such a profound topic? What's more, in fact, I have already died once. Tony 687 Stark laughed, and then patted the energy reactor on his body. I think I have a lot of shrapnel now. If it wasn't for this energy reactor, I'm afraid I would have died by now. In fact, in the cave, when I rely on the car to maintain my life on the battery, I'm not afraid of anything. Isn't it aliens, isn't it death, what's so scary? In the picture, Tony Stark is very free and easy, as if he has already faced Shan already. Mr. Stark, you saved the world and made countless people worship you, but now many people on the internet are promoting your superhero threat theory. What do you think? Hearing the question from the voiceover, Tony picked up the coffee on the table and tasted it lightly, then said, I know I've been paying attention to these things recently. To be honest, we are the ones who saved the world, but many people regard us as a threat. This is really sad. As he spoke, Tony Stark walked towards his armor, picked up a towel, and while wiping the non-existent dust on the armor, he replied in a dignified voice. But later I figured it out, it's normal. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, our existence is extremely threatening to ordinary people. Even if we have nothing wrong, but you can't ask these ordinary people to accept you. This is unfair whether it is for us or to ordinary people. Speaking of this, Tony Stark tilted his head and a playful look flashed in his eyes. So let's do this, we will do our best to completely disappear from the world of ordinary people. In this way, they will not be afraid of us. Until the world is in danger again, perhaps it is the fairest thing for ordinary people. Although it is a bit unfair for us, this is us who showed up and saved this world. The price of the world, isn't it? Tony Stark's voice fell and the screen went black again. After hearing Tony Stark's last words, many people were completely uneasy. It's not fair. It is obvious that the superhero saved the world and saved us. Why do we have to let them suffer such grievances? God, superheroes obviously didn't do anything bad, even save the world. Why do some people think they're not safe? If it weren't for them, our world would have been taken over by aliens long ago. What do they want the superheroes to do? Will they be relieved if they arrest these heroes? I'm actually one of the worried superheroes, I'm sorry. We really shouldn't treat these heroes who saved the world like this. While everyone was discussing, the scene reappeared on the roof of a rooftop. Amidst the whistling wind, Yu, wearing a mask, sat on the roof alone, his windbreaker rustling by the whistling wind. My god, it's a demigod. It's actually the Silver Masked Man. Is he going to expose the identity of the Silver Masked Man? God, this is so cool. In the picture, Yu is sitting on the roof with a long sword in his hand, and a cold atmosphere wraps Yu in it. What do you think others should call you? Demigod, Silver Mask, or Silver Mask Man? My god, Silver Mask is only 19, or an orphan. I really want to punch those who promote the superhero threat theory. Do they have the heart to blacken such people? Do they still have a conscience? Look at this kid. Yu's voice was cold and quiet, as if it had floated from outside the sky. Well, as the superhero who saved the world, did you have any fear at the moment when the aliens invaded? Or did you ever worry? After hearing Yu's words, almost instantly, everyone in the theater exclaimed. Even if you are not worried, what about your parents? Listen to your voice, you should be very young, so after they know about the alien invasion, won't they worry about you? This is the Silver Masked Man. He is so powerful, but he has never done bad things with super abilities. When the world is facing alien invasion, he is just 19 years old, but he still fights against aliens regardless of life and death. God, why is such a person still afraid of him? So I don't need to worry about that. Many viewers who didn't know why saw Yu's silence and felt a little puzzled, but they still wanted to continue listening to this interview like an Easter egg. The picture floats behind Yu and the narration seems a little ethereal. Facing Yu with a cold and indifferent voice, the voiceover asked, Fear, worried, this kind of emotion is not on me. Seriously, there is nothing to worry about. Because no matter what, I will fight these aliens with my sword. I can't just let the earth fall like this. After a while, Yu stood up, then gently shook his head and said, If they are in this world, then maybe they will worry about me. After all, it is a ridiculous thing for a 19-year-old youth to fight against aliens. But in this world, I have never had the love of my parents, and I have always been alone. Hearing the voiceover question, Yu, who was wearing a mask, fell silent, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. God, a child who has never felt the love of his parents has grown into a superhero, so he must love this world very much. Suddenly, I want to cry 0.5, Silver Mask, the superhero who saved the world but has never felt the care of love. He must have had a hard time these years, so I can hug him. I originally planned to change it to 7 today, but I went out to meet up with my friends last night. After a hangover, I slept all morning and my head hurts. I really can't write it. I'm sorry, brothers and sisters. Zioju knelt down. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a demigod or a silver-masked man. To be honest, I don't really care. From today onwards, I will stop blackmailing those superheroes who saved our lives. Superheroes, is it really a threat? Have they done anything bad? Please stop your unreasonable threats. I feel so sorry for that captain with confused eyes. He carried the world for us, but he is being rejected by this world. God, these superheroes saved the world, but no one can understand them. Especially the Silver Mask who just turned 19, it really hurts my heart. Looking at the polarization of superheroes in the newspapers and the internet, and now they all feel sorry for those superheroes who saved the world. And even some speeches that incite superhero threats have been suppressed. Senator Stern angrily threw the newspaper, throw it on the table. What the hell are those NBC guys trying to do? While speaking angrily, Counselor Stern, the counselor who wanted Tony to fight armor in Iron Man 2, looked at his subordinates and asked, "Where are our people? Let our people continue to intensify their efforts. Instigate the superhero threat theory. Only in this way, we have a chance to control the superheroes in our hands. No matter what, we must let the people stand on our side. 11 Otherwise, will we let those so-called superheroes live freely without doing anything?" Hearing Mr. Stern's words, the think tank under him shook his head bitterly and said, "Mr. Stern, in fact, since the movie released by NBC yesterday, I also went to watch the movie immediately. See what NBC is up to. After watching the movie, I realized that on the surface, the movie is telling how miserable the life of the so-called mutant is. But in fact, it is promoting the innocence of those superheroes who are considered dangerous by the public. This is obviously true. I'm deliberately showing weakness through the movie so that the public can sympathize with those superheroes. With the addition of post-credits eggs and interviews with Captain America, Tony, and Silver-Faced Man, the folks are now full of sympathy for the tragic past experiences of superheroes. And they didn't do any bad things, so let them go on. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* after tomorrow is the hearing where we asked Tony Stark to hand over the armor, and now there is trouble. Originally, I wanted to borrow the public's remarks about the so-called superhero threat forced Tony Stark to hand over his battle armor, so as to achieve the first step in controlling those superheroes. Okay, now a bad movie, a simple interview disrupted all our plans. Damn it, if I knew it earlier I wouldn't have waited, just as soon as Tony Stark made the armor, just let it be handed in. Otherwise it wouldn't make so many troubles. Looking at the angry and helpless Senator Stern, the think tank thought for a while and then said softly, "Actually, Senator Stern, apart from our people propagating superhero-threatening remarks on the internet, there are also people behind the scenes. There are black hands pushing this rhetoric. After our investigation, it was people from NBC who were promoting this kind of talk. I thought they were trying to create topics to gain attention, so that's why they did this. At least at the time, we all thought that NBC had become our ally indirectly. But I didn't expect NBC is deliberately stirring the fishing boat to achieve the ultimate goal." Hearing the think tank's words, Counselor Stern suddenly raised his head, looked at the think tank and asked, "Is there any way to get this crap movie off the shelves? Or let the matter of NBC making fishing boats go out?" Basically, there is no such possibility. After the think tank heard what Mr. Stern said, he immediately shook his head and said, "Mr. Stern, first of all, this movie was not released in other theaters, and all of them were screened by NBC's theaters alone. Currently occupying 47% of the market, whether it is the internet or newspaper media, NBC is firmly in control. Although I don't know what Mr. Yu wants to do, but whatever he wants to do, just let him do it. We implement our plan which is not in conflict. Don't forget our great goal. As long as this great goal does not conflict, then anything and everything can be let go. Then stop this stupid plan of yours." Hearing that he, a congressman, had no way to attack NBC, Stern immediately smashed the table. "One thing you have to keep in mind, don't provoke Mr. Yu, otherwise if he wants to kill you, then you are dead, even Mr. Pierce can't keep you. So, it is estimated that our black material will be directly pressed to death by NBC before it is released. And if you want to move NBC, at least in your current capacity, there are still some difficulties." After the call was connected, Stern put on a very relaxed tone and said with a smile, "Mr. Sitwell, good morning. In fact, we want to take away the Tony Stark armor. There are some difficulties. These damned fellows. As for Mr. Yu's NBC wanting to keep the superhero, then let him keep it. Our most important goal now is not those so-called superheroes." Stern replied with a smile, "If the stumbling block of NBC is not removed, our plan may be. Okay, you go out first, I'll think of another way. Oh, it's like this, there is a movie released by NBC yesterday, you know." After the think tank left, Counselor Stern pressed a shielding button on the table, and then picked up the private phone and dialed out. So if NBC doesn't get rid of it, it will be very difficult for us to control the idea of superhero. But my current status is not enough, so Mr. Sitwell, can you see if there is any way? Listening to what Congressman Stern said on the phone in 973, Sitwell looked around in S.H.I.E.L.D., then pushed his glasses and asked, "You want to say that you want to support NBC or NBC? Has someone you started?" "That's right, it's like this." Stern waved his hand, motioning for the think tank to leave first. Before Stern finished speaking, Sitwell replied very simply and neatly, "NBC is not something you can do, and you is not someone you are qualified to touch. I forgot to tell you. You is ours, people, and people whom Mr. Alexander Pierce cares about." Soon the Congressman Stern told Sitwell what happened directly and finally said, "This is what happened, and I didn't expect that we would be tricked by NBC Entertainment. At least judging from the current situation, we are now in a very passive situation. NBC building inside EU's office. Because of the promotion of the superhero story and the superhero saved the world some time ago, the statistics of Mutant released yesterday came out. Helena handed the statistical data to EU and said with a smile, "Boss, no one would have thought that yesterday's box office data alone reached an astonishing 230 million. It can be said that there is a superhero as the theme. Coupled with the current popularity, I am optimistic that this film will make a considerable profit. Even if there is no extension key, I want to conservatively estimate the final box office trend of this movie, at least more than 1.7 billion box office, not to mention that the theater chain is still in our own hands." Speaking of this, Helena looked at EU with admiration and said, "Boss, to be honest, the topic of superhero is extremely hot now, and many viewers don't even watch the movie but the Easter eggs behind the movie, which is Steve, Mr. Tony Stark, and the interview with Silver Mask and walked into the theater. So with an investment of 30 million yuan, a large part of which is money for special effects, plus we only spent less than 5 million yuan in publicity, at least 1.7 billion guaranteed box office, plus the theaters are all our own, it can be said that this wave, we have made a lot of money." Hearing Helena's words, EU nodded with a smile and then asked, "By the way, what is the ratio of the Avengers approval rate to the threat theory now? The number of people who hold this view of the superhero threat theory has been greatly reduced." Helena replied very seriously, "Boss, after our guidance these days, the number of people participating in the superhero threat theory has reached nearly 1 million people. But after the movie is fully released and the end credits are badly sold, now countless people on the internet have begun to sympathize with superhero. Even the most topical is a report titled, 'Ordinary People Are Happier Than Superheroes.' This report comprehensively compares the differences between these superheroes and ordinary people, focusing on how ordinary people are happiness is a thing. So, there are fewer and fewer people who still hold the superhero threat theory, and I find that some people who are still deliberately caused it. Press them to death." Hearing Helena's words, Yu's eyes froze, and then he looked at Helena and said, "I know what these people's goals are, but now all the NBC media have mobilized me, and I want the superhero's sadness to trigger a full effect. Let everyone start to worship and sympathize with the superhero's situation. Then I will completely kill those who still hold the threat theory on the internet." Clear. Hearing Yu's words, Helena immediately nodded and hesitated for a while, then Helena still asked, "Boss, do you want me to expose who are those people who hold the superhero threat theory? We have the ability to expose it. After all, when it comes to online media, we are professionals and our hackers can." Being not. Before Helena finished speaking, Yu thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "There are too many ways in this, and the relationship involved is also very complicated. I know who these people are and I also know their purpose. What is it? But ignore these people for the time being, just press the signs to death." Clear. Helena nodded, then stood up and walked outside. Seeing Helena leave the office, Yu leaned on the chair and stretched. It's still not strong enough. 40% of the entertainment is controlled, and the media's voice channels are only less than 30% of the market. Unless I can control the mouthpiece of all the media in my own hands. Otherwise, those guys hide too deeply even if it is head-to-head, at best, both sides will suffer. This is not in line with the interests of business is business. Leaning back in his chair, Yu felt a little headache when he thought of those time-honored brands that have held media outlets for more than 100 years. If you try your best, Yu really doesn't care about them, but the relationship here is too complicated. Behind many century-old media newspapers, there are many people standing behind them, people that even S.H.I.E.L.D. is unwilling to touch. Unless you can kill them all with one shot, it is not in the long-term interest. Just like the situation where the fishing boat I was pushing behind was flying all over the sky a few days ago, those old guys didn't make a move. To be honest, Yu knew that they were actually afraid of him, and they didn't end in person, they just spoke to him silently for the sake of goodwill. After all, everyone is an adult, and some words can be understood without saying it. Non-interference with each other and common development is the best solution. Otherwise, you will end up participating in head-to-head competition for a little profit. That is something that children will do. Do you really think that those who can control a century-old fishing boat are simple and easy things? Just a little threat to show a little strength. How can this world be so simple? Just like Yu, after taking over the NBC newspaper, a lot of shocking and eye-popping black material was firmly held in his hands and did not explode. Otherwise, even the enthusiasm that Avengers save the world will be suppressed. It is precisely because of this that Yu has made a lot of money due to the popularity. This is because he is showing favor to him. Some default rules who broke them. Whoever is the public enemy, there is nothing fair, and just in this world it's just cheating children. Just like now, the guy who smiled and called himself is a smiling tiger. No, it should be said to be a smiling snake. Yes, you guessed it right, the superhero matter was promoted by me behind the scenes. Facing the laughing voice on the phone, Yu did not hide anything. Tomorrow's hearing can be held as you Qian Wangzhou want to do. I will take the NBC reporter there in person. This time I will guest star Tony Stark lawyer. By then you should know how to do the toilet. Why should I protect Tony Stark? Hee, what do? Do I still need to ask you for instructions? Senator Stern, you have to know who you are. You are all old people in the organization. What should you ask and what should not ask? You know it in your heart. No, you don't have to show weakness tomorrow. Just do what you want, but you congressmen are doomed to lose. Yu looked at the bright sunshine outside the window and then slowly said, I'll take care of Tony Stark, you just cooperate with me when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Yu suddenly laughed. Hydra, it seems that it should disappear. But it's a pity to disappear like this, and I don't know how much of the Skrulls, Zhujing Fury, stay on Earth. Actually, I feel that these people are just looking for trouble. Tony Stark sat in the extended Rolls-Royce, looked at Yu in the opposite seat and shrugged his shoulders. Look man, this time they will definitely use some topic of safety in the hearing, and they want to put my armor away. But to be honest, I have prepared a few videos in the past 2 days, and I will watch yours then. Looking at the phone handed over by Tony Stark, Yu watched the video, which was also imitated according to Tony Stark's armor. The result was either that the driver in the armor was twisted at the waist, or the scene of heavy casualties during the test of the armor. Yu shrugged. Shrugging his shoulders, he said, Don't worry, your armor will always belong to you. Don't move around. Pietro, who was helping Tony Stark touch up his makeup, tapped lightly on Tony, whose facial expression always moved when he was talking to Yu, and then while helping Tony with makeup, he looked at Yu and said, this I have troubled you once, and I need you to help Tony yourself. If you say that, you'll see yourself. Yu shook his head with a smile. I'm friends with Tony, so. Yes, we are friends. Tony Stark said with a stinking face. Aren't friends supposed to help each other? Pietro, you're offended by saying that to Yi. After all, the relationship between the two of us is very good, so we don't need 810 foundation. Bar. Don't hide. Dissatisfied with Tony always avoiding his movements, Pietro grabbed Tony, and while helping him apply foundation, he said, You think you are so young and handsome as Yi. You know there will be many reporters today. If the red and swollen areas are not covered with foundation, others will definitely laugh at them. That's not your fault. Hearing what Pietro said, Tony Stark said helplessly, It's not that you were too anxious and I hit the wall, hiss. Looking at Tony, who was pinched hard by Pietro, Yu turned his head away and then laughed silently. The scene of the hearing. As soon as Yu and Tony got out of the car, many reporters ran over frantically. Many cameras and microphones were all in front of the two of them. Under the bursts of flashing lights, many reporters were constantly facing Tony Stark, and Yu asked questions. Mr. Tony Stark, what do you think of this hearing? Mr. Yi, as the owner of NBC, a billionaire, do you have a good relationship with Stark? I heard that Mr. Stark hired you as a lawyer. May I ask if you have the confidence to help Mr. Stark win this? Is there a hearing? Mr. Stark, may I ask why you didn't hire a professional lawyer, but chose Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi, this question. Hearing so many reporters swarming in front of him to ask questions, and seeing the microphones held by many reporters all with the NBC logo on them, Tony shrugged his shoulders, and then smiled. Let me answer first, why did I let you come and be my lawyer and help me attend this hearing? The reason is very simple. As he said that, Tony put his arms around Yu's shoulders, looked at the reporters and said with a smile, Yi and I have a very good relationship. I chose Yi because he is no worse than those lawyers, and secondly, two, because I trust him. I don't have many friends, and I don't have many people who I can trust, and Yi is the only person I can think of to trust. As you can see, my relationship with him that was experienced. Before Tony Stark could finish speaking complacently, Yi nudged Tony lightly with his elbow. This guy is purely a person who is crazy, and it would be fun if he revealed his identity. After all, you have to know that the popularity of Silver Mask is very high now, especially in the past 2 days, when I stood alone in the air, facing countless Chitauri with one sword and one man without fear. After the cover was reported, the internet has already crazy because of Silver Mask. Many people think that they are a lonely person. After living a very lonely life, many people call on themselves to show up, wanting to warm their lonely heart. Although there are already countless people guessing his identity on the internet at this moment, Yi doesn't want to reveal his identity yet. Just like little Spider-Man didn't want to reveal his identity afterwards, once his identity was revealed, it would definitely cause a lot of inconvenience. Although I am not like little Spider-Man, I am worried that the identity of the superhero will be exposed, which will bring unnecessary trouble to the family, or that the supervillain will threaten the family. But look at Tony, who is followed by countless people wherever he goes, and Captain America, who is about to be tortured crazy by girls. Yi doesn't want to be difficult to move an inch. Looking at the reporters swarming in front of him, almost all the people in the front row are his own people under the NBC banner. Yi replied with a smile. As Tony said, I am someone he trusts, and he, too, I am willing to give anything to help people. This time I will do my best to help Tony protect his own armor. Mr. Yi, what do you think of the content of this hearing? Mr. Yi, what do you think about one of the superheroes, Mr. Tony Stark's armor, whether it belongs to you or to Jun Fang? Listening to his own reporter's question, Yi laughed. The question from other media reporters behind them, Yi definitely pretended not to see it. How else can I see? Yi looked at the camera righteously and said, the reason why I participated in this hearing is to help Tony keep the armor that should belong to him. As for those people on the Jun side who want to snatch Tony's armor, I think everyone should know what it is for. That's right, those people want to use Tony's armor to mass-produce wars. As we all know, my brother's armor is used to protect the world and protect ordinary people from harm. This is his responsibility as a superhero, so his armor symbolizes peace, not war. Any casualties caused by the war caused by Tony's armor are an insult to the original intention of Tony's research and development of the armor, which has become a superhero to save the world, and an insult to Tony's lofty concept of protecting the world. I will never let this something happen. What's more, the armor developed by Tony himself should have belonged to Tony alone. This hearing is unjust, and it is a plunder intended to rob Tony's private property. I will not let this happen. Hearing what Yi said, Tony on the side gave Yi a thumbs up. That's right. That's really good. I, Tony Stark, am such a person with the concept of Chonglin. Bang bang bang, please be quiet. Seeing Tony Stark, who was sitting with Yi and kept turning his head to Peppo behind him, who kept saying this, and Congressman Stern, who was sitting in the middle of the congressmen, was the Hydra congressman holding a gavel and tapping. He touched the table. Mr. Stark, please let us begin today's hearing. No loud noise, please. As he said that, looking at Tony Stark, who turned around, Counselor Stern said, Excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you have a special weapon? Well, about this point, I don't want to answer you. It's not that I don't know how to answer, but I have already entrusted this hearing to my good brother Yi. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me, said the most trusted brother. As he spoke, Tony Stark leaned back on the chair. With an expression of none of my business, don't talk to me if you're ugly. Seeing Tony Stark in this appearance, Stern took a deep breath, maintained his usual smile, then looked at Yi and asked, Okay, Mr. Yi, as Mr. Tony Stark's client, so may I ask, does Tony Stark have a special weapon? Weapons? That depends on how you define it. Yi sat on a chair and then said to the microphone in front of him, First of all, what is the definition of a weapon? A weapon, by definition, is a tool used for attack, and therefore for deterrence and defense. When a weapon is used effectively, it should follow the principle of maximizing the desired effect and minimizing collateral damage. Anything that can cause harm, anything that can even cause psychological harm, can be called a weapon. As long as it is used for attack, the weapon can be a simple wooden stick or a nuclear warhead. But Mr. Stern, our Tony's armor is not a weapon. It is more like a great invention of action equipment across the ages. Definitely, you can use it as a prosthesis. Not the weapon in your mouths. Hearing Yi use words, Counselor Stern immediately frowned and said, Prosthetics. No, 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 Mr. Stark's armor is a weapon. After all, that armor can use bullets and even launch energy cannons as well as some small missiles. 1. I don't think so. Before Congressman Stern finished speaking, Yu directly retorted. Airplanes can also launch bullets and missiles and even carry a nuclear warhead. So is an airplane a weapon? No, an airplane is just a flight tool, it's just a carrier for use, just like Tony's armor. I think the armor developed by Tony is a great invention that spans the ages. It can make people fly into the sky, and it can take people to places thousands of miles away in a short time. Speaking of this, Yu turned his head to look at the cameras behind him, and then asked, Everyone, you said a great invention that can fly humans to the sky, allowing people to travel thousands of miles at the fastest speed in a short period of time. No need to buy tickets, no need to wait in the waiting room, no need to share the invention of countless people in the same cabin. Is such a thing a weapon? Definitely not. This is the flight tool. That's right, this is a human prosthesis, a prosthetic that can take people around without buying a ticket. After hearing Yu's words, some of Yu's NBC reporters began to respond to Yu's words. Look, Senator Stern. Yu shrugged his shoulders, then spread his hands and said, Everyone's eyes are sharp. Everyone knows that this is a prosthetic limb that can carry people on a trip. How can you call it a weapons? Are planes also weapons? Are cars also weapons? If things that can use bullets and missiles are weapons, then do all planes belong to Junfeng? Are all cars with guns placed on the co-pilot also belong to the king? What do you people assign? While talking, Yu looked at Senator Stern and said speechlessly, You are not so domineering, are you? After that, when we buy a car, take an airplane, or take the subway, do we have to report to you counselors? Listening to Yu's words, everyone burst into laughter. More than 80% of the reporters who were able to participate in this hearing were reporters from Yu's NBC. So of course Yu is very cooperative. Quiet, please keep quiet. Counselor Stern looked at Yu while knocking on the table and said, You are making sophistry, definitely, Mr. Yi. I am not a weapon expert, so I don't know much about what you said, but today I invite me to be a weapon expert. After hearing what Tony Stark and Yu said, Justin Hammer coughed lightly, and just about to say something, Yu suddenly said, Actually, I still don't know whether the armor is a weapon or not. There are some videos that want to be broadcast for everyone to see. Looking at a line of black code that suddenly appeared on the TV screen, and then several video files were displayed, Tony Stark said with a smile while releasing some of the obtained videos. Ask for flowers. Seeing Yu's gaze, Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders without hesitation, then pressed a few times on his smart watch, and then adjusted a few videos which were directly displayed on the screen of the hearing. I didn't see it either. Saying that, Yu looked at Tony. Tony Stark glanced at Justin Hammer, then turned his head and asked Yu very curiously. Yu also shrugged his shoulders and replied. Following Yu and Tony's question and answer, all the reporters in the venue laughed again. Walter, weapons expert. Well, can you ask for an automatic subscription? Well, it's automatic subscription, not automatic driving, too. I didn't see it. I can't imagine someone calling themselves a weapons expert in front of me. Did you see that? While speaking, Counselor Stern pointed to Justin Hammer below and said, Mr. Justin Hammer is a famous weapon expert, and he is also our largest supplier. Actually. Everyone knows what Tony Stark used to do. When Tony was researching weapons, Justin Hammer's weapon industry was crushed by Tony. In front of Tony, Justin Hammer, even a second-rate expert none. Seeing Justin Hammer standing up and walking to the table in front of him, who was about to speak, Yu turned his head and asked Tony loudly, Tony, do you know that someone would dare to call themselves a weapon expert in front of you? While I'm so powerful, I directly control your screen. Seeing Tony Stark controlling the screen at the hearing, Yu turned around and looked at the reporters behind him and said, Everyone, now is a good opportunity to report something that you don't understand. Why don't you take a look? With that said, Yu motioned for the video to start playing. I saw that as Tony played the video, a group of people were watching and testing the newly produced robot. As a result, the robot with a height of more than 4 or 5 meters just staggered out and fell directly to the ground in the next second. The weapon on the arm directly started to fire constantly, and for a while, the people around the test suffered heavy casualties. What's this? My God! Seeing this scene, many reporters all exclaimed, holding cameras to shoot the picture continuously. 943, can you turn it off? Turn it off quickly. After Senator Stern saw the video on the TV, he immediately ordered people to turn off the TV. Next. As Yu's voice fell, Tony played the next video directly. I saw a robot nearly 3 meters tall standing in place for testing, and around him was Justin Hammer's team. Wow, is this Mr. Justin Hammer? Looking at Justin Hammer in the video, Yu looked at the reporters and said, "Nah, this is the so-called weapons expert. Let's see what kind of counterfeit weapon expert this stern-invited Iron Man." Looking at himself in the video, Justin Hammer was obviously a little flustered. He wanted to turn off the TV constantly, but he couldn't turn it off no matter what. In the video, Justin Hammer looked at the tall robot in front of him, smiled and asked it to turn around, but the robot turned around in a circle. But the lower body did not move, and the upper body directly made a 160-degree rotation. With the scream of the tester inside the machine, the whole robot turned off, and the tester inside the machine kept screaming loudly. "See, everyone." Yu pointed to the picture on the screen, and then said very seriously to the camera behind him, "Tony is not the only one who is researching the iron armor. Many people are constantly imitating it, including us invited by Counselor Stern. Here comes the weapons expert, Mr. Justin Hammer." Justin Hammer, who finally remembered to unplug the TV, heard Yu say this, and quickly looked at the reporters and explained, "Let me clarify that tester is not dead. 1. Before Justin Hammer finished speaking, Yu looked at the camera righteously and continued, "After seeing these videos, I think everyone here should understand why Mr. Stern Yuyun wants to get Tony's in battle. The reason is very simple, because no one can imitate Tony's armor, or in other words, no one can use the armor he developed to protect the world like Mr. Tony Stark. It is precisely because of this that Congressman Stern proposed to snatch Tony's armor. Once they get Mr. Tony Stark's armor, everyone, you should understand what will happen. Yes, that is war." Having said that, Yu turned his head to look at Senator Stern and said with a serious face, "Mr. Stern, Iron Man is Tony and Tony is Iron Man, and his armor was developed by him alone. I haven't received any help from you. But now, after Mr. Tony Stark wears the armor to save the world, after you see the power of the armor, you want to deprive Tony Iron Man of your identity, want to swallow the armor that belongs only to Tony. What right do you have to do that? Steel armor is not a weapon. It is Tony's greatest invention in the next 10, 20, or even 50 years. Only in the hands of Mr. Tony Stark will the iron armor play its greatest role, and will not it will cause war in this world because of war use. Because you can't imitate the armor made by Mr. Tony Stark, so you want to snatch Tony's qualification to become Iron Man. What is this? This is a robbery. He is the most hated bandit in the world." Hearing Tony Stark's words, Tuyu also whispered in Tony's ear. The two of them had just walked out of the door, and before they got into the car, Yu suddenly felt something was wrong, and before Tony Stark could react, he pushed him aside. The speechless Congressman Stern, who was refuted, stood up and walked towards the back of the hearing. He didn't dare to swear at Yu like he did to Tony in the movie. Seeing the high-spirited Tony, Peibo walked over, and then stood beside Yu with a smile and thanked softly. "Thank you, Yi, thank you for everything you have done for Tony." Seeing the resolute and aggressive Yu, Senator Stern pinched his head subconsciously and then picked up the gavel and knocked on the table. Yu shook his head indifferently. "Who told me to be friends with this guy? The mating is over." Hearing what Yu said, Tony burst out laughing. 1.5 then turned around with Yu in his arms, looked at the reporters behind him raising their hands and said loudly, "There is only one Iron Man in this world, and that is me, Tony Stark." Severe words. Listening to Yu slapping the table to speak righteously, all the reporters behind him burst into applause. Many cameras captured Yu's resolute back, as well as the embarrassing and annoyed expression on Counselor Stern's face. Bang, bang, bang. "Stop making trouble, there are so many people and so many cameras, I will keep my image. The Mark series armor is very safe in Tony's hands, but it is full of danger in your hands. The video just now has confirmed this idea. Therefore, today's hearing is unfair and unjust. You want to depriving Mr. Tony Stark of the idea of armor is completely an act of robbers, anyone who wants to rob others of their private wealth." Holding Yu's shoulders, Tony Stark laughed and walked outside. "Yes, we are friends." Watching Senator Stern turn and leave in embarrassment, Tony Stark also stood up, and then lightly punched Yu, and then whispered in Yu's ear amidst the applause of the reporters. "Done, pretty man, but I thought you'd give him a rant." Tony Stark, who was still high-spirited at first, couldn't help being a little puzzled after being pushed aside by Yu. Just now, he wanted to ask what's the matter with some doubts, but the next moment, a chain flashing with lightning suddenly came over. Directly it landed on the spot where Tony Stark was originally standing. Since Tony was pushed away by Yu, all the extended Rolls-Royce in front of him were directly split in two by the chain flashing electric current. Happy, who was about to start the car, suddenly turned around, saw that the car he was driving had been split in half, with a burnt edge in the middle, and ran off the car in a hurry. After the blow failed, Ivan, who was wrapped in iron chains, wanted to raise the electric lock in his hand and swing it towards Tony again. But before his flashing electric current chain hit Tony, the next moment, he came to Ivan's side, then raised his fist and threw it directly at Ivan's body. Boom! With a bang, Ivan flew upside down 3 or 4 meters away and spat out blood from his mouth. After seeing this scene, Tony Stark immediately ran to Yu's side, took Yu's arm and shook his head gently. He knew that Yu didn't want to reveal his identity as Silver Mask right now, so he hastily and quietly held Yu back. This man came after me. Tony took Yu's arm, then looked at Ivan, who was lying on the ground, and said softly to Yu, "If you reveal your ability now, then your identity will be known by everyone immediately. At that time, it will be very troublesome." Hearing what Tony said, Yu nodded lightly, looked at the reporter who had just come out of the hearing and frantically took pictures after seeing this scene, and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I know that's why I know punch killed him. But be careful, I only used less than 30% of my punch just now. Now he has only temporarily lost his ability to move, but it is obvious that he is coming for you." Clear. Hearing Yu's words, Tony Stark nodded lightly, then walked to Ivan's side and squatted down directly. Yu said that his punch just now made Ivan lose his ability to move. Tony Stark still believed in this. Tony trusted Yu's words very much. "Who sent you here to kill me?" Looking at the energy reactor shining with white light on his body, Tony Stark reached out and took it off. As Tony took the energy reactor off of Ivan, his body flickered with electric current armor and chains, and he also lost energy. Just to kill you, the humiliation you Stark family brought to our family, I will." As soon as the words fell, Ivan suddenly fainted, and looking at the reporters rushing over to take pictures, Tony Stark narrowed his eyes and instantly thought of a way. I saw him grabbing Ivan's armor that had passed out and asked loudly, "So, because someone wants to covet my armor and can't get it, will you be sent to assassinate me? Damn it, you who is the mastermind behind the scenes." Tony Stark did not directly pour dirty water on the members of the hearing just now, but this kind of action of not directly pouring dirty water will cause more speculation. Like now, after hearing Tony Stark yelling loudly and then throwing the fainted Ivan to the ground, all the reporters rushed over. "Mr. Steck, who is the person who attacked you just now? Was he hired by others to assassinate you?" "Mr. Stark, I heard you just said that someone couldn't get your armor, so they wanted to kill you, and then get your armor in a fair manner. May I ask who sent him here? Are they the members of the hearing?" "Mr. Steck, what do you think about the fact that those congressmen wanted to get your armor but couldn't get it, so they became angry and sent killers to attack you? But to be honest, my reaction just now was very witty. But he just told me before he passed out that the mark armor I developed does not belong to me. Unless I hand over my armor, this simple attack is just the beginning. Here, I want to severely condemn the man who attacked me and his evil backstage manipulator." Thinking of this, after making up his mind that it would be a headache for those who wanted to snatch his mark armor, Tony Stark snatched the microphone of a reporter affiliated with NBC at the front, and then said righteously, "I don't know who is the mastermind behind this person. Maybe the energy status of the Black Hand behind the scenes is so huge that I will never be able to find out for the rest of my life. But no matter who it is, I will never give up on this matter so easily." At this moment, Yu casually asked some of the NBC reporters' interview team to give up the car to him, and then he pulled the worried and frightened Peppo into the car. And after seeing Tony coming up, he let the terrified Happy drive. Looking at the reporters rushing in front of him and listening to their questions, Tony Stark felt slanderous in his heart. What else can I think? I was attacked just after I came out of the hearing, and there is actually an ability to create an energy reactor. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. I didn't want to convince everyone. Speaking of this, Tony, who was originally proud, suddenly sighed melancholy, then shook his head lightly and said, "Oh, I used to be such a kind and upright genius, but I've known you for a few years later. I have become so black-bellied." Looking at the proud Tony, Yu smiled and nodded. "However, I have become brothers with Yidu for several years. Some black-bellied things are definitely coming out of my mouth. The dirty water must be poured on those people. Otherwise, who knows how you reporters will report. Maybe there will be extra branches. I'm definitely witty. I've been with you for several years. If I don't have this kind of witty response, wouldn't it be in vain that I have known you for so many years? Looking at Peppo with a worried face, Tony Stark comforted him gently, then looked at Yu and said with a smile. However, as long as a small number of people believe it, then the headache will be those who want to snatch I am a man of armor. The car started, and looking at the reporters behind him, Yu gave a thumbs up and said, "It's amazing, the reporter's attention was diverted in an instant. Let's see, from today onwards, the whole people will pay attention to what's going on. Who sent this guy to attack you?" Hearing Tony's sudden words, Peppo, who was a little worried, suddenly widened his eyes, as if he didn't know his boyfriend Tony Stark in front of him. But to be honest, this will only cause some headaches for people like Stern. After all, some smart people will not believe that just after the hearing was held, they sent someone to assassinate you at the gate of the hearing. Yu, on the other hand, rolled his eyes in a very speechless manner and raised a contemptuous middle finger towards Tony. After speaking, Stark returned the microphone to the reporter and walked towards Yu with an angry expression on his face. "Oh Yi, you've led me to hells. Dominion Asgard, prepare more astronomy books. Loki likes to read this type of books." Queen Frigga ordered the maid and was preparing to walk towards the dungeon with some food. "Mother." Looking at his mother, Frigg, Thor walked over and asked with a smile, "Mother, are you going to see Loki?" "Oh yes." Hearing Thor's inquiry, Queen Frigga nodded with a smile and said, "Although Loki did some wrong things and was locked up, he is my most beloved child after all. As a mother, I definitely want to visit one time." "Let me go, mothers." Thor smiled and took the food from Queen Frigg and some books from the maid, and then said with a smile, "Thor." Seeing Thor, who was a head taller than herself, Queen Frigg raised her hand, patted Thor's arm lightly, and then said kindly, "Thor, my child, Loki is your brother no matter what. Even if he is not our own. However, he is your brother after all, so be more patient with him. Although he likes to use some tricks, he is still my kind child. You are his elder brothers. Even if he makes a mistake, you can't lose patience with him, you know. What he needs most is not really the throne but care and love." "I understand, mother." Thor heard what his mother Frigg said and nodded with a smile. "No matter what happens, mother, I promise you I will never give up my brother Loki. He will always be my dearest brother." Listening to Thor's promise, Queen Frigga showed a gratified smile. "As expected of my child, go Thor, go and see your brother." "Okay, mother, I actually want to have a good talk with Loki too." Thor nodded, holding a large pile of food in his left hand and some books in his right, then walked towards the dungeon. In dungeon, the transparent prison cell looks small but has all the furniture. Loki was sitting on the soft carpet holding a book and looking at it. Opposite, there were also many transparent prison cells, but compared to Loki's room, it was much worse. Loki, who was reading a book, suddenly raised his head, followed by the gate guarded by 2 Asgard warriors, and soon, the gate opened. Thor's cart carrying food came in. Looking at Thor, who walked to the edge of his cell, Loki chuckled lightly. "I was locked up for 4 days. This is already the 4th time you have come to see me. What, do you still want to come every day, Tilda?" Thor ignored Loki's words, just raised the food in his left hand, raised his eyebrows and shook Loki's face, then walked directly to the side of the cell, pressed a button, and walked directly into Loki's cell. Throwing some books on the table casually, Thor sat on the carpet carelessly and put the food between the two of them. But then felt as if something was missing, thought for a while, and moved a low table to the side after coming over. He smirked and took out 2 bottles of wine from his arms and put them on the table. Watching Thor's series of actions, Loki didn't say anything, just sat there quietly watching. The coldness in his eyes gradually became warmer. "So, you want to come to me for a drink?" Looking at Thor, who was careless and unprepared for himself, Loki asked in a cold voice, but with an unusual tone. "Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly explode, hold you, the future king of Asgard, and escape?" Hearing Loki's words, Thor chuckled, and there was an indescribably simple and honest look on that handsome face. "Well, the same way, Thor," Ragnarok smirked at Hulk in the arena. "It's up to you if you want to." Thor put a bottle of wine in front of Loki, then took a sip of the wine in front of him, and then said with a smile, "You know, every time I leave, I only open the frontal defense. As for the side cover, I didn't open it. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Besides, Loki, if you want to subdue me, then do it. What does it matter? I'm used to it, just like when you turned into a snake when you were 8 years old. I ran over happily. In the end, you suddenly changed back and stabbed me like a knife." While talking, Thor giggled silly. Hearing Thor's words, the coldness in Loki's eyes finally dissipated, and then a smile appeared on his face. He casually dug out 2 pieces of roast meat from the pile of food, and after throwing one to Loki, Thor began to eat it directly. Loki seemed to be remembering the scene when he was hit by a tail, and couldn't help but look at Thor and complained. Picking up the barbecue that Thor threw over, Loki ate it gracefully. Gradually, Loki gave up his elegant demeanor and turned into tearing it openly. Hearing Loki's complaints, Thor wasn't angry, but then looked at Loki and said very seriously, "Facing that powerful monster, it's not that I'm not afraid, but I still dare to fight it. Just like when two people were young, no matter how much they fight, they will sit together and eat delicious food in the end. Because you are a fool who only knows recklessness and impulsiveness. Definitely, I never defend you. No way, I can only rush over with you. In the end, you were stepped on by the monster of more than 30 meters, and I dragged you out." Hearing what Thor said, Loki touched Thor with the wine bottle and then said, "At that time, the two of us were just over 300 years old. I said to use tricks, so obviously I can fly a kite to death, but you rushed forward foolishly." Hearing what Loki said, Thor laughed loudly. "Yeah, that battle was really fun, but do you know why I'm not afraid even in the face of that huge monster? It wasn't just because you broke my right arm. Definitely." Sit up straight, picked up the bottle of wine in front of you, raised your head and took a sip, then looked at Thor and said, "Thor, you have to know one thing, if I really want to kill you, then you won't live until the age of 8. How later you were so angry that you wanted to jump on its head. I could only use magic to create some illusions to make that monster get lost for a while, and you killed it." So. While gnawing, he looked at Loki inarticulately and said, "You just like to hold grudges. Didn't I hit you harder when I was fighting you on the training ground that year and I broke your right arm? In the end, you stabbed me. I was in pain for nearly 3 days. Because I firmly believe that no matter what desperate situation I face, you will come to help me without hesitation in the end, so I am not afraid. I always believe in you, my brother." After swallowing the barbecue, Thor gulped down the spirits and then smiled generously. "Loki, do you still remember the two of us going to challenge the monster of Vanaheim?"
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.